Chapter 1387. Seeing Di-Wuk clenching his teeth, Shao Chun shook his head slightly. This person was too headstrong and self-opinionated. It was like everything had to be his. However, in the world, as long as one worked hard, everyone would have a chance. Before an opportunity, everyone was fair. Just because one was the divine son and felt that something was yours, it did not have to be. For too many things, Shao Chun had just walked his own path. He had not deliberately targeted anyone. Shao Chun had not intended the divine daughter's death. However, Shao Chun did not regret it. Even if he had another chance, he would still make the same decision as before. Shao Chun withdrew his gaze and no longer looked at Shao Chun. Then, he continued on his Emperor's Road. "You want to finish walking this Emperor's Road? Not a chance." Di-Wuk roared ferociously and flew over. His speed was startlingly fast. He left behind many afterimages in the air. As the afterimages lingered, space tore open. As Shao Chun approached his Emperor's Road, the divine kingdom appeared behind him. Then, he punched at Shao Chun, who was illuminated by the red light. Wonderful praises rang out in the world. A bright divine light encased Di-Wuk's body, shining brightly. Bang! Ripples appeared in the scarlet pillar of light. Shao Chun paused for a moment. It was not because of Di-Wuk's punch that he stopped. Instead, it was because Shao Chun discovered something else. There was a Buddhist sect light image under Shao Chun's feet. It flickered continuously, reflecting the scarlet light. The scarlet pillar of light blocking Di-Wuk's incredibly tyrannical punch definitely had something to do with this Buddhist sect lotus imprint. Shao Chun raised his foot and took a step forward. The lotus light image under his feet moved with him, remaining under his feet. Whoosh! Whoosh! When Shao Chun took a step forward, a boundless flame surged towards him. The fire tribulation was ferocious and powerful. However, Shao Chun, who was shrouded in the blood-colored beam of light, was unable to withstand it. Before Shao Chun could do anything about it, the flames were split into two by the blood-red light pillar, while Shao Chun remained unscathed. What's going on? There's actually someone on the Emperor's Road who can interfere and protect him? Such a situation was something that no one had ever seen or heard of before. It must be known that even Emperor Forsaken was unable to help Di-Wuk resist the great tribulation of wind and fire. But Shao Chun now clearly had an external force helping him. This could only mean that the person helping Shao Chun was far more powerful than Emperor Forsaken. Shao Chun thought to himself, was it the Mahasvara Buddha who did it? If that were the case, everything would be easy to explain. The Mahasvara Buddha was an existence equal to the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. As for the Sky Dome Immortal Lord, he was the leader of the 3,000 Immortal Lords, the last immortal to survive the immortal epoch. His strength was unfathomable. Even if it were Emperor Forsaken or that deity race ancestor, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord could kill them with a flick of a finger. No, we absolutely cannot let him succeed in his tribulation. Heaven-punishing corpse ghost sovereign, Dongyu, attack with me and shatter his emperor's door. At this moment, Emperor Forsaken could no longer maintain his calm. For the first time, he felt some fear in the depths of his heart. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God clearly sensed the horror of the situation. Their expressions turned grave, and with a few flashes, they flew above the Emperor's door. It was hard to say whether one prime could shatter the Emperor's door. However, when three primes worked together, it might be possible with a peak strike. Is this the great tribulation that the Thunder King mentioned? Ing Zongtian muttered to himself, deep in thought. Shattering the Emperor's door. Such a crazy thing was too crazy. Even if the Emperor's door really shattered, the shock wave from the explosion would be sufficient to severely injure the three. This was truly for the sake of ruining Shao Chen's tribulation, ignoring everything else. At the critical moment, a medallion appeared in Ing Zongtian's hand. The words "Martial God" were written on the front and a flickering golden word "Command" was on the back. This is the Martial God medallion? The other three primes asked. The Martial God medallion was the inheritance medallion of the Bushin Palace. As long as one possessed the Martial God medallion, they would be the palace master of the Bushin Palace. It was because of this medallion that the three holy masters felt dissatisfied. Right now, the four were injured and could not stop Emperor Forsaken and the other two primes. They could only use the trump card that the Thunder King left behind. Ing Zongtian thought to himself, the martial god medallion was forged by the first master of the Bushin Palace. Using this medallion, one can summon out the clone that the first master left in the medallion. How strong can a clone be? Could it be that one clone can block 3 primes? The cyclic astral lord said with a frown. The auras of the 3 primes in the sky grew increasingly stronger. All sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared continuously. In a rare sight, a divine halberd appeared in Emperor Forsaken's hand. Many divine wheels appeared behind him. As the divine wheels spun, many small worlds appeared. Countless believers contributed an endless stream of faith to the heaven-punishing corpse god. Dragon tattoos appeared on the heaven-punishing corpse god's exposed body. They looked like they came to life, swimming around continuously. The heaven-punishing corpse god's body turned into a vast sea with many huge dragons swimming around happily. The 10,000 soul pearl in the Dongyue ghost emperor's hand directly entered his forehead. An Azura hell materialized in his eyes, filled with countless malicious spirits. Seeing that the 3 primes were about to unleash their strongest attacks, the cyclic astral lord no longer held much hope for this martial god medallion. Now he started to feel some regret. The peak strike of the deity race ancestor was incredibly strong. No one could think of defeating it. Fortunately, that ancestor would not appear for a while. Clearly, Emperor Forsaken did not dare to suffer the consequences of the heavenly Tao's divine punishment again. Otherwise, he would have turned around and left. However, the Myriad Law Fiend Master smiled and said, "So, this is the trump card that the Thunder King left behind. If he can really summon out the clone of the first Palace Master of the Martial God Realm, even if it only has 10% of the main body's strength, there is no need to fear the 3 primes." "What do you mean?" "That is a legend. You will see it for yourself very soon." The Myriad Law Fiend Master did not elaborate. Ing Zongtian tossed the martial god medallion in his hand into the sky. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands, and beams of holy light struck that martial god medallion. The martial god medallion in the air started spinning quickly. The light it gave off became increasingly intense. Eventually, it shot out thousands of strands of light. As the light flickered, it shot out in all directions. When the light struck the ground, incomparably deep pits appeared. Shock waves surged out endlessly. Many cultivators within 500 kilometers of Meteor Trail City were affected by the shock waves. All of them knocked back. Amidst the panic, many martial artists hurriedly retreated, their faces pale with fright. The martial god medallion. The Thunder King actually handed the method to activate the martial god medallion to Ing Zongtian. Damn it! That old fogey, the Thunder King. Why is he unwilling to hand over the inheritance of my 3 holy masters for tens of thousands of years to us? When the 3 holy masters saw this scene, they suddenly stood up with extremely unsightly expressions. When the last hand seal was completed, the bright light gathered, and a figure appeared. That person held a saber. The light was too intense, obscuring his appearance. All that could be felt was an unruly and proud saber intent. The saber intent filling the air was like the wind or lightning, drifting through the sky and piercing through the clouds. With just this saber intent everywhere it passed, the wind was no longer the wind and the clouds were no longer the clouds. The wind and clouds between the heavens and the earth disappeared. Only the prideful saber intent filled every corner of the place. As a bladesman, Xiao Chun felt a tremor from the bottom of his heart as he stood on the Emperor's road. His body trembled, unable to move. That's not right. I should have seen this person before? Xiao Chun sighed softly and frowned heavily. Although he could only see the silhouette of the saber image that came out of the martial god medallion, Xiao Chun believed that he had seen this person before. However, Xiao Chun believed that he must have seen this person somewhere before. Who is this? How come he has strength surpassing Prime? Emperor Forsaken asked in a trembling voice, his eyes blinded by this light. The saber intent filling the air turned into a boundless aura, surging over like a huge wave. The 3 primes found it difficult to speak. The saber intent filling the air turned into a boundless aura, surging over like a huge wave. The three primes found it difficult to speak. Never mind it. Let's shatter the Emperor's door first. Otherwise, we won't even have a chance to make a move. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor said with much difficulty through clenched teeth. There is already no chance. Ing Zongtian said indifferently. Right after the Dongyue Ghost Emperor spoke, the mysterious figure of light drew its saber and sent out a resplendent saber light. Chapter 1388. Whoosh! The instant Shao Chun drew his saber, the sky, the ground, everywhere he looked was filled with the shadows of saber lights. It seemed like there were boundless saber lights in the world, appearing from every angle, every direction, everywhere. Emperor Forsaken, the heaven-punishing corpse god, and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor could not dodge at all. Regardless of whether it was what they saw, heard, or imprinted in their minds, all they could hear was saber light and saber hum. The saber light turned into a beam, and saber hum resounded, like surging waves or surging thunder. Bang! The Bushin Palace's first-generation palace master raised his hand, and the saber light he sent out knocked the three primes into the air. Pu ci. The three all vomited a mouthful of blood, their complexions turning incredibly pale. The small world of the divine kingdom behind Emperor Forsaken shattered. The miserable screams of his believers reverberated in the world. A terrifying saber wound appeared on the chest of the heaven-punishing corpse god, who had dragon motifs carved on his body and turned into a vast body that looked like it hid countless huge dragons. That saber mark was like a vast ocean, splitting it into two halves, slaying countless evil dragons. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor was in an even worse state. He nearly went blind in his eyes. The Azura hell materialized in his eyes was completely destroyed, and his eyes felt an incredible piercing pain. The clone of the Bushin Palace's first-generation palace master turned into a beam of light and entered the martial god medallion. Ing Zongtian waved his hands slightly, and the rapidly spinning martial god medallion stopped and quickly landed in his hand. At the side, the cyclic astral lord's eyes flickered. Intense desire appeared in the depths of his eyes. Surpassed prime. It turns out that the first-generation Bushin Palace's palace master is this strong? Ing Zongtian, what's going on? Is the Bushin Palace's first-generation palace master an existence that surpasses prime? The cyclic astral lord asked anxiously. Ing Zongtian shook his head and replied, No, that's impossible. If he's this powerful, how could he not surpass the utmost being realm? Ing Zongtian said, The Thunder King didn't surpass the Supremes, but he could still intimidate Kunlun. He doesn't have to surpass the Supremes to defeat Emperor Forsaken and the other two. After this, I'll tell you in detail. Now, follow me and continue to intercept and kill Emperor Forsaken. How about that? Now that Emperor Forsaken and the other two were also injured, they were in a much worse state than the four of them. If they were to fight again, they wouldn't be defeated by the heaven-punishing corpse god alone. It doesn't matter. We've already fought for so long. I'm not afraid of fighting a little longer. Don't worry. Seeing the Myriad Law Fiend Master and the Fox King agree, the cyclic astral lord had no choice but to suppress the doubts in his heart. He said, I have no objections. Whoosh! The figures of the four flashed, immediately charging at the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign and the other two. Come, let's go and protect Big Brother Shao Chun as well. The figures of Mo Chan and Juanxi, Fang Baiyu, and the others flashed, blocking Diwuk, who was about to continue attacking. The remaining deity Dao Union cultivators and the Haotian sect cultivators started fighting with the Sky Dome Realm cultivators again. This chaotic battle was truly never-ending. Diwuk looked coldly at Fang Baiyu, Mo Chan, and Juanxi, Yu Bingyun, Shui Lingling, and the rest of Shao Chen's friends and seniors. You want to block the current me with just the likes of you? Fang Baiyu stood at the very front with Jiang Chuan. He said sullenly, Diwuk, now that you have advanced to Martial Emperor, you even underwent 4 heavenly tribulations. Your future accomplishments will be limitless. Why must you continue making things difficult for Shao Qin? Make things difficult for him? When Diwuk heard this, he laughed loudly. Since when did I make things difficult for him? He is the one going against me everywhere. Starting from Kunlun Mountain's heavenly dew divine lake, he has been making things difficult for me. In the end, he even killed the woman I love the most. I cannot swallow this. If you all move aside now, I can spare your lives. Otherwise, don't blame me for making a move. I cannot hold back. Emo-chan berated angrily. Don't go overboard. From the start to the end, Big Brother Xiao-chun never made things difficult for you on purpose. How can you say that? You? I know you. You are Xiao-chen's closest confidant. That's fine. I will make my move on you first. I will let Xiao-chun have a taste of what it is like to see a loved one die. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist. Distant Legend. When Diwuk punched, he directly executed his consummate move. Countless sagely songs rang out, praising the deity race's most ancient and distant legend. The glory and legends of the past appeared in reality. Heaven and earth rippled, forming a magnificent picture. The moment Xiao-chun punched, he displayed the tyrannical and peerless aura of the deity race reigning supreme in the world. The momentum of this punch was very strong. It advanced ferociously, breaking through Fang Baiyu's and Jiang Chuan's defenses and instantly arriving before Emo-chan. Die! Diwuk roared ferociously. A golden light flickered on his fist. A surging emperor's might spread out, vast and endless. Emo-chan felt shocked. In the time it took for a spark to fly, she summoned out the Book of Heavenly Works. 300 different flames came out of her body and formed a refining cauldron. Then, she held it across her chest. Bang! The refining cauldron in front of Emo-chan shattered, and the fist struck her body. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, the Book of Heavenly Works sent down another flame, weakening the might of this punch. However, Emo-chan's body did not shatter on the spot. She only flew back and fainted. Not dead. Sensing that Emo-chan still had a breath, Diwuk frowned slightly and was about to punch again. Pa! Crackling sounds resounded in the sky. It was Njuanshi's true dragon lightning whip, turned into a dragon and swept over. Paltry tricks. Diwuk casually grabbed the dragon's head. Then he pulled hard, and the force flowed through the true dragon lightning whip and flung Njuanshi away. Shadowless and windless. There was clearly no wind, but Diwuk's hair blew messily. At this moment, Yu Bingyun charged over with the wind shadow sword in her hand. Where are you hiding? Come out! Diwuk shouted, his voice containing surging mental energy. Xiao-chin directly used force to break through technique. The sound waves shook Yu Bingyun's sea of consciousness. She vomited a mouthful of blood and revealed herself. Whoosh! 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 3 arrows flew over like meteors. Shui Lingling raised the Emperor Yi shooting sun bow and fired from a distance. Diwuk smiled in disdain and punched. He executed the second move of the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, Radiance of Deities. A divine light descended from the sky, encasing Diwuk. As his long hair fluttered, he punched from a distance. Explosions resounded, and the 3 arrows shattered in the air. However, the fist light did not lose momentum, knocking the distant Shui Lingling down from the profound bird. These outstanding talents of the same generation who could fight with Diwuk in the past were no match for Diwuk after he advanced to Martial Emperor. They could not even receive one move, no, not even half a move. At the crucial moment, Fang Baiyu and Jiang Chuan, the 2 greater heavenly martial emperors, arrived and worked together to charge at Diwuk. However, the situation was still not optimistic. In just 3 moves, the 2 greater heavenly martial emperors showed signs of being no match for him. Diwuk's strength surpassed expectations. Among the greater heavenly Emperor Wu, no one was a match for him. However, now a chaotic battle ensued. Even sovereign martial emperors were dragged into an even larger battlefield. Furthermore, there were strong enemies like the 3 holy masters to deal with. No one could block the current Diwuk. His aura was so strong that it could not be blocked. On the bloody Emperor's road, Xiao-chun showed a sullen expression. He clenched his fists tightly and started running quickly on the Emperor's road. Everywhere he passed, A scarlet pillar of light split the great tribulation of wind and fire in half. The various wind and fire tribulations could not stop Shao Chun at all. Faster! 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 At this moment, Shao Chun had only one thought in his mind: to quickly finish this Emperor's road that ascended to the heavens and stop the somewhat crazy Diwuk. If he delayed, who knew what would happen? Shao Chun ran wildly. Soon, only 10 steps remained of the final 3,000 steps of the 10,000 steps. As long as he took these 10 steps, he could push open the Emperor's door. Then, he would reforge his golden body and become a martial emperor, ending this chaotic battle. Pu Ci. Just at this moment, Fang Baiyu and Jiang Chuan both vomited blood and went flying back at the same time. Mo Chan and the others, who came to stop Diwuk, could no longer remain standing. Diwuk revealed a cold smile as he swept his gaze across the ground, shifting between Yu Bingyun, Shui Lingling, Mo Chan, and the other girls. Finally, Shao Chun fixed his gaze on the unconscious Mo Chun. Diwuk, how dare you? On the bloody Emperor's road, only one step remained. Shao Chun turned his head back and shouted coldly as he stood high in the sky. The Emperor's door was only one step away. However, 10 kilometers below, Mo Chan and the others hung on the edge of death. Ha! Why would I not dare? Diwuk did not care. He reared his head back and laughed. On the ascending heavens road, Shao Chen's expression turned extremely sullen. Diwuk, I, Shao Chun, swear to heaven that I will kill you in this lifetime. Even if you can kill me, you will not be able to stop me from killing all the people you care about. Diwuk laughed in disdain. He did not care about Shao Chen's threat at all. He soared into the air and flew towards Mo Chen. Shao Chen's eyes turned cold. The moment the divine daughter died, he made up his mind to personally kill all the people that Shao Chun cared about. You are seeking death. A ferocious roar came from Shao Chen, who was only one step away from the Emperor's road and the Emperor's door. Shao Chun made a decision that no one expected. He gave up on the Emperor's road and jumped down. Boom! The Emperor's road shattered, turning into blood that dyed the sky red, looking even more beautiful than the setting sun. Chapter 1389. The 10,000 steps shattered, turning into thick scarlet clouds spreading in the sky. No one expected such a scene. Since ancient times, no one had ever done such a thing. At the final step of the Emperor's road, just one step away from the Emperor's door, Shao Chun took the initiative to give up. Under the scarlet clouds, everyone in the chaotic battle revealed stunned expressions, completely stupefied. However, no one noticed that the instant the Emperor's road shattered, the scarlet Emperor's door in the sky lost its color and flowed out like blood. The color faded and flowed out like blood, turning into a purple Emperor's door. Then, it turned into a beam of light and entered Shao Chen's body. Everyone only saw the Emperor's road shatter and blood flow back, filling the sky. However, no one saw that at the same time, the Emperor's door, which had shed the blood and revealed its true appearance, entered Shao Chen's body. The raging Shao Chun felt something in his heart of an emperor. However, at this moment, he could not be bothered to look at it or care about it. Holding the lunar shadow saber, Shao Chun descended from the sky. Diwuk, who was preparing to attack Mo Chun, turned his head back and happened to see the Emperor's road shatter, turning into a sea of blood that flowed back into the sky. This scene completely stunned him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Buddhist chants resounded in the sky. Countless cries of pain came from the thick scarlet clouds. The sea of blood surged, and thousands of malicious spirits appeared in it, looking extremely horrifying. That was sin. However, how great did one's sin have to be for it to turn into a boundless sea of blood? When Ying Zongtian and the others saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. At this moment, everyone noticed that something was wrong with the Scarlet Emperor's road. Blood was an ominous sign. When blood appeared on a person's emperor's road, it was a sign of great evil. It was hard to imagine what would happen if Shao Chun pushed open the emperor's door and absorbed so much sin. With the emperor's road shattering, these sins could no longer be hidden. When they truly revealed themselves, An evil aura spread out in the sky. Even Emperor Forsaken was frightened. No wonder his Emperor's road is a path of blood. Turns out that his sin is so deep. Something's wrong. He's a blue-robed emperor. No matter how strong he is, he can't have so many sins. Even a supreme being would find it hard to accumulate so many sins. What's going on? Qing Emperor. It can only be because of the Qing Emperor. He is the descendant of the Qing Emperor. He must have inherited the sins of the Qing Emperor. That's right. Only the Qing Emperor could have committed so many sins. It's too scary. Fortunately, he didn't push open the Emperor's door. If he did, he would be an existence even more terrifying than the Qing Emperor. Looking at the sky full of sins, Emperor Wu felt a chill down his spine, and his scalp went numb. Regardless of what these martial emperors and primes thought, after Diwuk recovered from his initial shock, he started laughing. Xiao Chun laughed very openly, his eyes filled with mockery. Xiao Chun, you are really tired of living. Good, 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 good. Many thanks for giving me the opportunity to take revenge personally. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist. Deities descending. Diwuk punched, executing the extremely tyrannical deities descending of the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist. His aura instantly soared, and his combat prowess soared tenfold. Xiao Chen's long hair fluttered, each strand releasing a golden light. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist. Deities descending. Xiao Chun, who was descending from the sky, did not change his expression as he similarly executed a Myriad Heaven Divine Fist. It was the same deities descending, fearless. Xiao Chen's vital qi had already reached 100 dragon force in the first place. Furthermore, his physical body had undergone 9 rounds of metamorphosis on the Bloody Emperor's road. Furthermore, the Adumbra Flower's nirvanic rebirth had already raised his vital qi to 500 dragon force. His vital qi had already risen to 500 dragon power. 10 times his strength was 5,000 dragon power. Immediately, the soaring dragons behind Xiao Chen roared ferociously, causing the wind and clouds to change color. Although this was far from comparable to the heaven-punishing corpse god's 10,000 dragons soaring with a casual strike. However, 5,000 dragon force was already comparable to the peak strike of the greater heavenly Emperor Wu. Bang! The two fists clashed. As a fourth heaven martial Emperor Wu's outstanding talent, Diwuk held the upper hand at the start. It looked like he was about to knock Xiao Chen back. However, at this crucial moment, the Emperor's door in Xiao Chen's body suddenly cracked open, and a surging energy surged out. Diwuk flew back like a sandbag, not even having time to make a sound. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with the knocked-back Diwuk. Then, he quickly landed beside Mo Chen. After checking Mo Chen's injuries, his sullen expression relaxed slightly. Yu Bingyun, Bai, Shui Lingling, and the others were all lying on the ground, unable to move. They were severely injured and weak, looking incredibly miserable. When Xiao Chun looked even further away, the entire Meteor Trail City was littered with the corpses of cultivators. The potholes were even filled with blood, forming many scarlet lakes with countless corpses floating in them. When Xiao Chun looked up, he saw a sea of blood in the sky. Under the purification of the Sanskrit chants, countless sins wailed in agony. Immediately, Xiao Chun sighed ruefully, suddenly feeling very tired. He had never regretted anything in his life. He had a clear conscience, a clear conscience, a clear conscience, and a clear conscience. However, if he had another chance, he absolutely would not step onto the Emperor's road. If he sacrificed so many people for the sake of himself, what was the point of being an emperor? Little 3, bring them away. After a long time, Xiao Chun spoke in a somewhat fatigued voice. Little 3 could sense his depressed mood. Without saying anything, Little 3 came out of the 3-life mirror. Then, her figure flickered as she executed the universal movement. In a few flashes, she brought Mo Chan, Yu Bingyun, Bai, and the others outside Meteor Trail City. Xiao Chen slowly stood up and looked to the front. 10 kilometers away, Diwuk slowly climbed to his feet amid a thick cloud of dust. Boom! After Xiao Chun stood up, his aura surged, and all the dust scattered. That's impossible. I became a fourth heaven Emperor Wu. Among greater heavenly Emperor Wu, I can be said to be unrivaled. How can I be weaker than you? Di-Wuk went somewhat berserk. He casually threw 3 punches, and many chains of deities appeared in the air, charging at Shao Chun. These were the chains of deities used by the myriad heaven divine fist to seal and suppress its target. However, in Di-Wuk's hands, this fist technique used for sealing turned murderous. Flawless saber technique, dragon subduing stance. Shao Chun soared into the air and used his energy to materialize dragons. In an instant, 500 huge dragons flew out, looking incredibly berserk. At the same time, Shao Chen's surging mental energy entered the huge dragons. It was like adding the finishing touch to a fire dragon, instantly bringing these 500 true dragons to life. Immediately, the 500 true dragons under Shao Chun bared their fangs and claws. They gathered boundless dragon chi and poured it into his body. Using the might of the 500 true dragons, Shao Chun sent out 3 saber strikes. After the 3 saber strikes, all the chains of deities flying at him broke, not a single one remaining. Di-Wuk's strength soared, reaching the 4th heaven Emperor Wu level. However, Shao Chun had undergone a nirvanic rebirth and walked through 9,000 emperors' roads. He was no longer the same as before. Myriad heaven divine fist, eternal myth. Di-Wuk punched again, and a huge image of an ancient deity materialized behind him. Then he punched at Shao Chun. That deity was 3 kilometers tall, and a divine might spread out as if it was real. Shao Chun did not panic. He also executed eternal myth. However, the deity image behind him materialized Shao Chun's true body. They were both eternal myth but took 2 different paths. At this moment, the strong clashed. The instant the 2 clashed, the deity image behind Di-Wuk immediately shattered. Di-Wuk vomited blood and went flying back in disbelief. It looks like you still do not understand. How can there be a deity in this world? Only you are the most real existence. Shao Chun withdrew his hand. Holding the lunar shadow saber, he walked forward step by step. Although Shao Chun had not advanced to martial emperor yet, his aura suppressed Di-Wuk's. Bang, bang, bang. After another 3 moves, Di-Wuk suffered defeat after defeat, each punch severely injuring him. After 3 moves, Shao Chun sent Di-Wuk flying with a kick. He was so injured that he could not get up. What's going on? Shao Chun clearly has not advanced to martial emperor yet. Why is he stronger than Wuk? Emperor Forsaken felt somewhat flustered. He originally thought that Shao Chun seeking trouble for Di-Wuk would just be seeking trouble for himself. He would definitely be taught a ruthless lesson. However, the reality was that Shao Chun completely defeated Di-Wuk, practically hanging him up and beating him up. Pu Ci. Shao Chun, who was advancing, suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood, and his complexion turned incredibly pale. A dense flame burned in his body from the inside out. A strong wind blew, making this flame burn even more ferociously. Shao Chen's emperor's road shattered, and his great tribulation of wind and fire started to rebound. This was a process that every person who failed their tribulation had to go through. If one managed to endure it, they would become a half-step Emperor Wu. If one failed, they would be burned alive. However, Shao Chen's situation was clearly somewhat special. He had taken a path that no one had taken before. Chapter 1390. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 4 figures descended from the sky. Ing Zongtian, the myriad law fiend master, and the other 2 immediately protected Shao Chun. On the other side, Emperor Forsaken also descended, protecting Di-Wuk behind him. The leaders of the 2 sides faced each other. Ing Zongtian looked at Emperor Forsaken and said, "Qitian, it is time to end this farce, right? Do you still want to continue destroying my Haoyan sect?" Emperor Forsaken smiled faintly and said, "There's no need, you already lost." From the moment Shao Chun jumped off the Emperor's road, the result was already decided. Hand over the martial god medallion, and the deity Dao Union cultivators will withdraw immediately. Otherwise, we will not let this matter rest. The vermilion bird Holy Lord stepped forward and said, "Ing Zongtian, This is something that does not belong to you in the first place. It is best not to keep it. Otherwise, today's disaster will happen again. This is all because of your greed. Hurry up and hand over the martial god token. I'm truly ashamed for all of you. In the end, you're only protecting a sinful demon. What's even more laughable is that this demon actually jumped down in the end and destroyed his own future. The three holy masters took turns stepping forward, mocking Ing Zongtian to hand over the martial god medallion. Ing Zongtian's lips curled up in a cold smile. What a joke. I'm greedy? If not for the Thunder King's repeated instructions before he left, I, Ing Zongtian, would not have accepted this hot potato. Let me tell you, the Thunder King begged me to accept the martial god medallion. Since I agreed, I will not let down the Thunder King's instructions. Emperor Forsaken said, in that case, it looks like we cannot come to an agreement. Ing Zongtian, the deity Dao Union will definitely come again half a month from now. At that time, I hope you will continue to be lucky and be able to hold on. Dang, dang, dang. Right at that moment, loud and clear bell tolls suddenly sounded in the world. The bell was resounding and solemn. It had a strange charm as it spread throughout the world. The moment the bell rang, the expressions of the primes present changed drastically. The heaven-abandoning deity sovereign looked into the distance and muttered, Kunlun Mountain's heaven-fixing bell has not rung for more than 10,000 years. What exactly happened? Kunlun Mountain was the center of the entire Kunlun realm. The heaven-fixing bell hung halfway up the mountain. This bell came from the Immortal epoch. Only when something major happened would it ring throughout the Kunlun realm. In fact, it could be pointed out that the bell would only ring when something major happened with the Abyss demons. In the sky, 5 huge phantoms suddenly appeared in the clouds. Each phantoms came from a different race. The god race, the demon race, the ghost race, the human race, and the corpse race. If one carefully sensed the auras of these figures, they would discover that they were all peak 9th heaven martial emperors, only a step away from primes. These 5 old men had lived for a long time. Their eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life. When Ing Zongtian, Emperor Forsaken, and the other primes saw these old men, they all revealed respectful expressions. Clearly, these 5 old men were seniors with extremely high statuses among the various races. The Deep Abyss Demon race is launching an all-out attack on the astral battlefield. Primes of the various races, please hurry to Kunlun Mountain. No one is to be left behind. The 5 old men spoke at the same time. Their voices were resonant, like the sound of the great Tao, ear-splitting. However, what was even more shocking was the news from the old men. The Deep Abyss Demon race was launching an all-out attack on the astral battlefield. All the Emperor Wu and primes felt the gravity of the situation. The astral battlefield was like the Kunlun realm's frontline defense against the Deep Abyss Demon race. Once the Deep Abyss Demon race occupied the astral battlefield and gained a firm foothold, they would break through the barrier of the sky and launch an all-out attack. That would be a disaster. After all, in the previous demonic calamity, the demons used the spatial tears between the 2 realms to come in. Not many people could come in. Hence, no matter what, the astral battlefield had to be defended. In comparison, the conflict before them could be put down. They had to. Indeed, this group of demon monarchs really took advantage of this moment to make a move. Emperor Forsaken snorted coldly and said, "Let's go!" After saying that, Emperor Forsaken ordered the deity Dao Union to retreat, heading for Kunlun Mountain with the Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the heaven-punishing corpse god. The deity Dao Union's army immediately retreated like the receding tide. The 3 holy masters felt dissatisfied. However, before such a situation, no matter how dissatisfied they were, they had no other choice. Ing Zongtian turned his head back to take a look. Xiao Chen, who suffered the rebound of his great tribulation of wind and fire, had already fallen, his fate unknown. Xiao Chen quickly stepped forward and checked Xiao Chen's injuries. After letting go, he frowned heavily. "How is it? Did the little fellow make it through?" The Myriad Law Fiend Master asked in his aged voice, containing some pity and benevolence. Ing Zongtian nodded and replied, "He made it through. He is still breathing. However, I do not know when he will wake up." The hidden injuries in his body are gone. However, he has not condensed an emperor's soul. He probably will not be able to advance to martial emperor in this lifetime. After the cyclic astral lord heard that, he snorted coldly and left without saying anything. The three primes found this somewhat strange. However, they were very familiar with the cyclic astral lord's character and did not find it too strange. I hope that he can accept this blow. Actually, we should have thought of it long ago. Blood rain falling from the sky and the bloody road leading to the sky. These are all ominous signs. We should not have let him step onto the emperor's road from the start. The Fox King said with a drawn-out sigh, his tone laced with worry. Ingzongtian relaxed his frown and said softly, "The affairs of the world are like unpredictable. Shao Chun might have profited from his misfortune. Since ancient times, no one has dared to jump off the emperor's road. I was wondering why he could not jump off. Among us who obediently took the emperor's road, which of us truly surpassed prime? In this era where the martial Tao is in decline, we have to break the rules and not take the usual path. Otherwise, we can only continue down our old path." The Fox King and the Myriad Law Fiend Master exchanged glances and shook their heads slightly. However, they did not agree with what Ingzongtian said. The Myriad Law Fiend Master said, "It is a good thing that he made it through. This little fellow is a person of character. We placed too much of a burden on him. Let him live in peace for a while. It is good to be an ordinary person. It is time for us to go." Right, it is time to go. The three primes stood up one after another and headed for Kunlun Mountain. The Deep Abyss Demon Race's full-scale attack on the astral battlefield had to be discussed together. In the yellow springs of the Ghost Race's hell, where only black and white existed, the headless Kitagarbha Bodhisattva had a head at some point in time. The Kitagarbha Bodhisattva slowly closed his eyes and muttered to himself, "How unfortunate! How unfortunate!" He actually jumped down at the crucial step. Otherwise, he would be covered in sin. After this Bodhisattva refined him, he would be able to charge out of this abandoned land. As the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva spoke, the countless aggrieved spirits in the sea of bitterness made signs of conversion. They turned into beams of white light and rushed into the joint between the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's head and neck. There was a huge wound there. Blood spurted out like a fountain. The white light flew out continuously, looking like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. However, no matter what, that horrifying wound still healed at a slow pace that the naked eye could not keep up with. Outside Meteor Trail City, after all the primes left, Chu Chaoyun and Lung Yu cautiously came out of a void tear. Chu Chaoyun said indifferently, "Now, do you know why I did not let you make a move?" However, Lung Yu ignored Chu Chaoyun's words. She said softly, "If it were me, would he have jumped down without a care for anything?" When Chu Chaoyun heard that, he could not help smiling bitterly. At this moment, the demon monarch Lung Yu was actually considering this question. Whoosh! The various holy lords of the heavenly starry ocean descended from the sky and looked at the unconscious Shao Chun. Their expressions were complicated as they sighed, shook their heads, and left alone. The many Emperor Wus landed and took a look. Then, they ignored him and left. No matter how strong Shao Chun was, even if he defeated Diwuk, he was just SOSO in the eyes of the crowd. There was no more room for improvement. Furthermore, after Diwuk stabilized his cultivation and advanced step by step, he would only leave Shao Chun further behind. Furthermore, as the various outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm cleared their great tribulations of wind and fire and achieved their positions, there would be no more people who could surpass Shao Chun. People who surpassed Shao Chun would appear endlessly. The legend of the Azure Dragon King would no longer exist. Many people came and left without the slightest bit of reluctance. Only the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea picked up the unconscious Shao Chun without saying a word after they landed, preparing to send him back to Heavenly Star Island. Just like when one drank water, only one knew whether it was warm or cold. Only at this moment could one see who one's true friends were. Chapter 1391. The affairs of the world were like a game of chess, unpredictable. 5 years had passed since Blue Dragon King Shao Chen's startling leap during his great tribulation of wind and fire, which shook the Kunlun realm. In the long years of the Kunlun realm's cultivators, 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Some cultivators might even spend 5 years in closed-door cultivation. The world would not change too much in 5 years, as 5 years was too short. While 5 years was short, it could be very long. This was because in the past 5 years, the Kunlun continent had been surging like a storm. The city walls changed and the various outstanding talents took the stage. It was very bustling. Earlier, Diwuk ascended to the martial emperor position and advanced rapidly, cultivating to the 6th heaven in one go before Emperor Wu stopped and led the outstanding talents. Then, the outstanding talents of the various races advanced to martial emperor one after another. All sorts of legendary emperors' paths appeared, chasing after Diwuk. There were even some outstanding talents who were not inferior to Diwuk's. Once they advanced to martial emperor, they became like a fish leaping over the dragon gate. There were also several people who had been unknown before they advanced to martial emperor, people no one had heard of. After they advanced to martial emperor, they shone brightly, their luck overturning, flabbergasting everyone. The golden age of the martial epoch, which was celebrated 20 years ago, finally arrived 5 years later. The great age of the various races competing and the stars shining had arrived. Even Diwuk did not have absolute strength in this age. When the age of geniuses arrived, there would be a great calamity. The prophecies of the predecessors were right. After that intense battle 5 years ago, the astral battlefield still fell. The Kunlun realm lost its front lines to defend against the demons. Fortunately, that battle allowed the deep abyss demon races to see the hidden trump cards of the Kunlun realm. Although they took the astral battlefield, they suffered heavy losses and did not dare to launch an all-out attack. Now, one should not be surprised to see demon cultivators in the Kunlun realm. They were simply too ordinary. With the astral battlefield as the front line, it was too easy for the demon experts to come to the Kunlun realm. The major characters could not do anything about it. As long as the demons did not launch a large-scale attack, the primes would not care about these scattered demon cultivators. It was a prosperous era, but it was also a chaotic era. This was the best era. Outstanding talents of the various races emerged one after another. Stunning enchanted treasures continuously appeared in the various forbidden lands. This was also the worst era. The abyss demons had the upper hand, and the shadow of the 10,000-year demonic calamity was like a sharp sword hanging over their heads. The Kunlun realm and the demonic world could erupt into an all-out war at any time. There was no winning or losing in this battle, only life and death. Once they were defeated, the blow it would bring to both sides would be the most tragic disaster. As for the Blue Dragon King Shao Chen, there were countless rumors about him in the beginning. It was said that he was burned to death by the backlash of the wind and fire tribulation, and not even his bones were left. It was also said that he was lucky to survive, but he was stuck at the half-step Emperor Wu for the rest of his life, and his cultivation had fallen by half. There were also those who said that his cultivation had been completely crippled, and that he was now just an ordinary person. There were all sorts of theories, but as time passed and the Golden Age descended, the Blue Dragon King Shao Chun, who had not shown his face for a long time, was gradually forgotten by the world. After the various outstanding talents advanced to martial emperor, they all became famous. They had already forgotten about that legendary person from 3 years ago. How long was 5 years? How short was 5 years? In these 5 years, the world had changed too much. Heavenly Starry Ocean, Western Sea, Heavenly Star Island, Heaven Dragon City. After 5 years, the construction of the Heaven Dragon City was completed. The city walls were even taller and more majestic. It was bustling with activity. It did not decline because of Blue Dragon King Shao Chun. Instead, it was developing better and better. Compared to Bright Moon City, it was not the least bit inferior. However, the ones who left the deepest impression on this city in the Heavenly Starry Ocean were City Lord Emo-chan and the group of dazzling Vice City Lords. 2 years ago, Emo-chan successfully cleared her great tribulation of wind and fire and ascended to the martial emperor position. On that day, a mysterious phenomenon descended from the sky. Blazing flames spread throughout the sky. The 9,000 Holy Fire Emperor's roads were no weaker than Diwuk's 9-colored Emperor's road. When she took off her veil, everyone gasped in surprise. The half-veiled city Lord Emochun was actually a stunning beauty. She was no less beautiful than Yu Bingyun, each with their own charm. Although the Blue Dragon King did not advance to Martial Emperor after Emochun, his old friends Yu Chenxi, Gongyangyu, Lan Tianji, Yu Yu, and the other Dragon's Gate elders all succeeded in clearing their tribulations. There was also the former Lunar Palace's holy daughter, who stayed in Heaven Dragon City. The two great beauties of the Kunlun realm gathered in Heaven Dragon City. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. Under the lead of this group of good friends and confidants, the Dragon's Gate even showed signs of becoming the center of the entire oceanic world. Be it the various holy lands of the heavenly starry ocean or the peak sects of the Dark Sea, the Storm Sea or the Ice Sea, they all had branches stationed in Heaven Dragon City. Heavenly Star Island was still the same island from back then. Heaven Dragon City was still the same city from back then. However, no one mentioned the name of the Blue Dragon King Shao Chun for a long time already. On this particular day, in the most bustling hall on the first floor of an inn in Heaven Dragon City, many cultivators intensely discussed the recent major events. Have you heard? Not long ago, the Zodiac Hall's holy son, Chu Yang, fought against 3 demon outstanding talents in the heart of the ocean. Despite fighting against 3 alone, he still managed to kill them easily. He really brought honor to our heavenly starry ocean. After the holy son Chu Yang advanced to Martial Emperor, he grew stronger as he fought. I heard that he is already a 5th Heaven Martial Emperor. This golden age is really regrettable. All these outstanding talents underwent at least 2 heavenly tribulations when they pushed open their emperor's door. Furthermore, all of them have overwhelming luck, and their cultivations soar to a frightening level. 1 year is equivalent to 10 or 20 years of the older generation's bitter cultivation. There is nothing to be regretful about. This is a golden age, and the heavenly Tao favors them. Everything is possible. If these outstanding talents did not have such strength, how could they compete with the royal clan outstanding talents of the demonic world? That's true. The demon cultivators have become increasingly arrogant in the past few years. They even dare to openly kill people in the Kunlun realm. This has been the case since ancient times. The most glorious age is usually accompanied by the most chaotic age. If the world is not chaotic, how can there be outstanding talents? That's right. It is just that we do not have good luck. Otherwise, we would be able to slaughter demons in this chaotic age and gain fame. Everyone in the hall discussed the glorious deeds of the holy son Chu Yang and the increasing number of demon cultivators in the Kunlun realm. When the topic shifted to the demon cultivators, the discussions in the hall immediately reached a climax. Now, everyone's expression changed at the mention of demons. In the past, they only heard of demon cultivators in legends. They were practically everywhere in the various forbidden lands. Occasionally, news of demon experts killing or humiliating Kunlun realm cultivators would spread out. When mentioning the demons, the cultivators of the various races of the Kunlun realm would put aside their grudges and work together against a common enemy. For Chu Yang to be able to kill 3 demon experts so easily, it had to be said that this helped this group of ordinary cultivators vent a lot of resentment. Humph! Just as everyone's discussion reached its peak, a person walked over from the corridor. He snorted coldly, and a cold intent spread out from his body. Along with the chill, there was also a terrifying demonic aura on this person's body. For a moment, the lively hall suddenly became silent. No one said another word. When one looked carefully, there was a purple mark on this person's forehead. This was the mark of the royal clan of the demonic world. The cultivators in the hall immediately felt their hearts sink. No one had expected that a demonic world royal clan expert was actually staying in this inn. This person slowly walked down. As he looked at the silent hall, a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. The ignorant are innocent. Only a bunch of trash like you would dare to spout such arrogant words. Even if the so-called holy scions of your heavenly starry ocean stood before me, Feng Zi, they would not dare to say such things. Bunch of trash. Feng Zi, it's him, the outstanding talent of the royal clan of the deep abyss demonic world's wind demon monarch bloodline. In the past few years, he has killed several Emperor Wu of our Kunlun realm. Even the Heavenly Province Academy's holy science lost to him. We are in big trouble. How did we offend such a god of calamity? When the cultivators in the hall heard Feng Zi's name, they immediately muttered to themselves. They no longer dared to raise their heads to size up this person lest they invite trouble. Feng Zi, what a familiar name. I remember now. There was such a person who visited the Dragon Gate 3 times, wanting to fight the Blue Dragon King Shao Chun to wash away the humiliation from back then. In the end, he never got to see the Blue Dragon King. Instead, he got defeated by the Heaven Dragon City's city lord. What's wrong? Are you here to slap someone's face again? Just at this moment, a lazy voice came from the second floor, sounding extremely untimely. Chapter 1392. The atmosphere in the inn instantly turned even colder because of these words. Feng Zi suddenly looked up and saw a man holding a wine cup on the second floor. There was a saber casually placed at the side of the table, looking at Feng Zi with a nonchalant smile. The Northern Sea Alliance's young alliance chief, Yi Chun. Upon seeing this person's appearance, someone immediately recognized him. This was Yi Chun, one of the most influential people in the heavenly starry ocean in recent years. He advanced to Martial Emperor very early. The instant he pushed open the Emperor's door, he underwent 3 lightning tribulations. Now that 3 years had passed, he was already a 4th Heaven Martial Emperor, Emperor Wu. Furthermore, he was a peak bladesman, possessing incredible combat prowess. Do you wish to die? Feng Zi asked in an incredibly cold voice, his tone filled with murderous intent. Yi Chen's lips curled up in a faint smile. Others might be afraid of you, but I, Yi Chun, am not afraid of the demonic world royal clan disciples. Could it be that what I said was not the truth? Furthermore, among the royal clan disciples, you, Feng Zi, are just at the bottom, right? Whoosh! Right after Feng Zi spoke, a purple wind blew at him at lightning speed. Bang! 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 Everywhere the purple wind passed, the bowls and plates on the table all shattered into powder. The strong wind was like a saber, and several bloody wounds appeared on the faces of the cultivators at the tables. What fast speed! This speed was frighteningly fast. Startled cries rang out in the hall. Good timing! Yi Chun laughed loudly and ferociously smacked the table with his palm. Pa! The table shattered into thousands of pieces. The pieces were like sabers densely flying at Yi Chun. Ding! Ding! Dang! Dang! The purple wind drifted among the shattered pieces, giving off metallic clangs like a real saber clashing with a real sword. Strong energy shot out, and saber intent swept out, looking incredibly berserk. Only now did the spectating cultivators realize that every piece of the table contained Yi Chen's unparalleled saber intent. Thousands upon thousands of pieces, every piece was a killing move. While this looked like a simple clash, killing intent filled the place. It was extremely dangerous. If one was not careful, one would lose immediately. Feng Zi was truly incredible. In merely 2 breaths, he shattered all the pieces containing saber intent. This place is too small. Let's go out and fight. I can't stand the arrogance of the demon race. Yi Chun laughed loudly and soared into the air while holding his saber. His body nimbly passed through the window of the inn. Whoosh! Feng Zi moved like a shadow. His body could not be seen at all. Only a shadow could be seen following him. Let's go, let's go. The North Sea Alliance's young alliance master is going to fight the demon world's royalties elites. We must take a good look. The crowded hall immediately emptied. Several cultivators took the opportunity to slip away without paying their bills. This angered the owner of the restaurant, causing him to curse incessantly. On the bustling street, Yi Chun and Feng Zi, 2 fearless people, started fighting. Unfortunately, their strengths were about the same. In a short period of time, no one could defeat the other. Feng Zi's advantage lay in his incredible speed, catching others off guard. Even his shadow could not be seen clearly. As for Yi Chun, he skillfully executed his saber domain and forced Feng Zi to slow down. Xiao Chen's martial techniques were also very large. When he swung his saber, he could sweep a large area. Since Yi Chun could not see his opponent's position, he might as well go wild. All he needed to do was figure out his opponent's general position. Now that the two were evenly matched, they fought to their heart's content. However, this made things difficult for the peddlers and passers-by. Ha ha ha. Feng Zi, you are just like this. No wonder you embarrass yourself. 3 times you visit the Dragon's Gate and get slapped in the face 3 times. When Yi Chen spoke, he did not hold back at all. He did not give Feng Zi any face at all, continuously provoking Feng Zi. Feng Zi felt very sullen. Several times, he could not help wanting to execute the innate martial technique of the royal clan. If this continues, when will it end? We can't do business anymore. Why are the Dragon's Gate's law enforcement team not here yet? What's the point of coming? These two are major characters with significant backgrounds. Even the older generation Emperor Wu could not suppress them. If not for the restrictions in the city, these two would have torn down half the street already. The spectators enjoyed watching. However, the peddlers complained endlessly, feeling incredibly depressed. Fighting is prohibited in Heaven Dragon City. If anyone is dissatisfied, they will be dealt with according to the Dragon's Gate's rules. Just at this moment, a clear voice came from the distance, containing an unquestionable might. The City Lord is here. The City Lord is finally here. This is great. Upon hearing this voice, someone immediately cheered in joy. Some of the cultivators watching the excitement quickly shifted their gazes in the direction of the voice. They wanted to see how beautiful this legendary beautiful City Lord was. The two who were in an intense fight were not willing to stop, so they ignored this voice. Bang! A flame as bright as the sun directly landed between Yi Chen and Feng Zi. A loud sound rang out, and the flame exploded. The strong explosion forcibly interrupted Yi Chen and Feng Zi's fight. It was not over yet. The instant the light exploded, a vague white figure flickered and sent out 2 palm strikes. Yi Chen and Feng Zi executed their various moves, but the 2 palm strikes still struck them. Blood leaked out of a corner of their lips as they went flying. Hee. Elder sister Mo Chen, after not seeing you for 2 years, you have become even more powerful. Yi Chen wiped off the blood from his lips and watched as the flame scattered. The radiant Mo Chen, who looked like a fairy descending to the mortal realm, looked like she did not care. As for Feng Zi, this palm strike calmed him down, so he regulated his breathing and treated his injuries. How beautiful! No wonder the Blue Dragon King was willing to jump off his emperor's road for her. If it were me, I would jump as well. Scram. Not everyone is worthy of City Lord Mo's protection. Furthermore, back then, the Blue Dragon King did not jump off his emperor's road just for the City Lord. Tisk! Why is there a need to be so loyal? If it were me, I would not jump. If not, I would not be in such a miserable state now. Even my name is nearly forgotten. That's true. Raging to the sky and dyeing it red, it looks like he is loyal. However, he let down so many Holy Lord Kings and the group of Emperor Wu Kings who died while protecting him. That jump was very shocking. Even after 5 years, the Blue Dragon King's name was nearly forgotten. However, on his Emperor's road, Xiao Chen's final move was still unavoidable. After removing her veil, Mo Chen was so beautiful that no one dared to look at her directly. Her title as the top beauty of the Cloud Sea domain back then was not false at all. Now that she advanced to Martial Emperor, she looked even more elegant. She gave off an inviolable feeling of holiness and holiness. Feng Zi, what are you doing here? Mo Chen shouted coldly with a frown as she looked at Feng Zi. Feng Zi replied indifferently, I'm here to look for Xiao Chen. In the Sky Dome realm, I swore to fight him again after I advanced to Martial Emperor. Mo Chen turned her head and asked Yi Chen, What about you? Yi Chen giggled and said, What a coincidence. I'm here to look for brother Xiao Chen as well. Mo Chen said calmly, I already said that big brother Xiao Chen is not in Heaven Dragon City. 3 years ago, after I advanced to Martial Emperor, I left and have not returned yet. I, Feng Zi, will not give up until I see Xiao Chen's people. I will definitely come to visit again 1 year from now. After saying that, Feng Zi turned into a strong wind and left, disappearing without a trace. After the crowd dispersed, Yi-chan and Emo-chan rushed to the city lord's residence. Yi-chan asked seriously, "City Lord Emo, there are no outsiders here now. Tell me where Brother Xiao-chan is. I have something to discuss with him." When Emo-chan heard this, a complicated expression appeared on her pretty face. After a while, she sighed softly. "I don't know where he is either. Before he left, he only said one thing to me." "What did he say?" Yi-chan asked out of curiosity. "After he finds his Tao, he will appear on his own." "He told us not to worry," Emo-chan replied softly. She could still remember the scene of their parting that day. She had seen her take off her veil with her own eyes. After 2 years of silence, Xiao-chun revealed a rare smile and spoke. It was rare for him to speak, but the moment he did, it was a parting. Emo-chan thought that if not for wanting to see her advance to martial emperor, Xiao-chun would have left long ago. However, 3 years passed in a flash, and there was still no news of Xiao-chun. Did he not return because he had not found his Tao? Chapter 1393. Where was Xiao-chun? What was his Tao? No one knew, and few paid attention to him, aside from his close friends. In this day and age, who would remember the unparalleled Blue Dragon King from 5 years ago, the one who suppressed the entire Kunlun realm's younger generation to the point that they could not even raise their heads? In the vast Tianwu domain of the Kunlun continent, there were 18 provinces in the south alone. Just one province was as large as the entire Great Qin nation of the Sky Dome realm. The original Supreme Sky Province was the most prosperous province among the 18 provinces in the south. However, the war between the deity Dao Union and the Haotian sect turned this Haotian province into a barren land. After the war, many mountains and rivers changed. The tall mountains were flattened, the cities turned into desolate plains, and the plains turned into deserts. There were also many aggrieved spirits of those who died in the war lingering in this wasteland. No matter how one looked at it, this place was no longer suitable for long-term habitation. After the war, Ingzongtian used his supreme strength to make the entire Haotian city soar into the sky, moving the entire sect away from the Haotian province. This wasteland had not been inhabited for a long time, turning even more desolate. The original Meteor Trail city was now a graveyard, burying a large number of Emperor Wu's, an even larger number of blue-robed emperors and martial sages. All of the 5 major races, the humans, the fiend race, the ghost race, the corpse race, and the deity race, had left countless corpses here. Now, this was the only place in the entire Haotian province that had any human activity. Often, the relatives, friends, and disciples of the dead would come to pay their respects. The sky above Meteor Trail City was always scarlet, and the light was dim. Occasionally, a flock of blood crows flew in the sky. Rumor had it that they were formed by the sins of the Blue Dragon King, Xiao-chun. If one wanted to pay their respects here, one had to be careful. These blood crows were extremely dangerous. Even the greater heavenly Emperor Wu would find it hard to escape if he got entangled by them. There was even an extremely horrifying example of the greater heavenly Emperor Wu being eaten alive by the blood crows. On this particular day, a group of human cultivators came to Meteor Trail City with offerings. There were 3 men and 2 women. Other than the leader, who was a lesser celestial Emperor Wu, the strongest among the 4 was only a blue-robed emperor. "Brother Feng, a large flock of blood crows just flew past. We have 4 hours to pay our respects to Master." A skinny man, who had gone to scout the situation, came back with agility and said to the leader. His face was still a little childish. The man in the lead was called Ling Feng. He had a handsome appearance and appeared to be in his 30s. At such a young age, he had already reached the cultivation of Emperor Wu at the first layer of heaven. He should be a rising star of the Golden Age. There were many similar rising stars in this Golden Age. Before they became martial emperors, they were unknown. After they became martial emperors, they shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. "Brother Feng, can we go in now?" A girl said with tears in her eyes. "Today is my father's death anniversary. It's getting dark. I don't want to miss it." The other companions all looked at Ling Feng as well. Clearly, they all saw him as their leader. Ling Feng did not say anything as he stood on the rubble. He casually picked up his saber and looked to the west. In that extremely distant sky, The setting sun could be vaguely seen under the blood clouds. Let's wait a little longer. Recently, demon cultivators have been coming to kill blood crows. It will not be good if we run into them. Although Ling Feng was young, he was unusually calm. Little Six, go and take a look around. Remember to be careful. Right, I'll listen to Brother Feng. Little Six giggled and left in a flash. Brother Feng, with your strength, there is no need for you to fear those demon cultivators. Even the third heaven Emperor Wu is not a match for you. No matter how many demon cultivators come, they will all die. Indeed, even the outstanding talent of our Tianwu domain by Wuxia said that you are the most talented bladesman in the Tianwu domain, no weaker than the Saber Sovereign's descendant. However, Ling Feng's companions did not think so. They were very confident in Ling Feng's strength. Ling Feng smiled and did not say anything. He had seen true experts before and knew the difference between himself and those older generation bladesmen. Ling Feng would not belittle his talent or look down on himself. He would not be arrogant or overestimate himself. As for the demon cultivators, as long as they were not from the demonic world's royal clan, Ling Feng would not fear them. It was better to be safe than sorry. It was best to be more cautious when dealing with things. 1 hour later, when the sky was about to turn completely dark, Little Six returned and did not see any demon cultivators. Ling Feng took the lead and said decisively, "Let's go. We only have 1 hour. Let's be fast." No, there is still 1 hour before the blood crows arrive, right? Be careful. I feel that something is wrong. Ling Feng did not turn his head back or explain too much. After a while, Ling Feng stopped and looked to the front in a daze. A shocking graveyard lay in front. In the dim light, many tombstones stood erect in the strong wind. The scarlet clouds in the sky covered all the tombstones with a faint scarlet light. From a distance, it looked like many bloody graves erected in the rubble. When the wind blew, it brought with it a cold and desolate feeling. One could even vaguely hear the anguished wails of aggrieved spirits hidden in the wind. The group walked forward and strolled through the graveyard. The funeral inscriptions on the tombstones were very startling. The grave of my father, Lu Shui. At the invitation of his good friend, the Supreme Sky Prime, he came to protect the Supreme Sky Sect and died protecting Shao Chun. My master, Dongfang Jing, died protecting Shao Chun at the invitation of his good friend, the Haoyan Prime. Uncle, Bai Wu, died protecting Shao Chun. The deity Dao Union's Zhang Feng and the Sixth Heaven Emperor Wu died in the chaotic battle because of Shao Chen's tribulation. Died protecting Shao Chun. Died protecting Shao Chun in the chaotic battle because of Shao Chen's tribulation. Shao Chen. Shao Chen. Every tombstone had the words Shao Chun written in fresh blood. Fresh blood represented inauspiciousness, hatred, and rage. Hatred, inauspiciousness, and rage seemed to be the silent criticism of Shao Chun from the cultivators buried here. Although this was not Ling Feng's first time here, he was still shocked. He found it hard to imagine that so many Emperor Wu would die because of one person. It was even harder to imagine that when only one step remained on the Emperor's road, the Blue Dragon King, who was like the sun in the sky back then, would jump off the Emperor's road without a care for his own safety. What kind of person was that? We have arrived at Master's grave. The group stopped before a grave. The tombstone had the words, "Grave of my father, Lu Yuan. He died protecting Shao Chun." When the girl beside Ling Feng saw the tombstone, she could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes. The others here were all disciples of the tombstone's master. They all felt incredibly heavy, finding it hard to control themselves. Master's death was not worth it. He died protecting a heartless person. Even if it was just pushing open the Emperor's door, he would not have let down Master's kind intentions. However, this person jumped off at the last step. Clearly, the disciples of the deceased hated Shao Chun so much that they were not even willing to mention his name. Ling Feng frowned heavily and looked around. Then he said, "Time's up. We have to go. Elder brother Feng, let me accompany father for a while longer." The deceased's daughter, Lu Yun, pleaded as she looked at Ling Feng. Ling Feng could not bear to look at the girl's gaze. He sighed and said, "Stay a while longer then." 15 minutes later, the group finished paying their respects. Just as they were about to leave, the cause of crows rang out in the sky. Blood crows. The expressions of the five changed at the same time. Why were there blood crows flying over at this moment? Ling Feng squinted and looked up. Indeed, as he expected, there was a man chasing after 4 or 5 blood crows, laughing maniacally. As the man got closer, the demonic chi on his body became increasingly obvious. This was a demonic world blood demon cultivator. Pu Ci. A scarlet light shot out and pierced through the bodies of the 5 blood crows. Strands of sin spread out and poured into the blood demon's body, which he calmly refined. That's great. After refining some more sin, my blood fiend art will advance to the next layer. The blood demon laughed maniacally. Suddenly, his gaze swept around and landed on Ling Feng's group. Ling Feng also happened to see the purple mark on this person's forehead. His heart immediately sank. A demonic world royal clan disciple. Chapter 1394. What a coincidence. I have been here for half a year, but this is my first time seeing a human cultivator. I wonder what your blood tastes like. The blood demon revealed a cruel smile as he turned into a beam of scarlet light and charged at Ling Feng. In his opinion, of the 5 people here, only Ling Feng posed a threat. However, it was just a little. Ling Feng was just a first heaven Emperor Wu. Who knew how many he had killed? Let's go. I'll block him first. With one glance, Ling Feng could tell that he was not a match for this person. Their cultivations were 2 grades lower. The other party was a third heaven Emperor Wu. Furthermore, he was a demonic world royal clan genius. His talent was definitely not low. In a situation where one's talent and aptitude were equal, cultivation became the only standard to compare one's battle prowess. Ling Feng was confident of fighting to a draw. If the other party was 2 grades higher, he could only last 100 moves at most. However, if these junior brothers and sisters could escape far enough, he would be able to retreat after enduring 50 moves. Ling Feng drew his saber. As the scarlet light shot out, he swung his saber. A surging saber intent spread out on his saber, kicking up a boundless wind. This saber strike was incredibly berserk, materializing the mysterious phenomenon of a storm. 9 scarlet storms appeared in the sky behind Ling Feng. Bang! The scarlet light scattered, and the blood demon revealed himself. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. The blood demon flew up and landed on a tombstone. Shock flashed in his eyes. There's no need to leave. This demon is not a match for elder brother Feng. Upon seeing this scene, Ling Feng's junior brothers and sisters rejoiced. They thought that Ling Feng had injured the blood demon, so they turned around and charged over. Come back! This scene frightened Ling Feng badly. He anxiously shouted at the top of his lungs. Ling Feng had already used 70% of his strength, but he only barely managed to push back a casual move. The difference was clear. However, these junior brothers and sisters were too discerning and could not tell. Interesting. How lucky. To think that I met a human outstanding talent. Your blood is probably very delicious. It can even help me advance further. The blood demon on the tombstone did not even look at the people flying towards him. Then he casually grabbed with both hands. Pu Ci. The 2 people flying towards him immediately got their chests pierced through. Both of their eyes were wide open, and their faces were twisted in pain. They died with everlasting regret. Xiao Chun loosened his grip, and the 2 of them fell to the ground with a loud thud, no longer breathing. The other 3 turned pale with fright and flew in different directions. The blood tribe man didn't care about them anymore. He only had Ling Feng in his eyes. There was a wild glint in his eyes, like an animal looking at its prey, flickering with a cold glint. Still not leaving? Are you trying to create time for your companions to leave? If that's the case, then you're too confident. 5 moves from me is your limit. The man from the blood tribe sneered as a blood-colored longsword appeared in his hand. When the sword was unsheathed, a blood-colored sword radiance filled the air and buzzed. Rumble. Along the way, the tombstones exploded. Corpses and bones flew everywhere in the air, creating a mess. The blood tribe man transformed into a streak of crimson light and flew over with his sword. This sword strike was simple and crude, using his advantage in speed and strength to stab at Ling Feng's heart. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Ling Feng held his saber horizontally in front of his chest, and with a clang he was sent flying. His arm went numb and he almost dropped his saber. When he looked at the blood tribe man again, a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Not bad. You took a strike with 60% of my strength, and your saber still hasn't dropped. If you reach my level of cultivation with your talent, I might not be your match. The blood tribe man said calmly with a long sword in his hand. Whoosh! Ling Feng recognized the situation and tragically discovered that he had underestimated this person's strength. Determination flashed in his eyes as he turned around and left. Do you think you can escape? The blood tribe man's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery as he followed unhurriedly. Of the two, one was chasing and the other was fleeing. The vampire was completely toying with Ling Feng. Just when he was given a sliver of hope, it would be ruthlessly extinguished. In less than an hour, Ling Feng was already covered in cuts and bruises. He was exhausted both physically and mentally, and he was in an extremely sorry state. Ha ha ha! Don't run anymore. Obediently become my food, and I will let you die without any pain. The blood tribe man laughed uncontrollably with a malevolent expression. In this boundless graveyard, he looked exceptionally terrifying. Damn it! Damn it, if I had another year, I wouldn't have to be in such a hurry. Ling Feng vomited a mouthful of blood. As he looked at this boundless graveyard, he felt despair. He had just advanced to martial emperor. His glory had just begun. In this golden age, he still had to stand out. Was he really going to die here? Where am I? In his panic, Ling Feng suddenly felt his entire body tremble as a chill swept through him. He turned his head and saw a pair of scarlet lights flickering above the graves for 50 kilometers around him. They looked like blood crows. Startled awake, Ling Feng nearly fell to the ground in fright. Those flickering scarlet lights were the eyes of the blood crows. Pairs of eyes, thousands of them, were all staring at him. Chapter 1395. This saber strike truly shocked Ling Feng, a bladesman of the younger generation. He had never seen such a magnificent saber light in his life. The scene of 10,000 crows soaring and the saber light lighting up the entire space was unforgettable. The sound of the horse moving along with the war chariot slowly startled Ling Feng awake. Then, he shouted in the chariot, "Senior, will you tell me your great name? This junior is Ling Feng, also a bladesman." The war chariot gave off the melodious sound of wind chimes as it sped along, showing no intention of stopping. Ling Feng wanted to continue chasing, but an invisible force blocked him. "I cannot remain here for too long. If fate permits, we will meet again." A sentence came from the war chariot, pleasantly surprising Ling Feng. Ling Feng shouted, "Senior, remember my name. I am Ling Feng." After a while, Ling Feng understood why the senior on the war chariot said that he could not remain here for long. He saw densely packed blood crows flying out from all directions, in the sky and on the ground. They formed flocks and flapped their wings, chasing after the war chariot with all their might. It looked like a thick blood cloud that was trying to swallow the war chariot alive. Buzz! Suddenly, Ling Feng felt the sky move. When he looked up, he was horrified to discover that the blood clouds for 500,000 kilometers above Meteor Trail City condensed continuously, turning into an incredibly horrifying blood crow that also chased after the war chariot. The scene before Ling Feng frightened him silly. He muttered to himself, "What exactly is the background of this blue dragon king, Xiao Chan? To think that he is so sinful. Oh no, I wonder if my junior brothers and sisters managed to escape." Thinking of this, Ling Feng quickly executed his movement technique and weaved through the graves, leaving Meteor Trail City at lightning speed. After Ling Feng left the city, he saw his 3 junior brothers and sisters anxiously waiting for him in the distance. He pushed off the ground and descended. "Elder brother Feng, you are fine. That's great. Did brother Feng kill that demon cultivator?" Xiao Chen's junior brothers and sisters asked one after another. Ling Feng shook his head and said, "That demon is a royal disciple of the blood demon monarch's bloodline. His cultivation is much higher than mine. I can't kill him." "Doesn't that mean he is not dead yet? We have to leave quickly." "No need, he's already dead." Ling Feng then told them what he had seen in the Endless Tomb. The scene was still fresh in his memory. Even now, his heart still pounded when he talked about it. "It's the shadowless saber sovereign." "Elder brother Feng, you were talking about the shadowless saber sovereign. How unfortunate. If we had known that the shadowless saber sovereign was here, junior brother Zhang and junior brother Lu would not have to die." When the three of them heard Ling Feng's explanation, they quickly replied. Ling Feng quickly asked, "Do you know this senior?" The pretty Lu Yun said, "Of course we do. Elder brother Feng, you have been in closed-door cultivation for the past few years, preparing to undergo your great tribulation of wind and fire. You just came out not long after advancing to martial emperor, so you might not know. However, we have long heard of the shadowless saber sovereign's name." Ling Feng was somewhat agitated, losing most of his usual composure. "Quick, tell me, who exactly is this senior?" "This shadowless saber sovereign is also someone who suddenly appeared in this golden age. About 3 years ago, a bladesman riding a black war chariot roamed the 5 domains of the Kunlun realm, challenging the famous bladesmen of the various races. No matter how strong they were, as long as they were a slightly famous bladesman, he would pay them a visit. Because this mysterious person never got off the war chariot, he only controlled his saber from a distance and fought with others. No one had seen his true appearance, so he was called the Shadowless Saber Sovereign. Later, his reputation grew. Controlling his saber from a distance, he fought to a draw with a 6th Heaven Emperor Wu Bladesman. Thus, the name Shadowless Saber Sovereign was well deserved. After that, one could become a sovereign martial emperor. Although this person was at the bottom of sovereign martial emperors, he was still a bona fide sovereign martial emperor. Just by controlling his saber from a distance, this senior could fight to a draw with a 6th Heaven martial emperor. The title of Shadowless Saber Sovereign was indeed well deserved, not false at all. Ling Feng thought to himself. Furthermore, he had seen that saber strike earlier. Now, he had a rough understanding of this mysterious Shadowless Saber Sovereign's strength. Speaking of which, he is so strong. Why would he fight with some bladesmen with lower cultivations? Is he not afraid of lowering his status? Ling Feng asked, feeling somewhat suspicious. Bladesmen all had their pride. Bullying the weak was very shameless. Lu Yun smiled and said, "Elder brother Feng, you don't know this. This Shadowless Saber Sovereign is very low profile and humble. Even if Xiao Chun met a bladesman with a much lower cultivation than him, he would show sufficient respect and courtesy. In his opinion, as long as any bladesman has something unique about them, they are worthy of his admiration. Several bladesmen are eager to fight with this person. Every bladesman who fights with the Shadowless Saber Sovereign will comprehend many things." Ling Feng's eyes lit up. His mind felt like it was filled with wisdom. He felt like he could see many things clearly. After a long time, Ling Feng sighed. "This is a true Saber Sovereign. I am still far from it." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just at this moment, 3 figures flew over from the distance. The leader wore snow-white clothes, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. From head to toe, he exuded a cold aura from his bones. However, his clear eyes were as calm as still water, neutralizing this bone-chilling and arrogant aura. He did not give off a feeling of pushing people away. Cold arrogance and gentleness were perfectly reflected in this person. The 2 people on his left and right had extraordinary auras as well. If there were people in the Tianwu domain who came earlier, they would immediately recognize these 2. One was the top bladesman of the 18 southern provinces, Feng Xingxing. The other was Shimen Bao, one of the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain. "Big Brother Bai is here," Lu Yun exclaimed in pleasant surprise. "I was afraid that something would happen to you in Meteor Trail City. After we came out, we lit up the smoke talisman that Big Brother Bai gave us." The Big Brother Bai that Lu Yun mentioned was Bai Ruxue. Ling Feng also admired this person from the bottom of his heart. During the Golden Age, the three holy masters of the human race sided with the deity race. Because of the Blue Dragon King Shao Chen's matter, Shui Lingling was in closed-door cultivation, and Juanxi had gone to the distant starry heavens and had not returned yet. In this great age, there was not a single outstanding talent of the Tianwu domain that could truly hold the fort. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, Bai Wuxia stood out. Because of the battle between the Blue Dragon King and the White Bone Sovereign's descendant, when he was in his prime, he chose to retire and enter closed-door cultivation. This closed-door cultivation lasted for 8 years. When Bai Wuxia came out, the Golden Age had arrived. Amid the chaotic times, he stepped onto his emperor's road and successfully cleared his great tribulation of wind and fire. On that day, white snow drifted down, and ice sealed the land for 500,000 kilometers. 9,000 ice steps paved a heavenly ice emperor's road. The instant Bai Wuxia pushed open the emperor's door, he unleashed his accumulations and underwent 3 consecutive lightning tribulations. From then on, Bai Wuxia rose rapidly, becoming the leader of the Tianwu domain's younger generation. Now, he was already a 6th heaven martial emperor. He was no weaker than Diwuk. Under Bai Wuxia's leadership, the outstanding talents of the Tianwu domain united and formed the Water-Moon Alliance to communicate and fight against the increasing number of demons in the Kunlun realm. After Ling Feng advanced to martial emperor, he also joined the Water-Moon Alliance. The smoke talisman was the signal that the members of the Water-Moon Alliance would use when they met with danger. Due to the 500,000 kilometers of scarlet clouds covering Meteor Trail City, outsiders would not be able to see the smoke talisman after it was lit. This was why Lu Yun and the others lit the smoke talisman after they left the city. "Big Brother Bai, to think that you personally rushed over," Ling Feng said as he stepped forward and performed a cupped fist salute. Bai Wuxia smiled calmly and said, "There are many strange things in Meteor Trail City. If ordinary people from the Water-Moon Alliance came, I would not be able to deal with them. Furthermore, I received news that a group of demons will be entering the Tianwu domain's savage battlefield soon. I'm afraid that you will run into them." Sensing the sincere worry in Bai Wuxia's words, Ling Feng felt warmth in his heart. He thanked Bai Wuxia again and recounted his encounter in Meteor Trail City. "I ran into the shadowless saber sovereign? No wonder I vaguely heard the sound of wind chimes. How unfortunate. I have always wanted to befriend this person, but I brushed past him again." Bai Wuxia was also very curious about the shadowless saber sovereign's identity and really wanted to meet him. "Oh, right. How much does Big Brother Bai know about the Blue Dragon King Shao Chun?" After seeing the various scenes in the Boundless grave, Bai Wuxia was very curious about this person of the past. The moment Bai Wuxia said that, the expressions of Feng Xingxing and Shimen Bao changed slightly. However, now that 10-odd years had passed, Bai Wuxia had already become very indifferent to the grudges between him and Shao Chun. After advancing to martial emperor, Bai Wuxia's horizons and mental state had improved significantly. However, when Bai Wuxia heard Ling Feng's question, the expression in his eyes still became rather complicated. When Bai Wuxia came out of closed-door cultivation, he had been in a rush to fight with Shao Chen again. However, after hearing about Shao Chen's deeds, he sighed and felt very sad. "I have interacted with him many times, but I have never truly understood him. There are not many people in this world who understand him. At the very least, I do not. As for the person who left the deepest impression on me, I can only say that he is a true bladesman." After thinking for a long time, Bai Wuxia said such a thing. The person with such overwhelming sins, the one who forced Senior Shadowless Saber Sovereign to stay far away, was actually a bladesman as well? Ling Feng shook his head in disbelief. Chapter 1396. Ling Feng had sufficient reason not to believe it. If such a sinful person could become a bladesman, it would be a stain on bladesmen. A true bladesman should be a senior like the Shadowless Saber Sovereign, possessing outstanding strength and being humble and low profile. If it wasn't for that person, Master wouldn't have died, and Junior Sister wouldn't be so sad. He would be able to share the joy of becoming a martial emperor with his most respected seniors. However, because of the Blue Dragon King, he could only dream about it. Ling Feng didn't show his hatred for Blue Dragon King Xiao Chan on his face like his junior brothers and sisters did. However, deep in his heart, he had always remembered this person. It was just that he had buried his hatred deep in his heart. Ling Feng shook his head and stopped thinking about the Blue Dragon King. Then, he changed the topic and asked, "Oh, right? Big Brother Bai, you just said that some demons will be heading to the savage battlefield soon. The Water Moon Alliance will be going as well, right?" Bai Rushua nodded and said, "Naturally. I heard that there will be a highness among this group of demons. However, it is not clear which bloodline of the 18 demon monarchs will come. The Abyss Demon World had a total of 18 demon monarchs. Each demon monarch had their own direct bloodline. These direct bloodline descendants were collectively known as the Demon World's royal descendants. The royal clan disciples of each bloodline would form their own faction. For example, the royal clan disciples of the Blood Demon Monarch's bloodline formed the Blood Demon Palace. As for Her Highness, she was the most talented and had the highest status among the descendants of the royal family. She was also the future Demon Emperor, equivalent to the Crown Prince of the human world. "What? Are you coming with us?" Bai Rushua asked. Ling Feng nodded and asked, "Can I?" Bai Rushua smiled and said, "Of course you can, but I can't guarantee your safety if you go. You have to think carefully." Ling Feng said resolutely, "I've thought it through very clearly. Big Brother Bai, although you said that my talent is no weaker than the Saber Sovereign's descendant, when Xiren, today's battle made me understand. If one's cultivation base isn't high, no matter how talented one is, it's all in vain. Alright, then I'll count you in. With your talent, it can only be fully developed in a life or death battle. Come with me to the Water Moon Alliance." After the group agreed, they quickly left Meteor Trail City. 1 hour later, after this group of people had gone far away, 2 black flood dragons pulled a black war chariot in the sky above Meteor Trail City. They passed through layers of scarlet clouds and landed on the ground. After they landed, the 2 ferocious flood dragons immediately turned into black horses and meekly lowered their heads. Bai Rushua, Shimen Bao, Feng Xingxing, long time no see. It turns out that you already advanced to Martial Emperor. Inside the black war chariot with 7 divine weapons stuck in it, the mysterious shadowless saber sovereign muttered to himself as he looked in the direction the group of people left in. It was like he was recalling something. "Brother Bai E, do you still want to stay in Meteor Trail City for a while?" In the chariot, a mirror appeared beside the mysterious man. A thumb-sized girl sat on the mirror, her hand supporting her head as she asked, "I'm not going. This person is covered in sin and is getting more and more difficult to deal with. The stronger I become, the stronger they become. There's no end to killing them, no end to destroying them." Naturally, the so-called shadowless saber sovereign was Xiao Chun. Every year at this time, he would make a trip to Meteor Trail City. He would come and take a look at the words Xiao Chen, written in blood on the countless gravestones. In Xiao Chen's life, he had never regretted anything. However, the great tribulation of wind and fire 5 years ago made him regret it for life. Too much guilt became a knot in his heart, tormenting him. Just like now, the black war chariot was like a cage trapping him. The knot in his heart was an invisible cage trapping his heart. He had long since wanted to eliminate all the sin in the sky. Every time he came, his strength would double. However, those sins would grow stronger as well. It was like the sin would never disappear. Only when he died would these sins disappear. Although the sins in the sky did not affect him now, Xiao Chun had a vague feeling that if he kept them around, they would eventually lead to a great disaster. "Where are we going now?" "Gentle Cloud City. There is a bladesman there. Rumor has it that he has his own unique understanding of dual sabers." The horses galloped and the wheels rolled. The black war chariot was like a ghost. It disappeared in a flash in the dark night, heading in the direction of Gentle Cloud City. Inside the war chariot, Xiao Chun did not remain idle. He circulated the Purple Thunder divine incantation and continuously cultivated. Back then, although his emperor's road was broken, the Purple Emperor's door entered his heart of an emperor. Xiao Chen's path of the martial Tao did not fall into despair because his emperor's road shattered and he took another path. The instant the emperor's door entered Xiao Chen's body, It was like some kind of lock in his body broke. Some of the laws that restricted a cultivator for a long time no longer existed. For example, the absorption of primordial energy. Shao Chun clearly had not advanced to martial emperor, but his body could contain more than 100 strands of primordial energy. Now that 5 years had passed, the primordial energy in his heart of an emperor had already reached 1,000 strands, comparable to the fifth heaven Emperor Wu. However, compared to the regular Emperor Wu, Shao Chun did not have an emperor's soul or the golden body of Emperor Wu. Shao Chun himself did not know what he was doing now. He was currently walking a path that no one had taken before. No one knew where the end would be. Fortunately, Shao Chun's bladesman's heart had not changed. He just needed to follow this heart and move forward. Ever since the moment Shao Chun jumped off his emperor's road, the mysterious purple emperor's door in his heart of an emperor had instinctively opened a crack. After that, no matter how hard Shao Chun worked, even with his current cultivation, he could not push open this emperor's door at all. It was not that Shao Chun's cultivation was insufficient. Instead, there was a formless resistance preventing him from pushing open this emperor's door. Sometimes, Shao Chun wondered if the Kunlun Realm's Emperor's Road was a plot of the heavenly Tao. The instant Shao Chun pushed open the Emperor's door, in reality he closed another door, the door to leave the Kunlun Realm. Ding! Ding! Dang! Dang! Just at this moment, the black war chariot suddenly stopped. The 7 divine weapons trembled endlessly, linking together and giving off melodious and cold chimes. Shao Chun did not open his eyes. 50 kilometers away, a blurry figure walked towards him step by step. Boom! This person exuded a strong saber intent. As if he was mocking Shao Chun, he unleashed his saber intent. The 7 divine weapons trembled even more intensely, as if they sensed the strength of this person. On the other hand, Shao Chun remained incredibly calm. His expression did not change at all. For the past 5 years, he had challenged various bladesmen. Many older generation saber emperors had fallen to his saber. His heart of a bladesman had already undergone a metamorphosis. To Shao Chun, these 5 years were as long as several decades. As his heart of a bladesman evolved, it had been tempered by the passage of time, gaining an air of vicissitudes. After seeing this many times, Shao Chun could naturally remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. Whoosh! The black-clad bladesman in front suddenly vanished, disappearing without a trace in the dark night. Shao Chun pointed with his finger, and the unbeatable saber at the very front of the war chariot gave off a dull thud as it quickly shot out. Dang! A resounding clang resounded in the dark night, like a thunderclap on a clear day, ear-splitting. A figure was forced out of the air. After he landed, he moved back 100 steps. The unsheathed divine weapon was sheathed once more. The world regained its calm as if nothing had happened. Shao Chun opened his eyes and focused his gaze on the person who arrived. Being able to receive an attack from him was already sufficient for him to remember this person. When Xiren, the person who arrived, was actually the saber sovereign Wu Xiaoyan's descendant, When Xiren. The shadowless saber sovereign truly lives up to his reputation. It looks like I did not find the wrong person, When Xiren said with a smile as he sheathed his saber. How did you find me? An aged voice came from the war chariot. It was Shao Chun who had changed his tone. As long as it is a bladesman, there is no one that I cannot find, When Xiren said confidently. 2 months from now, there will be a Saber Dao tea party. I hope that you will be able to come. This will be the first Saber Dao tea party of the Golden Age. A golden invitation gently flew out from When Xiren's hand. Then, it flew increasingly faster, carrying a wanton sharpness and a boundless strong wind. Chapter 1397. When Xiren felt some anticipation. He looked forward to the instant the curtain of the invitation was lifted, and he would be able to see the true appearance of this shadowless saber sovereign for himself. The shadowless saber sovereign never got off the war chariot, leaving no trace of himself. He was low-key and steady, but his strength was extraordinary. He was currently the most mysterious person in the Kunlun continent. This was especially so in the world of bladesmen. The appearance of the shadowless saber sovereign kicked up a whirlwind, stirring up overwhelming waves. As for this person's cultivation in the saber, everyone had different opinions. He could control the saber from a distance and control 7 divine weapons at the same time. Such a technique was unheard of or seen before. Many people guessed that this person was not very old for him to suddenly rise up in this golden age. He should be a heaven-defying junior who suddenly rose up in this golden age. His strength should be no weaker than that of Wuxia by Wuxia and the other peak demonic geniuses. However, when Xiren was disappointed, the invitation contained a boundless aura and sharpness. The instant the invitation flew into the war chariot, it immediately turned lifeless. It was like a dragon suddenly turning into a snake. The incomparably sharp invitation turned into a light piece of paper, and a corner of the curtain of the war chariot was lifted. A corner of the war chariot's curtain lifted, and the person stretched out a fair arm and gently caught the invitation. When Xiren was completely stunned, his mind went blank for a moment. This was a little too exaggerated. When Xiren could feel that the aura of the person in the war chariot definitely did not surpass that of a sovereign martial emperor. However, the feeling that this person gave when Xiren was very deep and unfathomable, one that could not be judged using common sense. 17th of the 8th lunar month, Heavenly Saber Mountain Manor, the starry heavens. At that time I will definitely go. Many thanks for your invitation. After reading the words on the invitation, Xiao Chun did not think much before quickly agreeing. Gallop, gallop, gallop. The horse galloped, kicking up a cloud of dust. The war chariot turned into a beam of black light and brushed past when Xiren. Just as the war chariot left, when Xiren startled awake. His expression turned grave as he muttered to himself. Who exactly is the shadowless saber sovereign? However, he agreed to the invitation. The stronger he is, the more lively the tea party will be. This is good. Shaking his head, when Xiren, who had been very sharp before coming, left somewhat dispiritedly. After Xiao Chun advanced to martial emperor, the saber sovereign put in all his effort to nurture him. In addition, his talent was outstanding. In this golden age, he could be considered a top-notch talent. Now that he had the cultivation of the 5th layer of heaven, Emperor Wu, he could already hold his own. However, today's encounter was a huge blow to him. Brother White Shirt, are you really going to participate in this Sword Dao tea party? Xiao San blinked his eyes and asked, Little sister Ao Jiao, you haven't woken up yet. When the time comes, there might be a lot of experts going over. I'm afraid you won't be able to leave. Although the Shadowless Saber Sovereign did not participate in the conflicts of the various realms, only pursuing the Saber Dao and challenging various experts of the Saber Dao, the Shadowless Saber Sovereign did not participate. However, Xiao Chen's name had already spread throughout the Kunlun realm. With such strength, he had already attracted the attention of the various holy lands and many major characters. There were more than 1 or 2 people who were curious about his identity. At that time, it was inevitable that trouble would arise. When Xiao Chun heard this, he looked at the lunar shadow saber beside him. There was some helplessness in his eyes. For years ago, Ao Jiao said that when she woke up, the lunar shadow saber would become a transcendent divine weapon. Then, she entered the lunar shadow saber and fell into a deep sleep. This wait lasted for 4 years, but Ao Jiao still did not wake up. Xiao Chun could not draw the lunar shadow saber, and he did not know her situation. It was impossible not to worry. It's fine. If I want to leave, no one can stop me. Xiao Chen's tone was calm, but the absolute confidence in his words left no room for doubt. When the first rays of the morning sun appeared, Gentle Cloud City was already in sight. Xiao Chun thought back to the information he obtained. This bladesman, who excelled at using 2 sabers, was an old man with the family name Qin. He was already over 500 years old. One saber was fire, and the other was ice. This person could perfectly merge 2 opposing attributes into his saber Dao. This person had a strange temper and rarely interacted with others. Others called him eccentric Qin. His cultivation was only at the 2nd layer of Emperor Wu's. Xiao Chun guessed that this person's cultivation could not increase because he was distracted by the dual saber Dao. Furthermore, he had to cultivate 2 wills at the same time, delaying his cultivation. It was hard to find a way to satisfy both sides in this world. There were gains and losses. However, these were not things that Xiao Chen needed to consider. What he cared about was seeing for himself what mysteries this ice and fire dual saber had. The ancients said, "When three people walk together, there is always one who can learn from me." In the past 5 years, Xiao Chen had traveled the entire Kunlun realm, visiting experts of the Saber Dao. He felt deeply moved by this saying. No matter how talented a person was, it was impossible to think of everything. There would always be some people who would have a flash of insight that would make you look at them in a different light and cheer them on. For the past 5 years, Xiao Chen had been warning himself not to be arrogant. The sheathless saber stuck in the front of the war chariot was the pride saber of the 7 deadly sins. This saber was very proud, so proud that no scabbard could hold it. Xiao Chen liked to use it to kill demons and some arrogant people. Every time he killed a person, he would become more humble. The black war chariot stopped in the clouds. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense split into thousands of strands, spreading out in all directions. Xiao Chen did not have accurate information on where eccentric Qin lived, so he could only use this method of casting a net everywhere to search. However, no matter how much a bladesman tried to hide the saber intent, it could not hide that fluctuation. When Xiren was able to find Xiao Chen largely because he had caught hold of Xiao Chen's weak saber intent fluctuation. Given the sensitivity of Xiao Chen's spiritual sense and his attainments in the Saber Dao, finding a bladesman on the level of Emperor Wu would be much easier than finding Wen Xiren. After 5 or 6 breaths, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and withdrew his spiritual sense. "You found him so quickly?" Little 3 exclaimed in disbelief. This speed was somewhat strange. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "I found him. However, the situation does not seem right. His killing intent is very dense." Whoosh! Right after Xiao Chen spoke, the black war chariot turned into a beam of light and flew towards a tall mountain north of Gentle Cloud City. Eccentric Qin's killing intent came from the middle of that mountain. The war chariot silently landed on the summit. Inside the war chariot, Xiao Chen opened his heavenly eye. His gaze immediately pierced through the war chariot. Xiao Chen took in everything on the entire mountain. Every blade of grass, every tree, every bird, beast, and bug. "I found him." Halfway up the mountain, an old man in blue robes stood in front of a mountain manor. He glared at a group of demons, radiating killing chi. 2 auras, one red and one white, surrounded this old man. Ice and fire intertwined, looking extremely strange. The corpses of a few youths lay in the middle of this confrontation. They had died a miserable death. Their bodies were withered, and their hearts were dug out. This was a typical killing method of the blood demon race in the deep abyss demonic world, digging out the heart and sucking the blood. "Eccentric Qin, your disciples are all dead. Hand over that ice and fire berserk saber art. Your ice and fire double saber art should have a successor, right? Our prince is interested in your ice and fire berserk saber art. It is your honor. Don't worry. With His Highness's talent, he will definitely bring this ice and fire berserk saber art to greater heights. Be faster. We are not that patient. If you hand it over now, we can spare your life. I can spare your life, otherwise you'll end up like your disciples." The 5 demons were all Emperor Wu cultivators. One of them had a purple mark on his forehead. His cultivation was the highest, a 4th heaven Emperor Wu. "Scram! Even if this old man dies, I will not hand over the ice and fire berserk saber art to you demons." Eccentric Qin berated, showing no mercy. The blood demon royal bloodline disciple with the purple mark on his forehead said indifferently, "In that case, you can go and die." Right after Eccentric Qin spoke, his 4 subordinates laughed coldly and charged at Eccentric Qin. Given Eccentric Qin's 2nd heaven Emperor Wu's cultivation, there was no chance of victory. Furthermore, the royal bloodline disciple had not made a move yet. Eccentric Qin felt despair in his heart, feeling that he had no chance of survival. Eccentric Qin felt hatred. If he had not been obsessed with the ice and fire berserk saber art, he would have been at least Emperor Wu 4th heaven. If he could not defeat them, it would be easy to leave. Chapter 1398. At the summit, Shao Chun did not rush to make a move. He thought about what that Blood Demon Royal Hall disciple said. He knew that each of the 18 Devil Emperors had their own Devil Palace. Simply put, the crown scion of the Blood Demon Royal Hall was the crown prince appointed by the Blood Demon Monarch, who would ascend to the position of Demon Monarch in the future. Every highness was chosen from among the top talents of the thousands of direct descendants of the royal family after a cruel competition. Talent, strength, and scheming were all indispensable. Otherwise, when he became the Demon Emperor in the future, he would not be able to convince the masses. However, until now, there had been no news of the Demon Crown Science stepping into the Kunlun realm. Could it be that a Devil Highness would come this time? That would be interesting. Halfway up the mountain, Old Freak Qin used his ice and fire dual blades to fight against the 4 Demon Emperor Wu. One saber radiated a fiery light, while the other radiated a threatening cold qi. In the sky, half of it was fire and the other half was frost. Shao Chun watched in silence, deep in thought. The ice and fire twin blades were indeed ingenious. It was hard to imagine that someone could balance them so perfectly. Hua! Something strange happened in the sky. Fire and frost merged. Snowflakes mixed with sporadic flames fell from the sky. Old Monster Qin's aura also merged ice and fire into one. The 4 Blood Demon Clan Emperor Wu's expressions became a little solemn. Even though he was fighting 1 against 4, he was not at a disadvantage at all. In fact, in terms of aura, he was even slightly stronger than them. Shao Chun thought to himself, if not for the Blood Demon Royal Hall's royal clan disciple here, given eccentric Qin's strength, he would have been able to leave easily. Eccentric Qin had achieved a perfect balance between ice and fire, but the fusion of ice and fire was not so perfect. Shao Chun stretched his hand out of the window. Snowflakes and some sparks fell on his hand. The seemingly calm snowflakes and sparks began to spin rapidly after they landed on his palm. The saber intents contained strong saber intents. Occasionally, they clashed with each other, producing intense explosions. However, it was suppressed by Shao Chun's absolute strength. No matter how much it exploded, it couldn't escape from his palm. Withdrawing his palm, Shao Chun glanced at it and frowned. The fusion technique was too inferior. Snowflakes and sparks were simply mixed together and did not form a whole. Compared to Zhang Xian's Taiji Dao, which fused yin and yang, the Taiji Dao was far inferior. However, to be able to witness such means was an eye-opener. Even though he had no use for it, it had broadened his horizons and invisibly increased his foundation. What was a foundation? It sounded mysterious, but to put it simply, it was a person's accumulation. Halfway up the mountain, that Blood Demon Royal Hall disciple nodded to himself. The ice and fire berserk saber art was indeed extraordinary. However, in the hands of eccentric Qin, it was not able to display its full potential. It seemed like there was a reason for His Highness to fancy this ice and fire berserk saber art. It's time to end it. The Blood Demon Royal Hall disciple stepped forward, preparing to deal with eccentric Qin, not wasting any more time. When Elder Qin saw the killing intent on the other party, he fell into complete despair. A crazy idea popped up in his mind. Just as Elder Qin prepared to self-detonate and the Blood Demon Royal Hall royal clan disciples prepared to make a move, a saber light flickered on the summit. In an instant, the ice and fire clouds in the sky were split apart. Sunlight shone down again. However, the saber light outshone its radiance, causing people to ignore it. In the next moment, a saber descended from the sky. The saber light was like a pillar as it plunged straight down. Its unparalleled sharpness forced the 4 demons out. When the tip of the saber stabbed into the ground, a shock wave containing saber intent swept out with a loud boom. The shock wave struck the 4 demons, sending them flying while vomiting blood. The world turned silent. A saber silently stabbed into the ground, exuding a faint air of pride. Who is it? The heart of the Blood Demon Royal Hall disciple sank, and his expression turned grave. Just this saber strike was sufficient to determine that the person who came was an expert. Bang! The reply to the Blood Demon Royal Hall disciple was a saber light. Pride soared into the air and hacked at the Blood Demon Royal Hall disciple. How fast? Before the Blood Demon Royal Hall disciple could react, he drew a sword and used his full power to knock away the saber strike in the time it took for a spark to fly. Clang! 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 Pride lost all its spirituality and fell to the ground in a sorry state. It seemed to have lost its connection to its master. Shadowless Saber Sovereign. The Blood Demon Royal Hall disciple held up his sword and looked towards the summit. When he saw that black war chariot, he finally guessed the identity of the person who came. When he thought about how he knocked away the Shadowless Saber Sovereign's divine weapon with one sword strike, his lips curled up in a somewhat cocky smile. The Blood Demon Royal Hall disciple smiled and said, "Shadowless Saber Sovereign, I thought you were very incredible. In the end, you are only SOSO. My clan's crown prince is very interested in you. Do you dare to come down and fight?" Right after the Blood Demon Royal Hall disciple spoke, a scarlet light shot out from his body. His eyes turned red, and scarlet flames appeared on the sword in his hand. This was the mysterious phenomenon that materialized after the Blood Demon Monarch's bloodline's unique Blood Fiend demonic technique was activated. Whoosh! 6 divine weapons descended from the sky. Before the Blood Demon Royal Hall disciple could react, an incredibly surging saber intent knocked him back. Clang! 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 The divine weapons pierced through his arm, forehead, and calf at the same time, pinning him firmly to the ground. A moment ago he was still filled with fighting spirit. Now he no longer showed any signs of life. He did not even know how he died. In the Blood Demon Royal Hall, a 4th Heaven Demonic World Royal Clan outstanding talent was already considered a top-notch expert. However, when facing Xiao Chun, he still did not have much ability to resist. When he used his full power, he could not even receive half a move. When facing the demons, Xiao Chun never showed mercy. He was decisive in killing, much stronger than he was 5 years ago. A buzzing sound came from the divine weapon. The 4 injured blood demons were all scared silly. After letting out startled cries, the 4 demons fled for their lives, not daring to linger any longer. At the summit, the black war chariot suddenly changed, turning into a black throne. 6 beams of starlight of various colors descended from the sky behind the throne. 2 horses turned into flood dragons and circled in the air before flying into the armrests, looking like dragon-shaped carvings decorating the armrests. On the throne, Xiao Chun wore a black mask that covered half his face. His hands rested on the armrests. The black throne shone with starlight as it descended from the summit to the middle of the mountain in an instant. Clang! 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 Pride and the other 6 divine weapons shot up and stabbed into the back of the throne. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, are you here to snatch the ice and fire berserk saber art as well? Eccentric Qin was shocked at the other party's strength. However, his temper remained strange, not showing any intention of thanking Xiao Chun for saving his life. Instead, the moment Eccentric Qin opened his mouth, he identified Xiao Chun as the person who snatched his ice and fire berserk saber art. On the throne, Xiao Chun showed a calm expression as he said honestly, "Please don't misunderstand. I am indeed interested in the ice and fire berserk saber art. However, I have no intention of snatching the saber art. Honestly speaking, with your talent, it is somewhat difficult for you to study the ice and fire berserk sabers. The ice and fire Dao does not have to be combined with the 2 sabers. You can try cultivating the ice and fire Dao with a single saber." Eccentric Qin smiled coldly and said, "What a joke! Before this old man comprehended the ice and fire Dao, I became famous with the 2 sabers. How can I neglect the roots and give up on the 2 sabers? Furthermore, how can one saber withstand the friction between the power of ice and fire?" Whoosh! Xiao Chun did not say anything. He stretched out his hand and pointed. A pile of mud on the ground turned into a human figure. Clang! The pride saber on Xiao Chun's back bounced out and landed in the hand of the human figure made of mud. With the saber in hand, the Taiji saber domain immediately spread out from the mud figure. Yin and Yang were 2 energies that were even more opposed to ice and fire. With one saber strike, they merged perfectly, forming a vast and imposing Taiji diagram. Occasionally, the mud figure turned into a dragon, shaking its head and wagging its tail. Occasionally, it turned into a fish, moving nimbly and faintly. As it walked in the middle of the sun and the moon, it appeared indistinct, showing thousands of changes. Eccentric Qin was momentarily stunned, unable to take his eyes off the Taiji saber. The yin and yang energy turned into two true dragons and merged into the saber in the mud figure's hand. A flash of saber light flew out and chopped the sky in half, revealing a resplendent and dazzling star chart of the universe. Eccentric Qin looked at the stars in the sky in a daze. The barrier of the sky that he chopped apart slowly mended. When the starlight was completely covered, Eccentric Qin recovered his wits. When he looked around, the shadowless saber sovereign's figure was nowhere to be seen. "Senior!" Eccentric Qin shouted somewhat absent-mindedly as he rushed over to the edge of the cliff. Chapter 1399. However, sometimes there was only one chance. By the time one came to their senses, the opportunity would already be gone. It was too late for Eccentric Qin to regret it. He could only stare blankly at the cliff. Now, he understood that the other party was not here to snatch the saber art. He only came because of its fame and wanted to broaden his horizons. It was laughable that Eccentric Qin overestimated himself, mocking the shadowless saber sovereign. After seeing the shadowless saber sovereign's incredible saber techniques, Eccentric Qin was completely convinced. He could not help calling the shadowless saber sovereign senior. In a world where strength was everything, there was no clear distinction between seniors and juniors. There was nothing wrong with calling those with lower strength seniors, even if they were older than the other party. The shadowless saber sovereign is indeed unfathomable. Eccentric Qin sighed in disappointment. Then, he glanced at the corpses of the Blood Demon Royal Hall disciples on the ground, and his expression changed slightly. Now that the Blood Demon Royal Hall disciples died here, someone would definitely come to investigate. He could not continue staying here and had to leave quickly. Eccentric Qin's figure flashed, and he picked up the corpses of his two disciples on the ground. Then, he leaped into the air and directly jumped off the cliff. Eccentric Qin was indeed very cautious with his age. In less than half a day, the four demons who had escaped earlier arrived with a young man wearing a blood-colored robe inlaid with gold. Protector Wang Tian, this is how Boss Qin died. He could not even block one move before he was pinned to the ground, no longer showing any signs of life. The Blood Demon Royal Hall respected the Crown Scion. Behind the Crown Scion was a Dao Protector who was very strong. Normally, it was a peak expert of the older generation. Below the Dao Protector were the four Protectors. The four Protectors were mostly royal clan disciples who failed to become the Crown Scion. Their strength could not be underestimated. Aside from the strong Dao Protector, they could be said to be second only to the Crown Scion in the Demon Royal Halls. Fortunately, Eccentric Qin ran fast. Otherwise, if this Protector came, he would have died here even if he had 2 lives. The shadowless saber sovereign. It's him again. Heavy murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the Blood Demon Royal Hall's Protector Wang Tian. In the past few years, the number of demon outstanding talents that died at the shadowless saber sovereign's hands was countless. Furthermore, they all died very decisively, so coldly that it was scary, leaving no room for negotiation. The various demon royal halls all placed this person on their must-kill list. Unfortunately, this person was elusive and elusive. He didn't leave a shadow behind. He never got out of the car and disappeared without a trace. There was simply too little information about him. Even if they wanted to ambush and kill him, they would not be able to find him. Protector Wang, there will be a Saber Dao tea party next month. The shadowless Saber Sovereign should be going as well. Should we? Wang Tian shook his head and said, "There's no need. Although the shadowless Saber Sovereign is a headache, he has never taken the initiative to kill demons. He is still not the biggest problem. This time, the few demon royal halls are working together to lay a trap. We cannot disrupt our plans because of one shadowless Saber Sovereign. Lord Protector, the people from the Water Moon Alliance are here." In the distance, a warship with the Water Moon Alliance's flag soared through the clouds and quickly flew over. Wang Tian grinned. "You guys sure move fast. I'll let you guys jump around for a few days. Let's go." The protector let out a mysterious smile and left with the 4 demons. In this great age, winds blew and clouds churned. At every moment, there would be undercurrents. A plot targeting the various outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm was slowly being laid out in the Tianwu domain. No matter how this plot was laid or who laid it, the shadowless saber sovereign Shao Chun only brushed past this plot for now before leaving in a hurry. After leaving Gentle Cloud City, Shao Chun headed north. Then, he slowly descended on a desolate plain in the Tianwu domain. 7 divine weapons were stabbed into the back of the Black Throne, giving off starlight. Why did the war chariot turn into a throne? Although the reason was simple, it was a long and complicated process. At Shao Chen's cultivation, the Flood Dragon war chariot would definitely not be able to keep up with his cultivation. He needed to modify it and refine it again. During the 2 years at Heavenly Star Island, Shao Chun had been doing this. He first merged the 7 deadly sins and the cycle banner into the war chariot, turning it into a peak emperor-grade secret treasure. The difficulty of refining it was extremely high. Fortunately, during those 2 years, Shao Chun had been in low spirits. After jumping off the Emperor's Road, he had lost interest in the martial way for a long time. He spent all his time on this. He was completely immersed in it, and Shao Chen's intelligence and wisdom. After spending 2 years, Shao Chun finally succeeded and named it the Cycle War Chariot. It had 2 forms. One was a war chariot which was geared towards long-distance travel and cultivation, and could conceal its aura. The throne form was more suited for combat. Not only could it increase one's aura and emperor's might, but it also had many other uses. As for the 2 blue-robed emperor-level flood dragons, Shao Chun had been constantly nourishing them with dragon souls for the past 2 years, cleansing their spirits with dragon energy, and refining their bodies with dragon blood. They had already undergone some changes. At this moment, the sky was overcast, and not a single person could be seen on this desolate plain. The Black Throne slowly descended, as if it was the Son of Heaven, descending upon the world. Countless spiritual beasts on the vast land trembled in fear under the pressure, unable to move at all. Shao Chun casually waved his hand, and the many spirit beasts felt like they received amnesty. They kicked up a boundless cloud of dust and scattered. When all the spirit beasts were gone, the entire desolate plain turned completely silent. Even the sound of the wind stopped, creating a strange scene. Shao Chun closed his eyes and entered deep thought, recalling all the things that had happened over the years. The scenes of him fighting with the many bladesmen appeared in his mind. Among these people, there were old men over 500 years old and Emperor Wu, who was not more than 100 years old. There were men and women, ghost race and fiend race, and many others. The only thing they had in common was that they were all bladesmen. Clang! After some time, pride shot out from behind Shao Chun. Then, divine weapons came out one after another. Shao Chun, who had his eyes closed, casually swung his arm and executed the life bestowal spell. 7 figures walked out of the soil, each holding a divine weapon and practicing their saber techniques. 2 years ago, Shao Chen's Purple Thunder divine incantation had already broken through to the 9th layer. The magic energy in his sea of consciousness had improved again. When he used his divine abilities, it was even easier for him to use them as he pleased. Shao Chun had already cultivated the life bestowal spell to the point where he could use the air as a weapon. 7 figures surrounded the throne, each executing their saber techniques. Boundless saber lights supported each other, rising and falling. However, there were simply too many scenes in Shao Chen's mind. Clearly, 7 figures were not enough. Many sabers flew out of the universe ring. With a casual swing, 49 figures leaped out of the air. After they caught the sabers, they landed and started practicing. As the scenes in Shao Chen's mind flashed faster and faster, a desolate plain. Cultivators wielding sabers could transform into 100, 100 into 1,000, and 10,000 into 10,000. Immediately, saber lights filled the sky on the vast, desolate plain. As they intertwined, a vast and majestic scene of 10,000 people practicing the saber appeared. A huge Taiji diagram vaguely appeared on the ground. Unknowingly, the 10,000 bladesmen split into half and stepped into the Taiji diagram. The 5,000 bladesmen were Yin, and the 5,000 bladesmen were Yang. Their movements slowly became unified. Yin and Yang flowed, each turning into a dragon. The originally disorderly 10,000 bladesmen looked over vaguely. It was like a person practicing the saber. Two indistinct dragons soared up and down. Suddenly, Xiao Chun opened his eyes, and the scene instantly froze. Xiao Chun had spent 2 years refining the throne under him. At the same time, he had thought of his own Tao. No matter how it changed, be it the immortal Tao, the Buddhist Tao, the martial Tao, or the demonic Tao, his Tao had never changed. It was the supreme Tao. By relying on the cycle war chariot, Xiao Chun could travel millions of kilometers in a day, traversing the Tianwu domain in 1 day. In 3 years, Xiao Chun traveled all over the Kunlun realm, visiting many bladesmen. The Taiji Yin-Yang saber formation before Xiao Chun was the most direct result. Taiji gave birth to Yin, Yin and Yang gave birth to the 4 divisions, the 4 divisions gave birth to the 8 trigrams, and the 8 trigrams gave birth to all things. The Taiji Yin-Yang saber formation was merely the first step of the Taiji saber Tao. There were still the 4 divisions, the 8 trigrams, and all things. Ka-sie, ka-sie. The many bladesmen turned into dirt, and their sabers returned to the universe ring. The desolate plain returned to calm. Only 7 bladesmen remained, holding the 7 deadly sins and guarding the throne in 7 directions. Xiao Chen's gaze fell on a saber on the throne. Although the 7 deadly sins were good, the one he loved the most was the lunar shadow saber. Chapter 1400. Unfortunately, Ao Jiao did not wake up, so Xiao Chun could not draw the lunar shadow saber. He did not know when he could do so. Little Ao Jiao always made him worry. Shaking his head, Xiao Chun stopped thinking about this vexing matter. Then he stretched out his hand and pointed. The 7 divine weapons all gave off a ringing sound as they returned to the back of the throne. Night fell completely. Xiao Chun sat on the throne and started to cultivate with his eyes closed. Whoosh! 6 beams of starlight descended from the sky. The starlight was like pillars as they merged into the cycle throne. Astral energy took the initiative to enter Xiao Chen's body. Absorbing astral energy and transforming it into cultivation was something that could only be done by cultivating the secret manuals of the Astral Palace. However, now Xiao Chen only needed to sit on the throne, and he could do it. This was one of the many wondrous uses of the throne, assisting cultivation. While Xiao Chun absorbed astral energy, he did not even listen. The 9th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation circulated quickly in his body. After the strong Purple Thunder Divine Incantation reached the 9th layer, the speed at which Xiao Chun absorbed the energy of the world became even more horrifying. If someone could see the formless energy of the world, they would discover that Xiao Chen's body was like a huge hole. Boundless purple energy was frantically absorbed from all directions. After the astral energy and the energy of the world were absorbed in the heart of an emperor, they turned into raindrops and fell. A whirlpool of 1,000 strands of primordial energy unfurled. It turned into a flood like a roaming dragon, flying around in the vast heart of an emperor and roaring ferociously. Xiao Chun enjoyed the sweet rain and greedily absorbed these raindrops, not letting a single drop go. According to the rules of the Kunlun realm, even the 9th Heaven's Emperor Wu only had 900 strands of primordial energy. However, Xiao Chun reached 1,000 a year ago. However, if one were to say that Xiao Chen's cultivation was equal to that of a 9th Heaven Sovereign Martial Emperor, that would not be appropriate. Xiao Chun vaguely sensed that his current cultivation was about that of a 6th Heaven Emperor Wu. There was a huge gap between his Grand Mist energy and Emperor Wu's Grand Mist energy. Actually, it was not difficult to explain. Firstly, he had not gone through the Thunder Tribulation. Secondly, he did not have the real Emperor Wu's golden body, nor had he pushed open the Emperor's door to accept the Heavenly Tao's baptism. After his physical body broke some of the laws of the Kunlun realm, it seemed to be restricted by other laws. There were gains and losses. Now he was in a rather awkward position. After the number of strands of primordial energy reached 1,000, it stopped increasing. His cultivation seemed to be stuck at a bottleneck, and he didn't know how to break through this bottleneck. No one had ever walked this path before. He could only keep his head down and continuously condense the 1,000 strands of primordial energy. He condensed them again and again until he could no longer condense them. Perhaps the answer could only be found in the mysterious Blue Dragon Palace. Although it was hard for Xiao Chun to raise his cultivation, his progress in the Saber Dao was unhindered, going further and further. It would not be an exaggeration to say that even the Saber Sovereign Wu Xiaoyan's understanding of the Saber Dao might not compare to Xiao Chen's. A large part of the reason why Xiao Chun could instantly kill so many demonic world royal clan disciples was because of his comprehension of the Saber Dao, which reached great heights. The sun rose and set. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. However, the purple thunder divine incantation had only circulated one great cycle. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and saw the sun in the sky, looking piercing and dazzling. He spat out a mouthful of turbid qi and turned the cycle throne into a war chariot. Then, 2 mutated black flood dragons pulled him into the air and soared into the sky. A beam of black light pierced through the boundary between space and reality. In less than 10 breaths, it broke through the barrier of the sky and arrived in the starry heavens. Inside the war chariot, Xiao Chun held the invitation that Wen Xiren gave him. 8 words were written on the invitation. Heavenly Saber Mountain Manor, Starry Heavens. Wen Xiren had placed the Saber Dao Tea Party in the starry heavens. It was probably because the cultivations of the participants this time were too high. The original Heavenly Cauldron City was no longer suitable as a venue. Otherwise, if a few greater heavenly martial emperors fought, they might accidentally destroy the city. There was no need to worry about placing it in the starry heavens. The vast starry heavens was boundless and boundless. No matter how one fought, there would be no need to worry about any consequences. After putting away the invitation, Xiao Chun casually opened a star chart and found the nearest starry sky relay station. Then, he let the cycle war chariot run freely in the boundless starry heavens. Occasionally, meteors flew by in the starry heavens. Some were large, some were small, and some were strangely fast. If one accidentally crashed into one, the chariot might crash and die. However, Xiao Chun did not care. Saber Qi lingered around the cycle war chariot, not scattering. Anything that got close to the meteorite would be instantly sliced into countless specks of dust. When speaking of starry sky relay stations, Xiao Chun could not help thinking about his first experience at a starry sky relay station many years ago. The mysterious master of that starry sky relay station had a high cultivation, unfathomable. Even now, Xiao Chun could not fathom that mysterious bladesman. He could not make out the depths of that mysterious bladesman. That mysterious bladesman must have been a senior bladesman. However, the starry heavens was very vast. Without the coordinates, it would be hard to meet him again if fate allowed it. 1 hour later, the originally distant starry sky relay station appeared in Xiao Chun's vision. Peering through the curtains, Xiao Chun saw an average-sized starry sky relay station, about half the size of a small city. Even so, the star-fixing stones it required would be astronomical. Regular people would find it hard to buy them. Only a large faction could obtain them. The starry sky relay station that Xiao Chun was looking for was one of these. This was because there were transportation formations there that could send one directly to the Heavenly Saber Mountain Manor, saving one the trouble of traveling back and forth. The mutated flood dragon turned into an ordinary black horse and pulled the cycle war chariot, landing firmly in the starry sky relay station. Although the relay station was large, that was only relative to the other relay stations. Compared to the other cities of the Kunlun realm, it was still too small. With just the naked eye, one could see the borders of the relay station. Is your distinguished self going to use the transportation formation of this relay station? Whoosh! The moment the chariot landed, 2 cultivators from the relay station came to the window below the chariot. They looked up and asked Xiao Chun. That's right, to the Heavenly Saber Mountain Manor. We cannot go there directly to the Heavenly Saber Mountain Manor. We have to pass more than 10 relay stations of various sizes. Only then can we find a large relay station. Only a large relay station can have a transportation formation to the Heavenly Saber Mountain Manor. How many essence stones do you need? 300 essence stones will do. All the relay stations along this route belong to the Phoenix's Passion Palace. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and placed down a spatial ring. When the person who spoke caught it and opened it, he was startled. There was a total of 6,000 essence stones in there, several times more than what Xiao Chun needed. Is there a mistake? That's right. This is enough for 20 people. The transportation formation only needs to send me alone. After Xiao Chun spoke, the two horses pulled the war chariot and headed for the transportation formation. The remaining two Phoenix's Passion Palace disciples exchanged glances. This was the first time they saw such a strange person. Never mind. Who cares? Just give him enough essence stones. Recently, there has been an extraordinary number of people going to the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor. Many of the older generation bladesmen have made a move. Naturally, the first Saber Dao Tea Party in this golden age is extraordinary. Basically, all the famous bladesmen have gone. The old will replace the new. This time, there will be many older generation bladesmen falling from their pedestals. Unfortunately, I am not a bladesman. Otherwise, I would definitely go and join in the excitement. The two Phoenix's Passion Palace disciples chatted as they walked, preparing to activate the transportation formation. Inside the war chariot, Xiao Chun closed his eyes and waited quietly. After a while, a bright light flickered, and the war chariot vanished with Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun was transported to the next relay station. After repeating this process more than 10 times, an extraordinarily bustling relay station appeared at the limits of his vision. This relay station was the size of most of Meteor Trail City. There were all sorts of buildings. Restaurants, tea houses, inns, pharmacies, markets, and everything else. Of course, the large-scale transportation formation that Xiao Chun needed was there as well. The relay station was circular. No matter where one landed, there would be a large road that led directly to the large-scale transportation formation in the center. Compared to that large-scale relay station, the relay station under Xiao Chun's feet was like mud to clouds. The difference in nature was much smaller. In his line of sight, he could see many mighty warships and war chariots filled with emperors might speeding toward the large relay station from all directions. The Jadeite relay station is in front, one of the 10 great relay stations of the Kunlun realm. You can go to the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor through this place. The Phoenix's Passion Palace disciples beside the cycle war chariot cautiously urged Xiao Chun to get off. Chapter 1401. Jadeite Courier Station? Xiao Chun thought, could this have something to do with the Jadeite sovereign? That Jadeite sovereign's whereabouts were elusive. Xiao Chun had not been able to find him in the Kunlun realm. Most of the Emperor Wu and experts who liked to live in seclusion would choose to spend the rest of their lives in the Starry Sky Courier Station. Based on the Jade King's temperament, this was very likely. A flower planted intentionally does not blossom, but an unintentional tree planted inadvertently grows into a willow tree. What does the Jadeite relay station have to do with the Jadeite king? Xiao Chun asked casually from the war chariot. When the Phoenix's Passion Palace disciple heard the question, he did not dare to be slow. Aside from the saber stuck in the front of the black war chariot, which was somewhat strange, everything else about it was extremely ordinary. However, for some reason, when he stood beside the carriage, he felt an oppressive feeling, not daring to act presumptuously. Senior, I'm not sure about that. However, there is indeed an expert living in the Jadeite Pavilion at the Jadeite Relay Station. As for whether it's the Jade King or not, I don't know. The disciple of the Phoenix's Passion Palace said everything that she knew in detail. Xiao Chun was deep in thought. He was very close to his goal. Should he make a trip himself? The owner of the relay station lives in the Jadeite Pavilion in the Jadeite Lake. However, he does not like to be disturbed. Not long ago, there were a few greater celestial Emperor Wu from the Devil World who joined hands to cause trouble for them, but they were all thrown out. The Phoenix's Passion Palace disciple hesitated for a moment before continuing. Thanks a lot. In the war chariot, Xiao Chun politely said a few words before flying away. The Jadeite relay station looked very close, but when one actually arrived in the starry sky, one would realize that it was only on the surface. The true distance was probably no less than 10 million miles. It was just that the light was too bright, giving people an illusion. From time to time, large king-class warships and even emperor-class warships would flash past Xiaoqun. In comparison, the cycle war chariot, which was deliberately concealed, was very unremarkable. Xiaoqun, who was in the chariot, casually looked around. He discovered that most of the people on this warship were bladesmen. They were probably going to the Heavenly Saber Mountain Manor. Several young bladesmen were eager to give it a try, looking very spirited. Rumor had it that during this Saber Dao Tea Party, the Saber Sovereign Wu Xiaotian would personally choose a new generation of Saber Sovereigns and personally guide them. The top 100 of the Saber School ranking could even go to the Heavenly Saber Mountain Manor's famous Saber washing pool to retemper their beloved sabers. Compared to this huge warship, Xiaoqun's cycle war chariot looked very small. Half a day later, the chariot smoothly landed at the Jadeite relay station. After asking around, they headed towards the Jadeite Lake in the relay station. As for the bladesmen on the warships, they headed straight for the Heavenly Saber Mountain Manor, preparing to teleport to the Heavenly Saber Mountain Manor. The relay station was very big, comparable to Meteor Trail City. Although it was called a relay station, it was more accurate to call it a city. It was a city that was fixed in the starry sky. Along the way, there were many shops and cultivators everywhere. Even the weakest among them was a martial sage. With a casual glance, one could spot quite a number of Emperor Wu, and even greater Celestial Emperor Wu. Some were drinking and chatting, some were trading treasures, and some were discussing about exploring forbidden areas in the depths of the starry sky. The bustling scene was vividly displayed before his eyes, as expected of one of the 10 great starry sky relay stations. The Jadeite Lake sat at the northwest edge of the relay station. It was a green lake that looked like a mirror, calm and quiet, without any ripples. It looked like a piece of jadeite embedded in the ground, looking incredibly strange. There was a pavilion in the center of the lake. That was the Jadeite Pavilion, the place where the owner of the Starry Sky relay station stayed. It was like the owner knew that he did not like to be disturbed. The lakeside was quiet and peaceful. No one else could be seen. The cycle war chariot stopped by the lakeside. Xiaoqun thought about how to meet the owner of this relay station. I should be more direct. This person is most likely the Jadeite Sovereign. Jadeite Relay Station, Jadeite Lake, and Jadeite Pavilion. If there was only one, it could be considered a coincidence. However, there were all three. Only a person who specialized in the Jadeite Dao would be interested in building so many things related to Jadeite. However, there seemed to be something wrong with this lake. It seemed like it was formed by the other party's domain or merged with the lake. Sir, are you the Dark Sea's Sovereign Martial Emperor, the Jadeite Sovereign? I came here on account of your fame. Would it be possible for me to meet you? Inside the war chariot, Xiaoqun projected his voice into the Jadeite Pavilion. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed. No one answered, no one cared. It was like there was no one in the pavilion. Many thanks for the Jadeite Sovereign's tacit approval. I will be coming in. Xiaoqun did not care about anything else. The war chariot turned and entered the lake, heading for the Jadeite Pavilion. Interesting. Recently, there seemed to be more and more people as bold as you. Laughter came from the pavilion in the center of the lake. Then, there was the sound of books being folded. The cycle war chariot had just entered the lake, and a layer of lake water quickly spread over it. Soon, the black war chariot turned jadeite green. Inside the war chariot, this green water also spread over Xiaoqun's feet. Then they quickly crystallized, and he could no longer move his feet. Xiaoqun's expression changed slightly. He discovered that something was wrong. As the green water seeped in, his bones, muscles, blood, and entire body showed signs of crystallizing. Gurgle, gurgle. The luxurious war chariot looked like it had completely turned jadeite as it slowly sank into the lake. Waves kicked up on the surface of the lake. In the next moment, the waves gathered and formed a scholarly, middle-aged man wearing jadeite silk and a white jade belt. The middle-aged man stepped forward and raised his hand. Then, he pulled out the cycle war chariot from the bottom of the lake. He casually patted it, and the war chariot turned into countless jadeite shards that filled the air, flickering with jadeite light. Everything shattered. Only the crystal man hovering in the air didn't shatter. He was sparkling and translucent, and his entire body was dark green. So, you are not a demon. Then, I'll send you off. The murderous intent in the middle-aged man's eyes weakened significantly. He raised his head and waved, wanting to toss the crystallized Xiao Chun out of the relay station. Ka! Just at this moment, the crystal covering Xiao Chun shattered, revealing his true appearance with a black mask. The crystal on the flying shards also peeled off at this moment. Boom! All the shards gathered and turned into a throne with 7 divine weapons stabbed into it. He nearly turned into jadeite. It looks like I did not find the wrong person. Aside from the jadeite sovereign, whose jadeite mysteries could be so incredible. Xiao Chun said calmly from the throne. His tone contained some joy. The jadeite sovereign's face turned somewhat grave. The lake water flowed under his feet. Unknowingly, he had increased the distance between him and Xiao Chun significantly. The jadeite sovereign felt a vast and boundless saber intent from Xiao Chun. That was a dangerous aura. So he needed to increase the distance between him and Xiao Chun. In this golden age, there are many new experts. You must be the shadowless saber sovereign that has caused a lot of commotion in the past few years, right? The jadeite sovereign asked. Xiao Chun nodded and said, "You can say that. I don't think I have what you want. I am not a bladesman either. Why are you looking for me?" The jadeite sovereign asked as he looked straight at Xiao Chun. "Do you have a throne that contains the destruction Tao? After obtaining it, you will be able to comprehend the state of destruction without a teacher?" Xiao Chun asked with some anticipation. The jadeite sovereign felt stunned when he heard that. Then, he smiled and said, "What a coincidence. To think that people came to look for such an insignificant thing." Xiao Chun frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" "Before you, several demon greater heavenly martial emperors came to look for me. Even before that, the cyclic astral lord came to ask as well." A light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. To think that the cyclic astral lord came before as well. Could it be that he knows something? "Never mind, I'll not care about this for now." Xiao Chun asked, "Is the throne still in your hands?" "Naturally, it is." Xiao Chun smiled and said, "In that case, that's good. Just state your conditions. As long as it is within my means, I will definitely do it." The jadeite sovereign smiled and did not say anything. "Or should I state my conditions and you choose?" Xiao Chun suggested unhurriedly. The jadeite sovereign smiled and said, "Do you think that your conditions are even more tempting than the cyclic astral lord's?" It seemed like this jadeite sovereign had no intention of making a move. Chapter 1402. Xiao Chun came to a realization. It seemed like he had been happy for nothing. The demon race's coercion and the astral lord's enticement had all failed to take the destruction throne from the jadeite sovereign's hands. How could Xiao Chun take it away from the cyclic astral lord? It was as the jadeite sovereign said. Could it be that the thing that Xiao Chun took out was more attractive than the cyclic astral lords? As a retired king, he had no desires or desires. There were simply too few things that could move his heart. Seated on the throne, Xiao Chen's expression did not change. However, he was still thinking about how to obtain the destruction throne. Of the 7 great thrones, there was only one left. No matter what, he had to obtain it. The jadeite sovereign said indifferently, "Leave. To tell you the truth, I have already refined the destruction thrown into this jadeite pavilion. Furthermore, this jadeite pavilion is not only connected to the relay station's transportation formation but also my Life Emperor grade secret treasure." Life Emperor grade secret treasures, in layman's terms, were Emperor grade secret treasures that had been used for a long time, becoming like one's own arm, inseparable. For example, Xiao Chen's lunar shadow saber could be said to be his Life Emperor grade secret treasure. Xiao Chun understood just like how he would not hand the lunar shadow saber to others. Similarly, the jadeite sovereign would not hand the jadeite pavilion over to anyone else. "I'm forcing you. A gentleman does not take away someone else's love." Although Xiao Chun was not a gentleman, he understood that this matter could not be forced. Jadeite sovereign smiled and said, "From the looks of it, you are going to participate in the Saber Dao Tea Party. I have seen many new saber users in the relay station over the years. Several of them are quite famous. displaying their sharpness without restraint. They even defeated some older generation bladesmen. However, compared to you, they seem somewhat lacking. Xiao Chun smiled faintly to himself. He had seen some of the new generation bladesmen before. He knew what they lacked, accumulations. I didn't expect you to have such a high opinion of me. Thank you, I'm leaving. If you have any thoughts of selling the Destruction Throne, please inform me immediately. As soon as Xiao Chun finished speaking, the throne rapidly transformed, turning back into a war chariot. He was prepared to leave. The horse turned around and pulled the chariot, moving slowly. The Jadeite sovereign entered deep thought. This shadowless saber sovereign before him, aside from having an older heir, was very similar to a person he met many years ago. Suddenly, half of the surface of the lake was covered in blood, and it instantly spread to the feet of the Jadeite king. Shio! A figure condensed in the blood and stabbed at Jadeite king with a sword. This sword was so fast that it could be said that it came without any warning. With a poochie sound, the Jade King's body was blasted into pieces by this sword strike, turning into fragments that fell into the lake. Inside the Jadeite pavilion, the Jadeite sovereign's true body vomited a mouthful of blood and frowned heavily. A blood demon sovereign martial emperor. The one who attacked was a blood demon sovereign martial emperor. This sovereign martial emperor instantly destroyed one of his clones. Furthermore, the sword chi even injured his main body. Yeah. A furious roar came from the sky as a metallic figure descended from the sky, punching out, causing space to tremble. Courting death. A furious roar came from the Jadeite pavilion. The Jadeite king appeared and landed on the surface of the lake. With a boom, the Jadeite pavilion was lifted up and touched the sky. The Jadeite king's metallic body crashed into the pavilion, and it tumbled down with a clang. After the Jadeite king climbed back up, he chuckled foolishly. This berserk strike did not seem to pose much of a problem to him. An iron demon sovereign martial emperor. Inside the war chariot, Xiao Chen's face sank. 2 sovereign martial emperors came to kill 1 Jadeite sovereign. How extravagant! Jadeite sovereign, my race's demon monarch has cultivated the destruction Tao for many years and urgently needs the throne in your hand to make a breakthrough. If you're sensible enough to hand it over, you'll be rewarded. If you don't, you'll die sooner or later. If you do not, you will die sooner or later, the blood demon sovereign martial emperor said coldly as he held up his sword. The sovereign emperor's might unique to sovereign martial emperors spread out from his body and suppressed the unique Jadeite lake under him. Blood covered the surface of the lake, completely suppressing the Jadeite sovereign's domain. The Jadeite sovereign's expression turned somewhat grave. As a 7th heaven sovereign martial emperor, he did not fear an 8th heaven sovereign martial emperor in this Jadeite lake. However, the other party came prepared, directly sealing his Jadeite lake. Furthermore, they even invited an iron demon sovereign martial emperor. This battle did not bode well for the Jadeite sovereign. The Jadeite sovereign glanced at the shadowless saber sovereign, who was not far away. The shadowless saber sovereign's emperor's might was not dense, and his aura was not strong. The 2 demon sovereign martial emperors did not care about the Jadeite sovereign at all, not even bothering to look at him. However, the Jadeite sovereign knew that whether he could escape this calamity or not depended on whether this person would help or not. Would he help? The Jadeite sovereign felt that it was impossible. The other party wanted the destruction throne so much. This was a rare opportunity. Naturally, the best way was to wait for the demons and the Jadeite sovereign to injure each other before reaping the benefits. Ding dang! Ding dang! Suddenly, the sound of wind chimes rang out in the battlefield. A saber light descended from the sky. Pride stabbed into the lake with an unparalleled sharpness. Kasie! 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 A peerless saber chi spread out. Instantly, cracks appeared on the blood covering the lake. Not only did Xiao Chen help, but he also did not hesitate at all, moving decisively and quickly. A good opportunity. The Jadeite sovereign's eyes lit up. Holding the miniature Jadeite pavilion in his left hand, he pointed with his right hand. The surface of the lake exploded, sending all the blood flying. Ignorant junior. Kill him. The Blood Demon Sovereign Martial Emperor raged. When the Iron Demon Sovereign Martial Emperor heard this, he quickly rushed towards the chariot while stepping on the water. As he ran, he appeared slow but was actually very fast. His entire body shone with light, making him look like an iron statue. Be careful. This is a deep abyss Iron Demon Sovereign Martial Emperor. The Jadeite Sovereign shouted a warning to the Shadowless Saber Sovereign, fearing that the Shadowless Saber Sovereign would get careless and end up at a disadvantage. The Blood Demon Sovereign Martial Emperor smiled coldly and said, "No matter how anxious you are, it is useless. It is very difficult for the Iron Demon race to produce a Sovereign Martial Emperor. However, once one becomes a Sovereign Martial Emperor, even a divine weapon will not be able to injure him." Bang! Before the Blood Demon Sovereign Martial Emperor finished speaking, there was a loud sound. The Iron Demon Sovereign Martial Emperor, who was running out, landed heavily. 6 bloody holes appeared on his chest. Saber intent lingered there, and blood flowed continuously. The Blood Demon Sovereign Martial Emperor turned his head back and saw starlight falling from a black throne. Shao Chun sat there quietly. The 7 divine weapons floated around him, radiating saber intent. Shadowless Saber Sovereign. Shao Chun said softly, "I am honored that a Sovereign Martial Emperor of the deep abyss demonic world also knows of my existence. Don't move." Shao Chun spoke halfway before changing the topic. The 7 divine weapons turned into 7 beams of light, disappearing in a flash. The Iron Demon Sovereign Martial Emperor, who had just stood up and wanted to charge over, was knocked back again. This time, the wound was even deeper, and even more blood flowed out. Heaven was fair, giving the Iron Demons an absolutely strong physical body. However, it also deprived them of something else, intelligence. If this Iron Demon had Shao Chun's intelligence and was not so straightforward and nimble, Shao Chun would have trouble dealing with him. However, Shao Chun did not mind stabbing him a few more times. Cannot injure him? With the 7 divine weapons drawn, there was nothing that could not injure him. As Shao Chun sat on the throne, he looked like the sovereign of the saber. "Let's go." The Blood Demon Sovereign Martial Emperor knew that he could not gain an advantage. He pulled the Iron Demon Sovereign Martial Emperor up, turned into a beam of scarlet light, and soared into the sky. Seeing the two leave, Shao Chun and the Jadeite Sovereign did not give chase. The other party was not severely injured. If they gave chase forcefully, they would not gain any advantage. If the Jadeite Sovereign left this Jadeite lake, his combat prowess would decrease significantly. If they really fought, both sides would end up severely injured. "Many thanks for saving my life, Your Excellency," the Jadeite Sovereign said sincerely as he flew over while holding the Jadeite Pavilion. The Jadeite Sovereign appeared somewhat fatigued, and his complexion paled slightly. It looked like the Blood Demon Sovereign Martial Emperor's sword strike was not easy to take. Shao Chun said calmly, "You were too polite. It was just a slight effort." The Jadeite Sovereign sighed and said, "Unexpectedly, this Blood Demon Monarch is so persistent. For the sake of this destruction throne, he is even willing to send out a Sovereign Martial Emperor. Why not leave this Starry Heaven relay station and go to the Kunlun continent? The Demon Sovereign Martial Emperors would not dare to be so arrogant there." The Jadeite Sovereign shook his head and said, "I've lived in this Starry Heaven relay station for several hundred years already. I'm already used to everything here. I have an idea. If you are willing to endure the rage of the Blood Demon Monarch, I can give you the Destruction Throne." The Jadeite Sovereign did not care about the greater Heavenly Emperor Wu's demons. However, if a Sovereign Martial Emperor attacked, he would be in trouble. This time, the Jadeite Sovereign had helped to block the trouble. However, what about the next time and the time after that? The Jadeite Sovereign had lived in seclusion for several hundred years and had long since grown tired of fighting and killing. He just wanted to spend the rest of his life in peace, not getting embroiled in conflict. Shao Chun felt slightly stunned. This was truly a strange turn of events. Who could have imagined that the Jadeite Sovereign would personally give the Destruction Throne to him? Chapter 1403. Shao Chun remained silent for 3 seconds before asking, "Have you thought it through?" The Jadeite Sovereign smiled and said, "I should be the one asking you that. The Blood Demon Monarch is not someone who gives up easily. Of the 18 Demon Monarchs, the top 9 are all primes. The Blood Demon Monarch is ranked 8th, so he is known as the 8th Demon Monarch. Right now, the Destruction Throne was already a problem. Due to the cyclic Astral Lord status, he could not make a move on it. However, the Blood Demon Monarch did not need to worry. This time, he could send 2 7th Heaven Sovereign Martial Emperors. Next time, he might come personally. Right now, the Blood Demon Monarch was tossing the problem to Xiao Chun. This was not a good thing. Hence, Xiao Chun needed to consider this carefully. I'm not afraid. The Destruction Throne is very important to me. Now that an opportunity is delivered to me, no matter how troublesome it is, I have to accept it, Xiao Chun said with certainty while seated on the throne. The Jadeite sovereign relaxed and said, "Good. In that case, wait for me for 3 days. 3 days later, I will separate the Destruction Throne from the Jadeite Pavilion." Xiao Chun silently calculated the time. The Saber Dao Tea Party was set for 4 days from now. 3 days was sufficient. The Jadeite sovereign waved his hand, and 2 servants descended after a while. "Pass down my orders. The Jadeite relay station needs to rest for 3 days. During these 3 days, no one is allowed to remain in the Jadeite relay station." Understood. The 2 old servants did not say anything more. They immediately stood up and left to pass down the Jadeite sovereign's orders. Xiao Chun felt slightly startled. Unexpectedly, the implications were so great. He did not know what kind of waves it would cause by chasing away the guests. Seeing Xiao Chun's somewhat doubtful expression, the Jadeite sovereign explained, "I did not lie to you earlier. This Jadeite pavilion is indeed connected to the formation of the entire relay station. During the separation, there will be a rather large commotion, so we need to chase away the others." Xiao Chun nodded to indicate that he understood. He could afford to wait 3 days. The throne turned illusory, turning into a war chariot. Then, Xiao Chun closed his eyes and cultivated. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. While Xiao Chun was rather idle, the cultivators in the Starry Heaven relay station complained. This was especially so for the bladesmen preparing to use the transportation formation at the Jadeite relay station to head to the Heavenly Saber Mountain Manor. Since the transportation formation here could not be used, Xiao Chun would have to take a big detour and use another relay station before he could reach the Heavenly Saber Mountain Manor, wasting time and energy. The 2 old servants tried to appease him for a long time, promising to compensate him for the carriage fees. Only then did they finally settle the matter. After the troublesome bladesman left, the other merchants and cultivators were easier to deal with. These people did not have urgent matters to attend to, and they all had some sort of friendship with the Jadeite sovereign. It was only after everyone had left that the Jadeite king officially began his separation. Extracting the Destruction Throne from the Jadeite pavilion was not difficult. What was difficult was the heart. Before Xiao Chun advanced to Martial Emperor, this Jadeite pavilion was already his weapon. Hundreds of years of affection were not something that could be easily severed. Staring at the Jadeite pavilion in his hand, the Jadeite sovereign did not speak for a long time. Back then, he was also in high spirits, wanting to compete with the various geniuses. Every cultivator had their pride in their hearts. Naturally, the Jadeite sovereign was no exception. If not for the Jadeite sovereign's lover dying in a vendetta back then, perhaps the Kunlun realm would have had another prime. Can't bear to part with it? Inside the carriage, Xiao Chun opened his eyes at some point in time. Back then, she refined this Jadeite pavilion with me. I also obtained the Destruction Throne while adventuring outside with her. The Jadeite sovereign revealed an expression of reminiscence in his eyes. There was joy, happiness, and even more sorrow. Feeling excited, Xiao Chun recalled some of the past between him and the Lunar Shadow Saber, as well as the person he loved hidden in the depths of his memories. It looks like you are someone with a story as well. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, you appeared 3 years ago during the Golden Age. I never believed that there was a person with such skills with the saber. You should be someone I met before, the Jadeite Sovereign said when he saw that Xiao Chun, who was in the carriage, suddenly stopped speaking. It is not important whether I met him or not. Everyone in this world has their own story. Everyone is unique just like you, me, and everyone else. It doesn't matter whether I've seen it or not. Everyone in this world has their own story. Everyone is unique, just like you, me, and everyone else. It is not important whether I met him or not. Everyone in this world has their own story. Everyone is unique, just like you, me, and everyone else. A flash of jadeite light came from the jadeite sovereign's hand. A bright light shone everywhere, and the exquisite jadeite pavilion started to disintegrate bit by bit. Rumble. The disintegrating motes of light fell like rain. As the motes fell, they gave off a jadeite light. The jadeite rain, the black cycle war chariot, and the jadeite sovereign, who held the jadeite pavilion and recalled the past, formed a beautiful scene in this jadeite lake. Soon 2 days went by. The jadeite rain still showed no signs of stopping. At the same time, all the famous bladesmen of the entire Golden Age in the Heavenly Saber Mountain Manor rushed over. Strictly speaking, the Heavenly Saber Mountain Manor was also a Starry Heavens relay station. However, it was a private place and normally not open to the public. It was the property of the Saber Sovereign Wu Xiaoyan's clan. This was especially so for the saber washing pool in the Mountain Manor. Rumor had it that even the most ordinary sharp blade could become a famous saber after being washed there. It was extremely mysterious. The entire Heavenly Saber Mountain Manor was several times larger than the jadeite relay station. It was like a huge city in the starry heavens. Hundreds of astral arenas that were modified from relay stations surrounded the Mountain Manor. Even if it was a battle on the level of Emperor Wu, these arenas could withstand it. Inside the Mountain Manor, when Xiren checked the name list, drawing out the names, all the bladesmen who came would have a clear mark on them. There were only 2 days left until the official start of the Saber Dao Tea Party. Most of the guests who were supposed to come had already arrived. The new 10 great bladesmen of the Kunlun realm's 5 great races in the Golden Age were all here. These 10 people had all risen to prominence in the Golden Age. They were not more than 100 years old. At the very least, they were 4th Heaven Emperor Wu. Compared to Emperor Wu's 2,000-year-old lifespan, these people could be considered in their golden ages. They were all here for the title of the new Saber Sovereign. No one was willing to submit to anyone else. For example, the Ghost Race's Zhaofeng, who merged the Ghost Dao with the Saber Dao. As a 4th Heaven Emperor Wu, he used the Ghostly Saber technique to kill a 6th Heaven Martial Emperor. There was also the Corpse Race's Xing Kong, an outstanding bladesman of the Xingtian clan. His saber techniques were large and bold, known as the strongest in the firm and ferocious side. There was also the Tianwu domain's Feng Xingxing. He became famous at a young age. Now, he was second only to Bai Wuxia in the Water Moon Alliance, known as the top bladesman of the Tianwu domain. Aside from these new 10 great bladesmen, there were also many low-profile bladesmen with mysterious movements. The Shadowless Saber Sovereign was one of them. However, most of these low-profile and strong bladesmen were here as well. Only the Shadowless Saber Sovereign was nowhere to be seen. When Xiren frowned slightly and said, "There are still 2 more days before the start of the first Saber Dao Tea Party. Could it be that he is not coming?" For the first Saber Dao Tea Party of the Golden Age, most people would rush over at least a week in advance. The reason was none other than the bustling scene in the astral arenas over the past 2 days. They were all here for the title of the new Saber Sovereign. Of course, they had to get a feel of each other in advance. Never mind. If he is not coming, so be it. When Xiren said somewhat disappointedly. He had come to check out this list for the Shadowless Saber Sovereign. In reality, when Xiren really misunderstood Xiao Qin. If not for the matter of the Destruction Throne, Xiao Chun would definitely rush over in advance. 3 days later, at the Jadeite Relay Station, the Jadeite Sovereign finally separated the Destruction Throne and erased his spiritual mark. As Xiao Chun looked at the Destruction Throne in his palm, he revealed a rare smile. He finally gathered all 7 thrones today. Considering the time, it had been a long time since he obtained the Massacre Throne in the Sky Dome realm. Back then, martial sages were godlike existences to Xiao Chun. Now, he did not even fear 7th Heaven Sovereign Martial Emperors. After putting away the Destruction Throne, Xiao Chun said, "Many thanks. I owe you a favor. I'll go and participate in the Saber Dao Tea Party first." There was only 1 day left. If Xiao Chun did not go now, he would not make it in time. Going from my place? I'm afraid I can't go. The Jadeite Pavilion needs to be refined again before the transportation formation can recover. The Jadeite sovereign said somewhat helplessly. Inside the cycle war chariot, Xiao Chun felt startled. What should I do? I can't go? Chapter 1404. The transportation formation at the Jadeite relay station is unusable? Xiao Chun reacted after being stunned for a while. He had not thought about this problem before. Why did you not say so earlier? If Xiao Chun had said so earlier, he would not have had to think of a countermeasure now that the Saber Dao Tea Party had only 1 day. Xiao Chun never liked to break his promise. Either he did not agree, but since he promised when Xiren, he had to go. Now that the transportation formation was unusable, how was he to reach the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor in 1 day? The Jadeite sovereign smiled helplessly and said, I said from the start that the Jadeite Pavilion is connected to this relay station. Otherwise, what would I do with the other cultivators? If there were no interference, why would I need to make such a big fuss about it? I thought you already knew. Damn it! The Jadeite sovereign really did say that. However, I was too preoccupied with the destruction throne and completely forgot about it. What should I do now? Xiao Chun could not help feeling at a loss. Jadeite sovereign, how long will it take to get to the relay stations that can reach the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor from here? It'll take at least 2 days. 2 days was not enough. By the time Xiao Chun rushed over, the Saber Dao Tea Party would be over. Inside the war chariot, Xiao Chun frowned heavily as he pondered a countermeasure. How long will it take to get to the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor from here? The Jadeite sovereign thought for a while before answering. It will take about 1.5 days. Of course, this is a straight line. While flying in the starry heavens, one might run into meteors, groups of meteors, or even a starry heavens storm. In reality, no one would do that. There were too many accidents and risks traveling alone in the starry heavens for a long time. Earlier, the Jadeite sovereign had not mentioned that if he got careless and ran into an astral beast, it would be even more problematic. 1.5 days is enough. A brilliant light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. This was the only way. He had to rush over in 1 day. Jadeite sovereign, we will meet again. The destruction throne is very useful to me. I cannot thank you enough. Let's go. Right after the Jadeite sovereign spoke, the cycle war chariot turned into a beam of black light and soared into the sky, vanishing from the Jadeite sovereign's sight. The Jadeite sovereign looked up and felt somewhat surprised. That is too risky. Is the Saber Dao Tea Party that attractive? After retiring for several hundred years, the Jadeite sovereign had become indifferent to all sorts of gatherings. In reality, it was not a matter of attraction. Rather, since Xiao Chun had promised when Xiren, he had to keep the appointment. He didn't want to be a person who went back on his word. The black war chariot left a straight trail of light in the vast starry heavens. The 2 mutated flood dragons spat out dragon breath, burning any meteors in their way to ashes. While traveling at full speed, Xiao Chun would also personally take action to shatter the incoming meteors. The wheels of the war chariot rotated rapidly, as if they were about to burst into flames. However, this was not enough. The vast starry heavens were boundless. Amid the many resplendent stars, the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor's silhouette could not be seen. Inside the war chariot, Xiao Chen's face suddenly sank. There was a group of meteors about 50 kilometers in front, heading in his direction, howling. This group of meteors was huge and densely packed together. If one wanted to avoid them, one would have to make a huge detour. Sharp spirit finger. A corner of the curtains in front of the war chariot parted. A resplendent purple light turned into a pillar of light and shot out. Soundless explosions rang out one after another. Wherever the light passed, it forcefully opened a path in the group of meteors. When the curtains fell back, the black war chariot passed through in an instant. It was a daunting experience without any mishaps. Xiao Chun opened the star chart and found the location of the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor. He frowned slightly as he thought about how to reach the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor. As Xiao Chun quickly traveled through the starry heavens, the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor welcomed its most bustling moment. The tea party was about to start. There was a plaza with ancient sculptures in the center of the Heavenly Saber Mountain Manor. This plaza was circular and made up of more than 1,000 stone pillars. The stone pillars formed a circle. The further one went, the fewer the stone pillars. In the innermost circle of stone pillars, there were only 36 stone pillars surrounding a unique black stone pillar. The ancient stone pillars looked very old. Each stone pillar had an ancient bladesman carved on it. During the previous tea party, Heavenly Cauldron City's ancient sculptures were temporarily borrowed from this place. Each stone pillar represented a location for the Tao discussion. It was clear that the further one went, the closer one was to the core. Anyone with a bit of strength would not be willing to sit in the outermost circle and watch others talk loudly and cheerfully. The many invited bladesmen and cultivators who enjoyed watching the excitement had already arrived outside the central plaza. A vast aura came from the stone pillars in the distance. The wills of the many bladesmen of the past had gathered. They were like the sea, surging endlessly. However, they were as stable as a mountain, gathering wind and clouds in the surroundings without moving. These must be the famous stone statues of the Heavenly Saber Mountain Manor, right? How majestic! I heard that the wills of the bladesmen in the stone statues have not scattered even after more than 100,000 years. Is that true? Of course it is true. During the previous tea party, the Blue Dragon King Shao Chun discussed the Tao over tea, allowing the will of the ancient saber Tao to reappear. Comparing the present to the past, it was a wondrous sight. How unfortunate for the Blue Dragon King. If he were here, this tea party would be even more exciting. Haha! Now is the golden age, the age of heroes competing. The era of the Blue Dragon King Shao Chun is long gone. What is there to pity about? That's right. Now, the 10 great bladesmen of the new generation are no weaker than the Blue Dragon King back then. In fact, they might even surpass him. The ghostly bladesman is going up. Suddenly, a figure soared up like a dragon, charging into the clouds like a sharp saber. The sound of a berserk saber howling came from this figure, causing wind and thunder to roar endlessly. Let's go. Immediately, the many bladesmen who were invited or took the initiative to rush over could no longer hold themselves back. They soared into the air, wanting to fight for a spot for themselves. Immediately, everyone became like a saber, showing their sharpness without hiding it at all. The various bladesmen competed with each other. Saber lights filled the air, reflecting off each other. For the sake of a stone pillar, many bladesmen fought in the air above the central plaza. The boundless berserk clouds churned. The new generation of bladesmen in this golden age were all extraordinary. When Xiren saw this scene, he revealed a satisfied expression. He was a person who liked a lively scene. Otherwise, he would not have lowered himself and gone around inviting bladesmen for a tea party. Xiren was a person who truly loved the saber. He also hoped that this tea party would be better. At this moment, the thunderclouds for 5,000 kilometers churned. Saber lights filled the air, flickering and dazzling. The various bladesmen competed with each other. This was the scene that Xiren loved. However, Xiren suddenly thought of an old friend, and the smile on his face faded. If that old friend were still around, this tea party would be even more lively. However, was that old friend still around? Whoosh! Suddenly, a resplendent saber light lit up on the innermost 36 stone pillars in the central plaza. The saber light coalesced, and an ancient bladesman stood upright while holding his saber. Xiren stopped thinking and looked up. Then he said softly, "So, it is the ghostly bladesman Zhao Feng." He managed to snatch the top spot. Not only that, but he also activated the bladesman's will in the stone pillar, attracting everyone's attention. Shocked cries rang out endlessly in the various cultivators' ears. This was the first time they saw such a miraculous scene, so they all praised it profusely. If it were in the past, Xiren would definitely be shocked. However, in the previous tea party, that old friend had activated the will of the ancient sages as a martial sage. Right now, most of the bladesmen in this golden age were as strong as Emperor Wu. At the very least, they were as strong as the blue-robed emperor. With such strength, Activating the will of the ancient sages was not too surprising. As the ghostly bladesman, Zhao Feng, landed first, the various new generation saber sovereigns took their places. The wills of the ancient bladesmen were activated one after another. The light of the ancient sages blossomed, scattering the clouds and chasing away the sunlight. Only countless starlight descended. The stars looked like lanterns adorning the sky of the plaza. It looked like one could extinguish the lanterns just by stretching out one's hand. The 1,000 stone pillars were filled with guests. When Xiren knew that it was time for him to go up and host the tea party. When Xiren gently pushed off the ground and withdrew his sharpness, walking in the air step by step. Everywhere when Xiren passed, the many cultivators greeted him. This saber sovereign's descendant was already famous long ago. His strength was outstanding. Even if he did not reveal any sharpness, no one would dare to underestimate him. When Xiren walked over step by step, aside from the black stone pillar in the center, there was an empty spot among the 36 stone pillars in the innermost area. This was not a coincidence. Everyone knew that this spot belonged to Xiren. No one would snatch it from him, nor would anyone dare to. After Xiren sat down, a light immediately lit up the stone pillar. The light gathered and turned into an ancient sage. With the appearance of this sage, the night sky filled with stars. The starry heavens lit up. Brother One, didn't you say that the shadowless saber sovereign would come to this tea party as well? How come I don't see him? The one who spoke was the corpse race bladesman Xingfeng. This person had always been arrogant and fearless, speaking his mind directly. This question was also on the minds of the others. However, due to Xiren, they could not ask it in front of everyone. The shadowless saber sovereign did not touch the saber or leave a shadow behind. He was very famous. However, he kept a low profile and rarely appeared in public. Many of the bladesmen were already unconvinced by this. Bladesmen all had their pride. If one had not truly defeated the shadowless saber sovereign once, no matter what one thought of his reputation, one would not be convinced. I have long heard of the great name of the shadowless saber sovereign and really wanted to see for myself whether he lived up to his reputation or not. How unfortunate. Haha. He is someone who does not even dare to get off the war chariot. He must be pretending to be mysterious. How strong can he be? With Xingfeng taking the lead, the topic of discussion immediately shifted to the shadowless saber sovereign. This made Xiren somewhat embarrassed, not knowing how to reply. After all, he had said earlier that the shadowless saber sovereign would definitely come. Now that the shadowless saber sovereign had not arrived, it would be hard to avoid blame. At the same time, the shadowless saber sovereign that everyone was talking about finally saw the vague silhouette of the heavenly saber mountain manor after frantically rushing for an entire day. He only saw the silhouette. If he really wanted to rush over, he would still need half a day. After a day of high-intensity rushing, Xiao Chun felt mentally fatigued. He already used his fastest speed, but the environment of the starry heavens was too complicated. He was still too late. Looking in the direction of the heavenly saber mountain manor, Xiao Chun showed a sullen expression. Am I going to be late? Definitely not. Since Xiao Chun promised Xiren that he would come, he had to be on time. Inside the war chariot, a brilliant light flashed in Xiao Chun's eyes. Suddenly, Xiao Chun unleashed his saber intent. Thousands of saber lights bloomed from his body, piercing through the curtains. This caused the Black Cycle war chariot to give off an even more resplendent light than the stars in the starry heavens. The thousands of saber lights suddenly gathered into one and landed on Pride, which was on the war chariot. Immediately, the saber gave off a piercing and dazzling light. Saber intent spread out and kicked up a boundless strong wind. Buzz! Pride shot out with a clang, tearing through space and carrying all of Xiao Chen's saber intent with it, disappearing into the stars. In the central plaza of the heavenly saber mountain manor, Xiren, who was on the stone pillar, smiled bitterly at everyone's censure and said, I'm really sorry. The shadowless saber sovereign might not be able to come. However, before Xiren could finish speaking, something strange happened in the plaza. The sun suddenly appeared in the starry sky, blocking out all the starlight. The appearance of this blazing sun was too sudden. No one was prepared for it. Their eyes were temporarily dazzled, and they felt shocked in their hearts. Before they could ask any questions, they saw the sun descend. Buzz! It landed on the unique black stone pillar in the center of the Sage Plaza. What's going on? Did the sun fall? A strong wind blew, messing up everyone's hair. They found it hard to keep their eyes open. At this moment, the light and shadow of the predecessors shattered. The bladesman's statues on the stone pillars fell off one after another, falling continuously. When the strong wind subsided and the light stopped flashing, everyone's eyes recovered. When they squinted, they discovered that a saber had appeared on the black stone pillar. It is not the sun that fell. It is a saber. Chapter 1405. What fell from the sky was not a blazing sun or a star. Instead, it was a saber. Everyone here used the saber. In the end, they were all frightened by a saber. Before this tea party even started, it was already a huge slap to the faces of these bladesmen. Whoosh! 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 What was even more horrifying was that this descending saber shattered the will of the bladesmen in the statues of the predecessors on the stone pillars. In mere moments, the 1,000-odd stone pillars became smooth. The night sky turned upside down, and the strange scene of the stars shining like lamps vanished at the same time. Sunlight shone, and the blazing sun reappeared, shining down fiercely. However, the bladesmen present could not warm up. Their hearts were as cold as water, and they broke out in a cold sweat. Some of the bladesmen in the outermost region even trembled, not daring to believe that there was such a strong saber in the world. In a quiet study in the mountain manor, Wuxiaoyan's heart trembled ferociously. He put down the ancient book in his hand and raised his head to look at the unknown starry heavens. 1 kilometer, 10 kilometers, 100 kilometers, 1 million meters. He finally saw it after 10 million meters. A black war chariot rushed over wildly in that boundless resplendent starry heavens. In the dark night, in the starry heavens, in this boundless universe, this black war chariot seemed very ordinary. However, in Wu Xiaoyan's eyes, that was not a war chariot or a person. Instead, it was a saber tearing through the sky. It was not flying towards the heavenly saber inn or the 1,000-odd bladesmen in the central plaza. Instead, it was flying towards him, the saber sovereign Wu Xiaotian. Crack! Wu Xiaotian could not suppress the surging emotions in his heart. The ancient book in his hand shattered, turning into shards that danced wildly in the study. Sunlight shone in through the window, and the shards of paper fell like snow. At some point in time, Wu Xiaoyan's black hair had turned snow-white. He looked like he had aged several hundred years. He knew that from the moment he saw that person, he was no longer the saber sovereign. Although the other party's cultivation was not as high as his accomplishments in the saber Dao already surpassed his. The instant Wu Xiaotian looked back, the white snow dyed his black hair. All his feelings flowed like water, and his fame drifted with the clouds. The generation's saber sovereign Wu Xiaotian was able to pick and drop things without any reluctance or resentment. After not seeing you for 5 years, you have indeed taken a different path. At least I did not risk my life to fight for you back then in vain. Wu Xiaotian smiled in frustration and sat back down, not saying anything more. Even the other primes would not be able to see through Xiao Chen's disguise. However, as the saber sovereign, no matter how Xiao Chen disguised himself, Wu Xiaotian would be able to recognize him at first glance. The saber sovereign recognized the person, not the face or the saber. He only recognized the heart of a bladesman. Wu Xiaotian could let it go and accept it. However, the many new generation bladesmen on the stone pillars in the central plaza were all very proud. How could they be convinced? Brother one, what's going on? Whose saber is it? Looking at the flickering saber blade, many people calmed down and asked Wenziren about it. Some of the bladesmen present felt suspicious. A small portion of them had seen the saber before and recognized it. However, they could not be sure. Wenziren had seen the saber before and had a deep impression of it. He recognized it at first glance. First, he was shocked. Then, he was pleasantly surprised. In the end, the shadowless saber sovereign did not break his promise. However, When Ziren saw the expressions of the bladesmen present, he felt bitter in his heart. This shadowless saber sovereign had gone overboard. When Ziren had to answer the questions of the many bladesmen, after a long silence, he whispered, "It's the shadowless saber sovereign's saber. It really is him. I guessed it. This is his pride saber. I saw it once before. What an imposing manner. If you want to come, then come. If you don't, then don't. What is the meaning of this? He is completely looking down on us." The bladesmen on the stone pillars buzzed and immediately exploded. The dissatisfaction in their words was very clear. However, this was normal. Anyone sitting on a stone pillar would feel uncomfortable. This was not the way to slap someone's face. Even the will of the predecessors scattered, even slapping the ancestor's face. In reality, this was a huge misunderstanding. Xiao Chen only wanted to be on time. It had been many years since Xiao Chen had focused all his saber intent on one saber. This was the only way he could think of to be on time. The saber of a bladesman could represent the bladesman himself. No matter how one looked at it, using the saber to attend the meeting was reasonable. Scattering the will of the predecessors was not Xiao Chen's original intention. If he had not focused all his saber intent, pride would not have been able to land from such a distance. This startling change set the entire place abuzz. No one had expected such a thing to happen at the tea party. When Ziren felt somewhat helpless, after he waved his hand to stop the commotion, he said, "Quiet down." The shadowless saber sovereign personally delivered an invitation. Using the saber to attend the meeting is not considered breaking the appointment. There is no need to argue about this. If anyone is not convinced, just go to the Dao discussion platform and chop off his saber. The black stone pillar was the Dao discussion platform of this tea party. As long as one occupied it, one would have to accept the challenges of others. This was the reason why no one had occupied this black stone pillar. Shadowless saber sovereign, do you have any objections? When Ziren asked as he looked at Pride saber on the stone pillar. It is meaningless. Whoosh! Dust gathered on the stone pillar and turned into the figure of an ordinary person. Then he stretched out his hand and drew Pride saber. Xiao Chen, who was in the war chariot, burned most of his magic energy and finally executed the life bestowal spell from several million kilometers away. Such a scene stunned the others. Why did there suddenly appear another clone? I ran into some trifling matters along the way, so my true body could not attend the meeting on time. I could only use the saber to attend the meeting and execute some unorthodox Dao techniques, materializing half a clone to discuss the Dao. I apologize for any disrespect. The clone held the saber and performed a cupped fist salute in all directions. Some people scoffed, saying that the shadowless saber sovereign was hypocritical. Some nodded to themselves. This shadowless saber sovereign was rather humble. Are you really the shadowless saber sovereign? A person from the innermost 36 stone pillars asked in an overbearing manner as he stood up. His eyes blazed with fighting spirit. I am the real deal. The saber in my hand can prove it. Very well. In that case, Su Xilan will come and test you out today. Right after Su Xilan spoke, he did not hesitate to charge at the clone that Xiao Chen formed with the life bestowal spell. Everyone immediately held their breaths and focused, no longer saying anything as they watched seriously. Although Su Xilan was not one of the new generation 10 great bladesmen, he was not far from it. Being able to gain a spot on one of the innermost 36 stone pillars was already very incredible in itself. The two figures quickly started fighting. Light and shadow flickered as Xiao Chen moved about. Su Xilan was famous for his fast saber. Xiao Chen noticed this characteristic and used speed to fight speed. The fish dragon art moved around the narrow stone pillar, showing thousands of changes. After 10 moves, the two figures separated. Su Xilan's complexion was pale, and a saber rested on his neck, preventing him from moving. I lost. Although it was said to be 10 moves, the two fought speed with speed. The 10 moves took only one breath of time. Some bladesmen did not even understand how Su Xilan lost. Only the true experts could see that Su Xilan lost miserably, losing in all 10 moves. Every time he attacked, a wound appeared on his body. After 10 moves, he could not even defend his vital points. In the future, Su Xilan would no longer dare to call himself a fast saber. Thanks for letting me win. You are already fast enough, but you lack a movement technique. A movement technique does not have to be a peak one. It has to be suitable for oneself, as everyone's body is different. When one's cultivation is low, there is no need to mind. However, when one's cultivation is high, one needs to find a movement technique that is suitable for one's body. If one cannot find one, one can modify it or create one. Xiao Chun said with a cupped fist salute. Su Xilan entered deep thought. Some of his questions seemed to have been answered. After a while, he performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Many thanks." Immediately, the place turned even quieter. Everyone felt that this person was not on the same level as the Shadowless Saber Sovereign. Although this person's aura clearly did not surpass that of a sovereign martial emperor, and his emperor's might did not have the unique air of a sovereign martial emperor, they had this feeling. In terms of the Saber Dao, this person was on a completely different level from the Shadowless Saber Sovereign. "I'll do it." After some silence, the ghostly Saber Sovereign Zhao Feng stood up and made this difficult decision. "Count me Xing Feng in." Xing Feng, who used the topic of the Shadowless Saber Sovereign to make things difficult for Wen Xiren, also stepped forward at this moment. However, the arrogance in Xing Feng's eyes had already vanished, replaced by a grave expression. Two new generation Saber Sovereigns making a move at the same time seemed somewhat against the rules. However, no one felt that there was anything wrong with it. This was because the person they were going to fight was the Shadowless Saber Sovereign. Chapter 1406. The ghostly bladesman Zhao Feng made the first move. Without saying anything else, he immediately used his best move, Unparalleled Divine Ghost. The ghost race cultivators were good at cultivating death energy and controlling the souls of the dead. Zhao Feng was one of the best. However, he was different from the others. He had creatively merged the Ghost Dao and the Saber Dao, becoming a peak outstanding talent of the new generation bladesmen. Zhao Feng's cultivation was not low either. Once he executed Unparalleled Divine Ghost, it materialized a horrifying, mysterious phenomenon. Half of Zhao Feng's slender body turned into a malicious spirit, and the other half into a legendary ghost of hell. Then he chopped out with his saber. Two different kinds of flames intertwined, instantly dyeing the sky pitch black. His appearance was horrifying, and his face was especially horrifying, inspiring great fear in everyone. Behind him, images of hells appeared one after another, causing his aura of a ghostly god to skyrocket. Unparalleled Divine Ghost. I heard that Zhao Feng once used this move to instantly kill a sixth heaven martial emperor, Emperor Wu. When this move is used, it really feels like a ghost of hell coming out with a saber strike. Aside from the startling, baleful aura, it is more of a psychological shock. After all, no one is truly unafraid of death. I wonder how the Shadowless Saber Sovereign will deal with this. Just this clone alone will not be enough. As the discussions continued, the many bladesmen gave Zhao Feng's Unparalleled Divine Ghost a very high evaluation. At the same time, the corpse race bladesman Xing Feng also drew his saber at this moment. Clang! A resonant saber hum came from Xing Feng's saber. The long and narrow saber flickered with a resplendent light, looking piercing and dazzling. Compared to Zhao Feng's complicated saber techniques, which required more attention to technique, Xing Feng's saber techniques were much simpler. There were no startling, mysterious phenomena or magnificent saber moves. There was only an explosive and ferocious saber intent and extremely pure energy. Therefore, the moment he drew the saber out of the scabbard, a strong gust of wind swept the place, causing everyone to feel a faint pressure. Heartbreaking chop. Xing Feng leaped into the air and chopped down with his saber. Boom! The mysterious phenomenon of an exploding star appeared behind him. It was as if that was the result of his attack on Xingqian. It was said that in the ancient era, there was a bladesman whose cultivation had reached the ninth heaven, Emperor Wu, who could shatter a small star with one saber strike. Xiao Chun had left behind the exceptional saber technique, the heartbreaking chop. Xing Feng had obtained the heartbreaking chop while adventuring in an ancient remnant. although Xiao Chun did not cultivate it to the limits, only barely reaching the rudimentary level. His aura and might were clearly no weaker than that of an ancient bladesman. Zhao Feng and Xing Feng, one of the 10 great bladesmen of the new generation, attacked at nearly the same time. One side was peerless, and the other could shatter stars. 2 great killing moves attacking at the same time. Could the shadowless saber sovereign block? How am I supposed to block this? If it were me, I would have a hard time blocking this move. I could only dodge, but after dodging, I would be in a passive position. These two are truly worthy of being the top bladesman of the ghost race and the top bladesman of the corpse race. Even some of the older generation bladesmen have higher cultivations than them. Looks like this clone is about to explode. Seeing Zhao Feng and Xing Feng make their moves, everyone broke into a cold sweat for the shadowless saber sovereign's clone. While on the stone pillar, Xiao Chen's thoughts raced. Be it Zhao Feng's killing moves or Xing Feng's, he had discovered many openings. No matter which one attacked, Xiao Chun could rely on his absolute advantage in the saber Dao and use his lower cultivation to easily break the killing moves of these two. Right now, Xiao Chen's pure saber Dao was something that even the saber sovereign Wu Xiaotian could not compare to. The crucial thing was that when 2 people attacked at the same time, if he broke one, it would be difficult to break the other's killing move. If only Xiao Chen's true body were closer. With 2 sabers, he would be able to receive these 2 moves rather easily. If others knew what Xiao Chun was thinking, they would probably feel like vomiting blood. Not easy to deal with. However, it was just not easy to deal with and not impossible to deal with. In the distant war chariot, Xiao Chen's true body narrowed his eyes. The magic energy in his sea of consciousness seemed to burn again as he stretched out his hand and pointed. Taiji Saber Domain. The clone formed by the life bestowal spell fired out a ring of yin and yang primordial energy, forming a black and white Taiji diagram under its feet. The Taiji Saber Domain instantly formed, and the yin and yang energies each turned into a dragon that spun wildly. Coincidentally, at this moment, Zhao Feng and Xing Feng entered the Taiji Saber Domain at the same time, one on the left and one on the right. Before the two could react, the spinning force pulled them left and right, their bodies somewhat out of control. In merely 1,000th of a second, the two also unleashed their own saber domains and controlled their bodies within the Taiji Saber Domain. However, it was already too late. The two, who were originally attacking from the left and right, were spun in the same direction, appearing in the same line. Now, Xiao Chun held up his saber and faced the two charging over. He thrust it out, and a saber light flickered. First, he broke unparalleled deity and demon, then he executed the star-shattering chop. Zhao Feng, who was displaying the might of a deity and demon, and the tyrannical Xing Feng, both cried out miserably at the same time. The sabers in their hands flew away. Zhao Feng and Xing Feng's feet landed on the stone pillar where Xiao Chun was. On the other side of the stone pillar, Xiao Chun held his saber and placed it on both of their necks at the same time. Zhao Feng's and Xing Feng's faces were burning with shame. The two attacked at the same time. However, not only did they not defeat the other party's clone, but they even got their sabers knocked away. Such an inconceivable scene caused everyone to be taken aback, and they were completely unable to understand what was going on. The shadowless saber sovereign, who thought that he would not be able to protect his clone just a moment ago, placed his saber on the necks of two people at the same time in the next moment. "Thank you for letting me win." Xiao Chun withdrew his saber and stood upright with his hands behind his back. Xing Feng smiled bitterly and said, "You did not go easy on me. It is the two of us who are inferior. We accept our defeat wholeheartedly. I just want to know why my star-shattering chop is like a leaky mud house before you, shattering with one strike. I also want to know how you can easily break this unparalleled deity and demon with one casual strike. Am I, the ghostly bladesman, really that weak? A self-created martial skill, is it really that bad?" The two were indeed convinced of their defeat. Even without that strange saber domain, they would still lose miserably if they ran into the shadowless saber sovereign. It was not because of how high the shadowless saber sovereign's cultivation was. Instead, it was because of the difference in the saber Dao. It was like the difference between the clouds in the sky and the mud on the ground. Simply put, the shadowless saber sovereign was like the saber techniques of those martial sages and martial monarchs, extremely laughable. The place fell silent. No one expected that after these two were defeated, they would ask the same question. Xiao Chun remained silent. He had to admit that this was indeed the case. If it were two swordsmen attacking him, this clone would not have been able to survive, as he was too familiar with the saber. However, he did not know how to answer these two people's questions. He did not know what to say. Foundation was a mysterious thing. Only those who had experienced it would understand it. If the two of you are willing to put down all your worldly possessions and travel through most of the Kunlun realm within 3 years, I will be willing to pay you back. The bladesmen of the various races do not care about seniority or cultivation. They put down all their pride and fight for the saber. You should be able to understand some of the reasons. When Xiren spoke up at the right time, answering this question for Xiao Chun, Shadowless Saber Sovereign, am I right? Xiao Chun nodded. Foundation is a very mysterious thing, but in fact, it's like a saying. The more you see, the more you'll understand. Zhao Feng, your matchless ghost god, is a mental energy skill. However, I have seen too many. I have even experienced the deity race's peak bladesmen executing similar martial techniques that are several times more brilliant than your unparalleled deity and demon. Tell me, do you think I can break your killing move easily? Xing Feng, I once fought with a sovereign martial emperor bladesman. I saw him really have a star with one saber strike. Do you still think that your star-shattering chop is very strong? Why are you not worth mentioning in my eyes? It is because there are people even stronger than you who fell to my saber. Chapter 1407. Now it was absolutely silent, incredibly quiet. When the many bladesmen heard Xiao Chen's words, they all entered deep thought. I've benefited from the lesson, Zhao Feng and Xing Feng said at the same time. Then, they performed cupped fist salutes and gently landed on their own stone pillars. When Xiren said, everyone here is a famous bladesman of the new generation in this golden age. You are all true bladesmen. As bladesmen, there is no need to worry too much about victory or defeat. Why don't you use this opportunity to exchange pointers with the Shadowless Saber Sovereign? Both sides will gain something, and this rare gathering will not be in vain. That's right. I am Feng Xingxing. I mainly cultivate the fast wind saber Dao. Would the Shadowless Saber Sovereign please give me some pointers? Feng Xingxing said sincerely as he stood up. When Xiren was right. Since the other party was clearly several levels higher than him, he might as well use this opportunity to exchange pointers and raise his cultivation of the saber Dao. Looking at the previous 3 challengers, even though they had lost, they had all gained something. They were the best examples. Xiao Chun said calmly, sure, please. After 10 moves, Feng Xingxing was defeated. Xiao Chun did not hesitate to share his understanding of the fast wind saber Dao, as well as the flaws of Feng Xingxing's saber techniques. Feng Xingxing closed his eyes and thought for a while. Then, he returned in satisfaction and started thinking hard. Following that, the challengers came in an endless stream, all of them exchanging moves with Xiao Chun one after another. Fortunately, Xiao Chun did not dislike such a scene. Instead, he rather liked it. When he pointed out the flaws of others, it also served as a reminder to himself. It was just like the saber in his hand. Although it was called the Pride Saber, Xiao Chun controlled its life and death. He always had a humble heart in his heart. There were also some bladesmen who occasionally performed well. However, Xiao Chun was not stingy with his praise. He even personally asked for pointers, not putting on any airs. For the past 3 years, Xiao Chun had been like this. He was obsessed with the saber Dao. When he saw new martial techniques, he would not be ashamed to ask for pointers. He was already used to it. The atmosphere of the place became very lively. The effect that Xiao Chun brought in this segment of making friends with the saber far surpassed when Xiren's expectations, making him very satisfied. As they chatted excitedly, the group started to discuss the ranking of the Saber School ranking based on the earlier fight with the Shadowless Saber Sovereign. Naturally, the Shadowless Saber Sovereign ranked first in the Saber School ranking without any surprises. Second place was when Xiren, who had fought with Xiao Chun the longest. Third place was the ghostly bladesman Zhao Feng. After resting for a while, he challenged the shadowless saber sovereign again. Unexpectedly, he experienced a moment of enlightenment on the spot. Unparalleled supernatural and ghost took another step forward, leaving an extremely deep impression on people. In this tea party, aside from the shadowless saber sovereign, this ghostly bladesman Zhaofeng brought the most pleasant surprises. Kacha! In the middle of the arena, Xiao Chen's doppelganger suddenly shattered, and pride shot through the air. Everyone was stunned at first. Then, they looked in the direction that pride flew in before discovering that the shadowless saber sovereign's true body had arrived. Dang! The instant the cycle war chariot landed firmly on the ground, pride stabbed into it, and the war chariot started moving. The clear and cold sound of the wind chime slowly rang out. It was lively and pleasing to the ears. Come, let's go and welcome the shadowless saber sovereign. When Xiren immediately landed, and the group of bladesmen quickly followed, landing on the road. You are finally here. We have been waiting for a long time, when Xiren said with a faint smile. After all, the doppelganger was not the true body, so he had to treat it differently. Shadowless saber sovereign, will you come down from the war chariot and let us see your true appearance? Someone asked out of curiosity. Everyone was curious about the shadowless saber sovereign's true appearance. It was not just these bladesmen but also the cultivators who rushed over to watch the excitement. Just what kind of existence could gain such a reputation in just 3 short years? Had he always been a nobody, only erupting out in the Golden Age, or had he long been famous and just pretended to be mysterious? Immediately, more than 10,000 pairs of eyes stared at the cycle war chariot, waiting for the shadowless saber sovereign's answer. Xiao Chen felt helpless in his heart. When he came to the tea party, he had already expected such a scene. However, right now he really could not get off the war chariot. He still could not face his identity as the Blue Dragon King. Every time Xiao Chen thought of the tombstones in the Scarlet Graveyard and the words, Xiao Chen, written in blood, it was like a nightmare, appearing in his mind over and over again. Do not do to others what you do not want done to yourself. Since the shadowless saber sovereign is not willing to get off the war chariot, there is no need to force it. A resonant voice rang out from behind. Everyone was stunned at the same time. They all felt like they could not hold on to their weapons anymore, trembling in fear. It's Senior Saber Sovereign. Everyone turned their heads and saw the white-haired Wu Xiaotian. They immediately exclaimed. The Saber Sovereign Wu Xiaotian had not appeared in public for many years. The last time he appeared was when the Blue Dragon King underwent his great tribulation of wind and fire. Greetings, Senior Saber Sovereign. Greetings, Saber Sovereign. Wu Xiaotian's name as the Saber Sovereign was deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. He was the god of all bladesmen, someone they could not surpass. He was much stronger than the Inferno Saber Sovereign, the Ice Saber Sovereign, and the Storm Saber Sovereign, the one and only King of Sabers. Master, what happened to your hair? When Xiren quickly walked over and asked when he saw Wu Xiaotian's white hair. Others might not know, but he knew very well that his master was still full of black hair and full of energy in the morning. Now, he was clearly much older, and the ancient aura between his brows could not be concealed. I'm fine. I just put down some things. Wu Xiaotian was very satisfied with this disciple of his, so he spoke gently. Inside the war chariot, Xiao Chun was astonished as well. He did not know how he managed to startle the Saber Sovereign. Could it be that the other party recognized him? That was impossible. Among the many wondrous uses of the cycle war chariot, there was one that could isolate it from the world, forming its own space. Even a supreme would not be able to figure out its true identity. Unless he walked out of the cycle war chariot, no one would know that he was the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chun. Whoosh! As Wu Xiaotian was thinking, he suddenly soared into the sky and shot toward the cycle war chariot. Reflexively, the 7 divine weapons on the cycle war chariot drew their scabbards one after another and charged at Wu Xiaotian. Dang! 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 Wu Xiaotian used his hand to catch the sabers. His every move contained a vast saber intent. He clashed with the divine weapons barehandedly without getting injured at all. Clanging sounds rang out like exploding thunder. Every time they exchanged moves, the entire heavenly saber mountain manor would tremble. Retreat. The cycle war chariot soared into the air and moved back 1 kilometer. Wu Xiaotian advanced further, his attacks increasingly faster, clashing with the 7 divine weapons. When Xiao Chun materialized the Taiji saber domain, Wu Xiaotian smiled bitterly. He really could not break such a technique. The other party's saber Dao had indeed reached great perfection, unrivaled. However, who was Xiao Chun? After all, he was a 9th heaven sovereign martial emperor. With the time saber in hand, he could fight primes. Most of the time, one did not need to rely on techniques to break the enemy. One could soar into the air and gather all one's cultivation in 1 finger. The 7 divine weapons all bounced back with a loud bang. The Taiji saber domain broke on its own. A shock wave swept out. The bladesmen present could not dodge in time, all of them vomiting blood and flying back. As they looked at the cycle war chariot, their faces filled with shock. The shadowless saber sovereign actually made Wu Xiaotian use his power. What kind of existence was he exactly? Whoosh! Using this instant, Wu Xiaotian entered the cycle war chariot with a flash of light. Brat, you are getting more and more gutsy. To think that you dare to attack me, Wu Xiaotian said with a smile as he casually sat down in the war chariot. When Xiao Chun heard this, he immediately knew that Wu Xiaotian had still managed to recognize him. He smiled bitterly and said, "Even if I can hide it from everyone in the world, I cannot hide it from Senior. What nonsense! I have played with sabers all my life. If I cannot even recognize a person, wouldn't I be making a fool of myself? Don't say anything first. Let me see your saber," Wu Xiaotian said as he pointed to the lunar shadow saber beside Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun rejoiced in his heart. He quickly handed it over and said, "Senior, it has been almost 5 years since the item spirit of this saber merged with it. However, it still has not woken up. I wonder what is wrong with this saber?" "Good saber." Wu Xiaotian fiddled with the lunar shadow saber as he muttered to himself. It was like he did not hear Xiao Chen's question, making him anxious but helpless. After a while, Wu Xiaotian returned the saber to Xiao Chun. He said sullenly, "Indeed, it is as I guessed. Although her cultivation of the saber Dao has already surpassed mine, the hidden danger in her heart is even greater." "What do you mean?" "There is nothing wrong with your saber. The problem is yours. She cannot recognize you. Naturally, she will not let you draw it," Wu Xiaotian said calmly, enunciating every word. However, these words were like thunder resounding in Xiao Chen's mind. Chapter 1408. What's going on? Why did the Saber Sovereign suddenly start fighting with the Shadowless Saber Sovereign? Could the Shadowless Saber Sovereign be plotting something? It does not seem like it. Look at the earlier exchanges. The Saber Sovereign dealt with the moves as they came. In the end, it seemed like he could not deal with the moves, so he used force to break the moves. If there really was a conflict, he would have used his full power from the start and not at the end. Nonsense. In that case, are you saying that Senior Wu Xiaotian is no match for the Shadowless Saber Sovereign? No. I'm just analyzing it based on the facts. The Saber Sovereign did not really intend to make a move on this Shadowless Saber Sovereign. What are the two of them talking about? There is no sound now. Seeing Wu Xiaotian fly into the cycle war chariot and not come out for a long time, the Heavenly Saber Mountain Manor's guests and cultivators all started to feel anxious. Only when Xiren vaguely guessed something. Master said that he let go of something. What did he let go of? What could he let go of that could instantly make Master's hair turn white, making him look so much older? Could it be? When Xiren's heart skipped a beat, as he looked at the cycle war chariot, an uncertain answer appeared in his heart. Inside the cycle war chariot, Xiao Chun was stunned for a while before saying, "Senior is right. Actually, I should have thought of this long ago. However, I was not willing to face it in the end." Wu Xiaotian smiled and said, "As a man, you can pick up and let go. There is nothing to regret. What happened back then was not your fault, and it was not what you wanted. Why blame yourself?" However, after a while, Wu Xiaotian changed the topic, saying, "It is easy for me to say. However, when it comes to me, it is not that easy. Logic is always easy to explain. However, doing it is always the hardest. I am no different." Xiaochen smiled. In the past 5 years, he rarely smiled. Now Wu Xiaotian truly made him laugh. Senior, no one consoles people like you do. What I said is the truth. There are some things that even I, who have lived for so long, do not dare to say that I have completely seen through. Furthermore, you are just a little fellow. However, things will eventually sort themselves out. There is no need for you to feel too conflicted. I believe that you will come out of it sooner or later. Xiaochen nodded and said, "Thank you, Senior. No need, I'll go out first. It's really stuffy in here. I don't know how you managed to stay here for 3 years. I'll give you a little toy." Wu Xiaotian sighed softly. He felt pity for Xiaochen. This child's life was truly a little bitter. Xiaochen took it. It was a small pouch that seemed to contain a token. Wu Xiaotian opened the curtain and stood up straight. He looked around and said, "I have something to announce now. I hope you won't be too surprised." "What is it?" Seeing how serious Wu Xiaotian was, everyone became curious and wondered what he was going to announce. Was it the Shadowless Saber Sovereign's true identity? Did he want to take in another disciple, or did he have some conflict with the Shadowless Saber Sovereign? I, Wu Xiaotian, declare that from today onwards, from the moment I say these words, the title of Saber Sovereign is no longer mine, Wu Xiaotian, but the Shadowless Saber Sovereign. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar at the scene, and it was silent for a long time. Inside the chariot, Xiaochen happened to take out the token from the pouch. He saw an ancient and murderous word written on it, Saber. The place fell silent. No one knew that the Saber Sovereign Wu Xiaotian would suddenly say these words, giving the title of Saber Sovereign to the Shadowless Saber Sovereign, an existence that no one knew even his true face. Saber Sovereign was not just a title. With this title, one would receive the respect of all the bladesmen in the entire Kunlun realm. The luck that came with this title was immeasurable. Many peak bladesmen dreamed of obtaining this title. However, because of Wu Xiaotian's existence, this dream became extravagant. Now, this title was going to change hands. Why? Someone asked, feeling confused. Wu Xiaotian replied indifferently, "There is no why. As long as he comes out of this war chariot within 10 years, no one will question my decision." Inside the war chariot, Xiao Chun was stunned by Wu Xiaotian's decision. Xiao Chun wanted to say something to reject it. However, Wu Xiaotian's words immediately rang out in his ears. "If you dare to object, I will expose your identity right now." Xiao Chun immediately shut up. This senior was still a senior, holding his life in his hands. "Don't overthink. This is a good thing for you, too." After dealing with Xiao Chun, many people still had doubts in their hearts. Someone asked loudly, "Does Senior know the true identity of the Shadowless Saber Sovereign?" "Naturally, I do. He is not a demon, so he can inherit my Saber Sovereign title. If there is anyone who is not convinced, as long as he is convinced of his defeat, he will hand over the Saber Sovereign title as well," Wu Xiaotian answered calmly. Wu Xiaotian answered calmly. After letting go of some things, he was much more open-minded about many things. When Xiren's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, it was as he expected. However, it was good that Master could let go. In this golden age, who knew how many people had designs on the Saber Sovereign? Being able to let go of things peacefully was better than being challenged by others. He did not ask for much. It was fine as long as Master could live out his days in peace. To celebrate the birth of a new Saber Sovereign, everyone here with a saber can head to the saber washing pool. This was a tangible benefit. Even if one was not a bladesman, one could soak in the saber washing pool. As long as one had a saber and soaked in the saber washing pool, the value of the saber would soar. The most mysterious thing in the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor was this saber washing pool. According to rumor, there was an ancient item at the bottom of the saber washing pool, eternal ice. According to rumor, it was a piece of ice that could never melt. Originally, it drifted in the starry heavens for tens of thousands of years. It underwent all sorts of baptisms in the starry heavens. Eventually, the first master of the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor obtained it and buried it in the saber washing pool. It was the existence of this eternal ice that gave rise to the various mysteries of the saber washing pool. "Senior, is what you said true?" Wu Xiaotian smiled faintly and said, "Naturally, I, Wu Xiaotian, am a man of my words. How can they be false? Xiren, do a head count and bring them to the back of the mountain." "Yes, master." After when Xiren received the order, he immediately started to make arrangements. Wu Xiaotian left. After he left, all sorts of discussions broke out. To think that a new saber sovereign was born just like that. Wu Xiaotian handed the title over to someone who had never left the war chariot, someone who did not even know his true identity. I really did not expect Senior Wu Xiaotian to hand over the title of saber sovereign. Hee. What did I say earlier? I said that Senior Wu Xiaotian made a move to test the shadowless saber sovereign. In terms of saber techniques, Senior Wu Xiaotian is no match for the shadowless saber sovereign. That's why he used force to overcome technique in the end. However, this is not a good thing. It is easy to imagine that countless experts will challenge the shadowless saber sovereign in the future. Right, just because the saber sovereign acknowledged him does not mean that others will. He still needs to prove himself. That's right. Senior Wu Xiaotian already said that as long as one can defeat him, he will be the new saber sovereign. I think he is not simple. Even now, no one knows the true strength of this shadowless saber sovereign. It would not be easy to defeat him. Groups of bladesmen gathered in every corner of the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor, discussing the topic of the saber sovereign abdication. They had witnessed history. It was easy to imagine that this topic would spread throughout the entire Kunlun realm in less than a month. In this golden age, the sun, moon, and stars rose and fell. Anything could happen. Inside the carriage, Xiao Chun had already regained his calm. He put aside the matter of the saber sovereign abdication. As he looked at the lunar shadow saber in his hand, Wu Xiaoyan's words repeated in his mind. "It is not the saber that has a problem. It is your heart that has a problem. The lunar shadow saber does not recognize you. Naturally, it will not let you draw it." Wu Xiaotian knew why it was like this, and so did Xiao Chun. Only when Xiao Chun truly walked out of his perplexity and got off the cycle war chariot could he return to himself. However, when Xiao Chun closed his eyes, what appeared in his mind were the 500,000 kilometers of scarlet clouds. Scarlet crows filled the sky, the boundless graveyard, and the words Xiao Chun drawn in blood. Fresh blood represented anger, foreboding, and hatred. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and reached out to grab the saber hilt. Then he gently pulled, but the lunar shadow saber did not budge at all. "Little Ao Jiao, do you really not recognize the current me?" Chapter 1409. Senior Shadowless, we are going to the saber washing pool. Do you want to come along? When Xiren asked as he walked over to Xiao Chun, who was in the war chariot, interrupting his thoughts. Xiao Chun shook his head slightly and put away the lunar shadow saber. Then he said, "Brother One, just address me as Shadowless. The saber washing pool is very famous. Naturally, I have to go and take a look." When Xiren smiled faintly and said, "In that case, I'll lead the way for you." After saying that, when Xiren mounted his horse, and the cycle war chariot followed closely behind. A large group followed behind, all of them showing excited expressions. This time, it was all thanks to Xiao Chen's appearance. Otherwise, Wu Xiaotian would not have allowed so many people to go to the saber washing pool at the same time. Xiao Chun had heard of the saber washing pool long ago. Since he was here, he definitely could not miss it. After washing the 7 divine weapons properly, their quality could be raised by 1 grade. This was especially so since the 7 divine weapons were a complete set. Unfortunately, Xiao Chun could not draw the lunar shadow saber. Otherwise, it would be perfect. "I can't be too stubborn," Xiao Chun thought to himself. Then, he took out another item and looked at it. That was a medallion filled with a somber aura. There was a simple saber carved on it. Wu Xiaotian did not explain its origins to Xiao Chun. However, Xiao Chun guessed that this should be some kind of inheritance between saber sovereigns, passed down from generation to generation. If anyone defeated Wu Xiaotian and snatched away the title of saber sovereign, they would have to hand over this medallion. This was a kind of ceremony that every saber sovereign had to follow. If anyone defeated him and snatched the title of saber sovereign, they would have to hand over this medallion. This was a kind of ceremony that every generation of saber sovereigns had to abide by. The moment his spiritual sense entered, Xiao Chun felt a strong suction. It was like his entire soul was being sucked in. The world spun around, and a desolate world appeared before Xiao Chun. The sky was chaotic, and there was nothing under his feet. The world spun around, and a desolate world appeared before Xiao Chun. The sky was chaotic, and there was nothing under his feet. Xiao Chun looked forward and saw a vast palace in the distance. Then he walked over with some doubts. Pan Huang Palace. When he got closer, Xiao Chun looked at the plaque on the palace and muttered, "Hello." The young man who inherited the title of Pan Huang's saber sovereign. The sudden voice startled Xiao Chen, and he hurriedly retreated. Only then did he realize that a young girl with her arms crossed had appeared beside him, floating in the air. Xiao Chen frowned and said, "Who are you? What is this place?" "I am the item spirit of the Saber Sovereign Medallion. You can call me Qing Yun. This is the world within Pan Huang's Saber Sovereign Medallion." The young girl, Qing Yun, introduced unhurriedly, not feeling frustrated at all. Every generation's master of the Saber Sovereign Medallion would have such an expression when they first came here. After seeing it many times, it was no longer strange. Who is Pan Huang? How is he related to Senior Wu Xiaotian? Qing Yun smiled and said, "You really have a lot of questions. However, as the new master of Pan Huang's Saber Sovereign Medallion, I have a duty to tell you. Pan Huang was the one who forged this medallion. He could be considered the first saber sovereign of the Kunlun realm. Wu Xiaotian was one of his inheritors. Without a doubt, the person who could forge the saber sovereign medallion was definitely a peerless expert. However, there had never been a person named Pan Huang in history. Could it be that this Pan Huang also left the abandoned land and erased his mark in this world? However, now was not the time to think about this problem. Xiao Chen pointed to the door and said, "I understand. In that case, help me open the door." Qing Yun shook her head and said, "That won't do. You have to open the door yourself. Only when you step through the door can you become the master of the Saber Sovereign Medallion. Right now, you only have the qualifications. You still have to rely on yourself." Xiao Chun did not hesitate. He took a few steps forward and pushed ferociously. Pa! The huge force bounced back, hurting him so badly that he wanted to vomit blood. He had no choice but to get serious. Qing Yun explained, "Stop trying. Unless you are as strong as the Ninth Heaven's Emperor Wu, you will not be able to push it open." Xiao Chun did not feel dispirited. He only asked, "What is in there?" "Nothing much. A lightning battery that Pan Huang left behind. It can continuously improve a bladesman's saber domain. There are also some wool sculptures of past saber sovereigns. One can fight with them to temper their martial techniques. There is also the comprehension platform. It can help bladesmen comprehend saber energy." "Wait, is this the saber energy you mentioned?" Xiao Chun interrupted her. Resplendent motes of light appeared in his sea of consciousness on his palm. Each mote was as bright as a small sun. There was a total of 10 motes. These were Xiao Chen's saber energy. Qing Yun revealed a shocked expression. "You are really a genius. No wonder Wu Xiaotian was willing to let you have the Saber Sovereign Medallion. In history, only 3 saber sovereigns comprehended saber energy. To think that you managed to comprehend saber energy without even entering Pan Huang Hall. Although it is just an embryonic form, it is just a matter of time before it becomes complete. It looks like this Saber Sovereign Medallion will not be very useful to you. However, you should cultivate properly and push open the door as soon as possible. I'll teach you how to use this energy, and you will be able to leave." Xiao Chun came out of the Saber Sovereign Medallion and thought about what Qing Yun said. It looked like this was the benefit that Wu Xiaotian mentioned. This Pan Huang was somewhat mysterious. Unexpectedly, there was someone in the Kunlun realm who could comprehend saber energy before him. Furthermore, that person clearly went further than him. The temperature suddenly plummeted. When Xiren dismounted his horse in front, he should have arrived at the saber washing pool. Xiao Chun opened the curtains of the carriage, and an average-sized pool appeared in his vision not far away. Cold qi drifted on the surface of the water, making it somewhat hazy. No one could see through it. "Senior Shadowless, please." When Xiren turned his head back and gestured for the cycle war chariot to enter. Clang! The 7 divine weapons unsheathed at the same time and turned into beams of flowing light stabbing into the pool. Chi! A cold energy assaulted Xiao Chun, and his entire body trembled. He felt like his soul trembled, and his entire body felt very comfortable. This feeling was even more intense than when his cultivation advanced. What made him even happier was that the 7 divine weapons moved about in the pool, completely out of control. The eternal mark ice was indeed profound. After a long time, the divine weapons started to sink. All sorts of impurities fell off their surfaces. By the time they reached the bottom of the pool, they looked brand new and bright. "That's enough," when Xiren said softly, and the 7 divine weapons emerged from the water with a whoosh. Ice covered the sabers. Under the reflection of the sunlight, the ice slowly melted. After the sabers completely melted, they shone with a piercing light, dazzling everyone's eyes. The divine might contained within the sabers gave off an even stronger pressure. The saber-washing pool truly lives up to its reputation. The might of the Shadowless Saber Sovereign's divine weapon has increased by at least 10%. My saber is not a divine weapon. It should not be a problem to increase it by 30 to 50%. When the group of bladesmen waiting at the back saw such an obvious effect, they all became excited. Xiao Chun sheathed his saber in satisfaction. Then the war chariot moved, making room for the people behind. Only 10 bladesmen can enter at a time. Everyone, please line up in order. There is no rush. Everyone will have a share. When Xiren waved his hand and got the 10 new generation bladesmen to step forward. At the same time, they controlled the situation. "Friend, don't cut the line." However, an ordinary-looking white-clad man did not listen. He could not help but walk to the front out of curiosity and stare at the water. Hey, did you hear that? I told you to go to the back." Zhao Feng could not help stepping forward and patting this person's shoulder. However, the white-clad man did not care. He did not even turn his head back. He muttered to himself, "Eternal ice, a miraculous item of the world. To think that it is used to wash sabers. What a waste, what a waste." "Did you hear that or not?" Zhao Feng said with some anger in his tone. If the white-clad man still did not leave, he was prepared to attack. However, something strange happened. Suddenly, Zhao Feng was horrified to discover that the arm he used to pat the white-clad man's shoulder had lost its feeling at some point in time. Frost had frozen it. "Young man, you are really courageous. It has been many years since someone dared to pat my shoulder." The white-clad man turned around and smiled faintly. However, that smile was so cold that it made one tremble in fear. This startled Zhao Feng into quickly retreating and chopping off this arm of his. "Cassie! The arm fell and shattered like ice. Chapter 14:10. Snow Demon? When Xiren frowned slightly, feeling somewhat surprised. What kind of demon could hide his aura when so many experts of the Heavenly Saber Mountain Manor were present? Something is wrong. This demon must have a significant background. Otherwise, he could not hide from everyone. Cannot act rashly. It's a demon. Kill him. The 10 great bladesmen of the new generation beside Zhao Feng stood up at the same time and drew their sabers to hack at the white-clad man. Of the 10 great bladesmen, the weakest was Emperor Wu of the 3rd heaven. The strongest, like Xing Feng and the others, were Emperor Wu of the 5th heaven. When these 9 people attacked at the same time, even a 7th heaven sovereign martial emperor would have to retreat, temporarily avoiding their sharpness. Be careful. This demon is not simple. When Xiren warned warily as he thought deeper. The white-clad man smiled coldly and no longer hid his aura. Surging demonic chi turned into a beam of black light and soared into the sky. The sky immediately darkened in an instant. The originally cold temperature plummeted again. Frost covered the ground. The eyebrows and beards of several cultivators froze. After this person stopped hiding his aura, a horrifying sovereign emperor's might surged out. The expressions of the 9 people in the air immediately changed. 8th Heaven Emperor Wu. That's not right. It is a 9th Heaven Sovereign Martial Emperor. This is a demon monarch. A 9th Heaven Sovereign Martial Emperor was a peak martial emperor, an extremely horrifying cultivation realm. There were many sovereign martial emperors in the Kunlun realm. However, the number of 9th Heaven Emperor Wu could be counted on 2 hands. In the Deep Abyss demonic world, aside from the 9 demon monarchs who were primes, the other 9 were only 9th Heaven Emperor Wu. This white-clad man was a 9th Heaven Sovereign. Without a doubt, he was a demon monarch. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Xing Feng, Feng Xingxing, and the others were so frightened that their faces turned ashen as they frantically retreated. Even if they were lucky and did not die, they would be severely injured in the full power strike of a demon monarch. However, it was clearly too late to retreat now. The white-clad man threw a palm strike. White snow drifted down, and a mysterious phenomenon appeared. A snowy mountain rose from the ground behind him, carrying a boundless might of ice. Poochie! The 9 of them coughed out a mouthful of blood at the same time. The sound of their bones breaking rang out as they were sent flying. Many of them fainted on the spot. With just one palm strike, Xiao Chun defeated the 9 great bladesmen of the new generation. Everyone panicked, and the place turned chaotic. Clearly, the white-robed man was not here to kill. He glanced coldly at Wenziren and stomped on the ground. A wave of snow surged over, forcing Wenziren to use his saber to block and retreat again and again. No one dared to help, and no one dared to stop this demon emperor-level existence because only death awaited them. The end of the new generation of 9 great bladesmen was a good example. In an instant, there was no one else around the saber-washing pool. The white-robed man moved quickly as he jumped into the saber-cleansing pool. His target was the eternal ice. Ka. But at some point, a thick layer of ice had formed on the surface of the water. The white-clothed man who jumped into the water passed through the white fog-like cold air and landed heavily on the ice. His footsteps slipped, and he staggered, nearly falling down. Ice! The snow demon monarch stabilized his body and frowned. His will of ice had already reached great perfection. No one could resist it. At first glance, he discovered that this ice was somewhat strange. Something was not quite right. However, time was tight. There was no time to think. The snow demon monarch raised his hand and smashed down. The ice instantly shattered, turning into countless ice shards. However, the expected water did not appear. Instead, a surging flame appeared. The white-robed man's expression changed slightly. He sensed that this flame was not simple, so he quickly dodged. Fortunately, the white-robed man had not been careless. If he had let this heavenly snow divine flame charge over, even a demon monarch like him would have to put in a lot of effort to destroy it. The white-robed man's expression turned sullen. With this delay, he knew that he had lost his chance to take away the eternal ice. Wu Xiaotian would rush over soon. The white-robed man looked in the direction of the cycle war chariot and pointed. 9 storms formed in the air, filling the air with ice and snow as they surged over, sealing off all of Xiao Chen's paths. Bang! Inside the war chariot, Xiao Chun remained calm. He struck out with one hand, and the 7 divine weapons turned into dim lights flashing, stabbing at the ice and snow storms. The 7 ice and snow storms immediately shattered. The shock waves swept out, and the entire space trembled intensely. The buildings around the saber-washing pool crumbled one after another. Terrifying cracks appeared in the ground. Everyone watched this scene in horror. Only the shadowless saber sovereign dared to fight with this demon monarch-level existence. If it were them, they would not even be able to last half a move. The cycle war chariot took 2 steps back, narrowly dodging the 2 ice and snowstorms that Pincer attacked. The 2 ice and snowstorms clashed, giving off a loud sound. The shock waves swept out. The curtains of the cycle war chariot all flew up. Blood leaked out of a corner of Xiao Chen's lips. He had suffered some internal injuries. Stop! Just as the white-robed man was about to continue attacking, a saber light flew over. It was Wu Xiaotian rushing over. Snow Demon Monarch, you are really giving me face. To think that you would sneak into my heavenly saber mountain manor alone. Wu Xiaotian said coldly. The moment Wu Xiaotian said that, everyone was startled. It turned out that a demon monarch was charging over. The snow demon monarch said indifferently, "You are too polite. If not for you being too strong, the other demons would have been discovered when they got close to the heavenly saber mountain manor. There was no need for me to come personally." Wu Xiaotian said calmly, "Go then, you have already lost your chance to obtain the eternal ice. Ing Zongtian and the sword sovereign Lu Xiaoyun are rushing over. If you do not leave now, you will not be able to even if you want to." Wu Xiaotian said coldly, his gaze as sharp as a treasure saber. The white-robed man did not say anything. He met Wu Xiaotian's gaze, and a silent clash unfolded in the air. The two peak martial emperors started a competition of sovereign emperor's might. Rumble! The entire heavenly saber mountain manor started trembling intensely. Countless buildings collapsed. The surrounding astral arenas exploded one after another, looking like huge fireworks in the starry heavens. Emperor's might surged out. The surrounding cultivators were so frightened that they did not even dare to breathe heavily. They only felt cold sweat dripping down their backs. The mountain-like pressure made them not dare to move at all. The two emperors' might clashed, causing the world to change. Wu Xiaotian was like a treasure saber that connected the world to the ground. He gave off an unstoppable sharpness. The snow demon monarch's vast demonic might was like a strong snowstorm, giving off a tyrannical aura that could seal the world in ice. At first, the two were evenly matched, neither giving way to the other. However, after 1 hour, Wu Xiaotian started to show signs of fatigue. Such a high-intensity clash of emperor's might was mentally exhausting. "Master!" When Xiren's face sank, feeling very anxious. He wanted to go and help. However, with the double pressure from 2 Peak 9th Heaven Emperor Wu, he could not move at all. Everyone present started to feel anxious. Once the momentum fell into a disadvantage, victory would be decided in the next second. The snow demon monarch's lips curled up slightly. "Wu Xiaotian, if it were in the past, I would have left already. However, I've changed my mind now. You are already old." Ka. However, just at this moment, at this most subtle moment, the cycle war chariot shook. Xiao Chun, who was in the chariot, gritted his teeth and did his best to control his body, shaking off the pressure from the two emperors' might. The frequency of the war chariot shaking intensified. Xiao Chun shouted, and the 7 divine weapons on the ground shot up and returned to their sheaths. They shot up and returned to their scabbards. In an instant, Xiao Chun managed to struggle free. Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes, and he ferociously smacked the cycle war chariot with his right hand. The cycle war chariot instantly started moving while the thousands of cultivators present could not move. The war chariot slowly approached, and its strong aura merged with Wu Xiaotian's aura. It was like a sharp blade instantly piercing through the sky. The snow demon monarch vomited a mouthful of blood as he retreated quickly. He lost at the most crucial moment of the clash of auras. "Snow demon monarch, why are you still not scramming?" Wu Xiaotian scolded coldly. "Wu Xiaotian, don't give me a second chance. You will not be so lucky next time." The snow demon monarch glared at the cycle war chariot with extreme hatred. Then he left in a sorry state, not daring to linger. After the snow demon monarch left completely, blood leaked out of a corner of Wu Xiaotian's lips. He staggered back a few steps. Chapter 14:11. "Master!" When Xiren showed a startled expression, he stepped forward and quickly supported Wu Xiaotian. Inside the war chariot, Xiao Chun was startled as well. Unexpectedly, Wu Xiaotian was already so severely injured. No wonder Wu Xiaotian did not give chase even though the snow demon monarch was injured. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun guessed the reason. A competition of emperor's might was a competition of aura, the sharpness in one's heart. Wu Xiaotian had just relinquished the position of saber sovereign, so he had lost most of his sharpness. Being able to fight with the snow demon monarch for 1 hour was already his limit. The snow demon monarch was right when he said that Wu Xiaotian was old. Wu Xiaotian waved his hand and said, "It's fine. Get everyone to continue lining up and use the saber washing pool. Shadowless and I will stand guard for everyone." Don't get scared off by the demons. So what if it is a demon monarch? He's still left with his tail between his legs. All right. When Xiren nodded, then he turned his head and said, "Everyone, continue. Keep the line in order. Don't get messy." The many cultivators rejoiced in their hearts. Unexpectedly, after the demon monarch stirred up trouble and blew the matter up, Wu Xiaotian still fulfilled his promise. "Many thanks, Senior Wu," everyone said in unison. Wu Xiaotian smiled faintly and did not say anything. The guests used the miraculous saber washing pool in an orderly manner. With the shadowless saber sovereign and Wu Xiaotian standing guard at the side, there was nothing to worry about. After this, the shadowless saber sovereign's title was well-deserved. When the thousands of bladesmen present could not block the demon monarch's emperor's might, the shadowless saber sovereign stepped forward and chased away the snow demon monarch. What were demon monarchs? They were legendary characters. In the deep abyss demonic world, the 18 demon monarchs were all peak experts. Every one of them had the strength to destroy the world. They could casually suppress a large group of Emperor Wu with just a raise of their hands. It was not an exaggeration to say that an overwhelming demonic might could scare one away with just one look. Today, not only was the shadowless saber sovereign not frightened, but he even stepped forward and worked with Wu Xiaotian to scare away the other party. Furthermore, everyone could tell that Wu Xiaotian could no longer hold on. If not for Xiao Chun stepping forward, the consequences would have been dire. "Kid, thank you." Wu Xiaotian sent a voice transmission. Xiao Chun said, "Senior is too serious. In any case, I have already offended a blood demon monarch. I do not mind offending another snow demon monarch." Wu Xiaotian asked interestedly, "Don't call me senior. If you don't mind, just call me Big Brother Wu. What's going on with you and the blood demon monarch?" Since Wu Xiaotian already knew Xiao Chen's identity, there was naturally no need to hide the matter of the destruction throne. Xiao Chun recounted his experience at the Jadeite courier station. After hearing that, Wu Xiaotian smiled and said, "The blood demon monarch is a prime demon monarch, one rank higher than the snow demon monarch. You are really bold. The Jadeite king is quite smart. Should I place the eternal ice in your hands as well to avoid trouble?" Xiao Chun hurriedly waved his hand and said, "I have no use for the eternal ice. It's better to give it to someone who needs it. The demonic calamity could erupt at any time. That snow demon emperor is right. Placing the eternal ice here is a little overkill. Who do you think needs it the most in the Kunlun realm?" A person immediately appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. Bai Wuxia. Bai Wuxia mainly cultivated the will of ice. Now, he was one of the leading figures of the Tianwu domain. After the Golden Age, he suddenly erupted. His talent and aptitude went without saying. "Bai Wuxia," Xiao Chun said without thinking for long. "Very well, I'll listen to you. After this matter is over, help me give the eternal ice to him." Wu Xiaotian answered even faster than Xiao Chun, nearly without thinking or hesitation. "Big Brother Wu, have you thought it through?" Xiao Chun felt somewhat shocked. The eternal ice had been in the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor for at least 10,000 years. To think that Big Brother Wu would give it away just like that. In the end, this golden age is not a stage for us. The Kunlun realm will definitely be destroyed by us old fellows in this chaotic world, Wu Xiaotian said indifferently. Wu Xiaotian said indifferently. As his white hair fluttered, Xiao Chun looked through the curtains. He did not see desolation but a kind of carefreeness. After half a day, the guests left in satisfaction. Xiao Chun put away the eternal ice and left this heavenly Saber Mountain Manor. 3 days later, the news of Wu Xiaotian stepping down as the Saber Sovereign, together with the news of the shadowless Saber Sovereign knocking back the Snow Demon Monarch, spread throughout the Kunlun realm. At the same time, another piece of news came out. In the Sword Dao Tea Party, a mysterious swordsman from the Devil World appeared. He swept the Kunlun Sword Dao elites with a single sword strike, and no one could withstand 10 moves from him. In the end, the Sword King appeared and discussed the sword with him. The two of them talked about their own techniques, and hundreds of strange phenomena appeared. There was the sun and the moon competing in splendor. 10,000 swords streaked across the sky. 3,000 sword daos flickered and disappeared. The ancient sages confronted each other across the sky. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the Sword King was defeated and forced to hand over the Sword King token. Almost at the same time, the two kings of saber and sword changed hands. Compared to Wu Xiaotian taking the initiative to give up his position, the sword sovereign Lu Xiaoyun being forced to give up his position was even more shocking. As for the identity of the mysterious swordsman, there were many different opinions. No one knew which of the 18 demon emperors he came from. Some said that he was the most mysterious of the 18 demon monarchs, the first royal highness. Some said that he was the inheritor of the deep abyss sword demon. Some even said that he was the Dark Church's young churchmaster. Rumors flew everywhere. No one knew if they were true or false. It was just like the shadowless saber sovereign. No one knew his identity either. In this golden age, one should never be shocked by anything for too long. Soon, something new would appear, overshadowing the glory of the former. Xiao Chun did not know about this news. After he left the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor, he did not immediately rush to the Tianwu domain to hand the eternal ice to Bai Wuxia. He had more important things to do. He had to refine the destruction throne and merge it into the cycle war chariot. Massacre, destruction, ruin, despair, pain, grief, death. After much effort, Xiao Chun finally collected all 7 thrones. Only with massacre would there be destruction. After destruction was destruction. Destruction brought despair, pain, and grief. After that, everything fell silent, seeking new life in death. From massacre to death, the 7 thrones happened to be a cycle. From the very start, Xiao Chun felt that this was not a coincidence. Many years ago, when his cultivation was still very low, he decided to use this as an opportunity to comprehend the state of cycle. Only with cycle could he resist Chu Chaoyun's primal chaos, the fusion of light and darkness. Cycle went from life to death, from death to life. One person's cycle was life, but the cycle of all things was fate. The 7 divine weapons of the 7 deadly sins had long since merged with the cycle throne. Each divine weapon had a throne as its core. Only pride, the sheathless saber, had not merged with any throne. What Xiao Chun wanted to do was merge pride with the destruction throne, making the cycle throne's name of cycle live up to its name. However, every saber of the 7 deadly sins had its own personality, with distinct characteristics. Some were greedy, some were envious, and some were furious. Pride was innately arrogant. It was not even willing to be sheathed. How could it easily merge with the destruction throne? Xiao Chun sat on the cycle throne. Pride danced in the air, unwilling to land in his hand. Xiao Chun had already tried once. Not only was pride unwilling to merge with the throne, but it even wanted to break the throne. After failing, pride remained like this. No matter how Xiao Chun tried to control it, it was unwilling to land. Damn it! It is just a lousy saber, but it has such a bad temper, Little 3 said hatefully from the 3-life mirror. Whoosh! Saber light spread out as pride sent out a few saber lights from nowhere, chopping at Little 3. This startled Little 3, causing it to quickly dodge, appearing to be in a sorry state. Upon seeing this, pride became even more cocky. It spun in the air, jumping up and down, flying into the sky. As it spun, resplendent saber lights shot out from its body. Instantly, saber images filled the air and howled in all directions. Pride was as cocky as it could be, not giving Xiao Chun any face at all. You want me to merge with that lousy thing? Dream on. Everything is ready. Could it be that I have to stop advancing on this saber? Just as Xiao Chun hesitated, the lunar shadow saber beside him and its sheath flew out. Dang! The lunar shadow saber struck Pride, which was jumping up and down. A melodious sound rang out, sounding like a miserable shriek. Pride's light vanished and it fell to the ground. I can't accept this. Pride quickly leaped up. In the end, it was ruthlessly knocked back down again. After 10 odd times, it no longer dared to jump up and obediently flew back into Xiao Chen's hand. When Xiao Chun looked forward, only the lunar shadow stood in the air, its light withdrawn. Chapter 14:12. Lunar shadow. Lunar shadow. How can my lunar shadow let other sabers bully me? Xiao Chun was slightly distracted by this. He gently stretched out his hand, and the lunar shadow immediately put down its pride and slowly flew over. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and grabbed the lunar shadow saber with all his might. However, he was disappointed again. He still could not draw the saber. Shaking his head, Xiao Chun put down the lunar shadow saber and flicked his finger. The dragon phoenix cauldron flew out of the universe ring and landed firmly on the ground. A flame spun in Xiao Chen's right eye. After a while, the lunar true flame surged out. Boom! The flame in the dragon phoenix cauldron blazed. Xiao Chun sent in the destruction throne. Then he glanced at Pride. Although Pride felt dissatisfied, it still slowly flew towards the dragon phoenix cauldron. After the two entered, Xiao Chun immediately closed the cauldron. Xiao Chun had already merged 6 times before. This time he was very familiar with the process. He carried out the various steps in an orderly manner. Buzz! On the carriage, Envy was the first to draw the saber. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and pointed. The saber gave off a bright light, piercing through the sky and attracting starlight into the cauldron. Xiao Chen's refining method came from the secret manual of the Big Dipper Palace disciples in the Zodiac Hall. When cultivated to a high level, he needed to infuse starlight into the cauldron. Initially, Xiao Chen needed to draw out astral energy himself. Now that the 6 divine weapons successfully merged, they could help him draw out astral energy, making it much easier. The 6 divine weapons drew one after another. Starlight shone on the dragon phoenix cauldron, giving off a bright light. The carvings of the dragon and phoenix on the cauldron seemed to come to life in the light, dancing and chasing each other. In the heart of an emperor, the primordial energy continuously drained. Xiao Chun formed hand seals and sent beams of light into the cauldron. This made the flame in the cauldron burn even more ferociously. The starlight falling from the sky was like adding oil to the fire. The merging of the two was not simple. It was time-consuming and draining. It was a huge test of one's mind and primordial energy. If one's mind could not endure, resulting in a wrong hand seal or insufficient primordial energy, it would not only result in failure, but it would also cause the 2 treasures to explode. Therefore, he couldn't afford to make even half a mistake. Once he did, there wouldn't be a second chance. Just like that, he was extremely cautious and constantly expended a large amount of primordial energy for an entire month. Whether it was day or night, this place was always brightly lit by the stars and the curtain of night hung high in the sky. Fortunately, there were no signs of human habitation within 1,000,000 kilometers of this place. Even if this continued for another half a year, no one would discover him. On this particular day, starlight gathered, and a saber chi knocked away the cauldron. After half a month of anxiety, Xiao Chen finally relaxed. At this point, it didn't matter much to him anymore. Wait, something's not right. Logically speaking, the blade of pride should have flown out the moment the furnace was sent flying. The previous 6 divine weapons had all fused in the same manner. Was there an accident? Just as Xiao Chun was about to extend his spiritual sense to check it out, the dragon phoenix cauldron exploded with a bang. Strictly speaking, it did not explode. It was not that a saber light had split it into pieces. Pride shattered the dragon phoenix cauldron. Then, it soared into the air and headed straight for Xiao Chun, a divine weapon devouring its master. The saber was filled with a state of destruction. Strands of saber chi containing the state of destruction swept out wildly. Horrifying cracks appeared in the ground. Rumble! Loud sounds rang out without end. Everywhere the saber passed, the ground cracked. Boundless dirt flew into the air. In that instant, dirt flew everywhere, covering the sky and covering the sun. It was like a berserk dragon filled with destructive power. Clang! 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 6 divine weapons flew over one after another, blocking in front of Xiao Chun. However, in just one exchange, Pride knocked them back. After merging with the destruction throne, Pride's sharpness soared, its sharpness pressing down. In mere moments, Pride arrived in front of Xiao Chun, less than 1 kilometer away. However, there seemed to be an invisible wall blocking Xiao Chen's path. Pride could not pierce through. The incredibly fatigued Xiao Chun revealed a smile. It looked like the fusion was pretty effective. That's enough playing around. Xiao Chen ferociously smacked down with the back of his hand, and pride trembled for a moment before flying far away, scattering all its sharpness. No matter how proud Xiao Chun was, he was just a saber. He could be friends with a saber, but he absolutely could not become its slave. Come back, Xiao Chun said softly, and the 7 divine weapons all returned, returning to the back of the cycle throne. The instant the 7 divine weapons returned to the scabbard, the lines on the cycle throne all lit up, giving off a resplendent light. The cycle throne started spinning uncontrollably. What's going on? As the throne spun rapidly, there was no time for Xiao Chun to think. Soon, the spinning throne kicked up a strong sandstorm, forming a 3-kilometer-long saber. Many strange scenes appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. The scenes flashed by too quickly. He only managed to remember one. Dark clouds filled the sky. A man stood on the Sky Dome Realm's hidden dragon lake, holding a sword. 9 dragon veins soared under his feet. As the dragon veins soared, the entire Tianwu continent surged. Countless cities were destroyed, countless mountains collapsed, and the sea turned into mulberry fields. All this happened in one breath. The scene enlarged. The other lower realms materialized by the Immortal Lord's residences felt the pull of the Sky Dome realm. They turned into beams of light and flew towards the Sky Dome realm. What a majestic scene it was! The 3,000 lower realms seemed to merge into one, all under the feet of this sword-wielding man, forming an undefeatable dynasty. 10,000 years is a cycle. There is only one chance every 10,000 years. Blue Dragon King, if you do not draw your saber now, when are you going to do so? The Blue Dragon King brandished his sword and pointed to the front. At the limits of his vision, he saw a white-clad man standing in the starry heavens, standing on a Taiji yin-yang diagram. Ka-ca. All the scenes shattered, and the throne stopped spinning. Xiao Chun felt his entire body go weak, devoid of strength. The cycle of all things was fate. In that earlier moment, he seemed to have seen his own fate. Is the person holding the sword Chu Chaoyun? What exactly is the grudge between me and Chu Chaoyun? What kind of opportunity comes only once every 10,000 years? Xiao Chun did not believe in fate. He had never believed in it. In the 3-life mirror, he did not choose the future. However, it seemed like fate did not give him a chance to escape. Whether he was willing or not, he could not avoid that battle with Chu Chaoyun. It looks like there is really some unavoidable karma in this. Whether I am willing or not, 10,000 years ago, someone was already the cause. Xiao Chun muttered to himself, entering deep thought. A chance that comes once every 10,000 years. 10,000 years ago, the last Tianwu emperor fought with the Qing emperor. 10,000 years later, it was his turn to fight with Chu Chaoyun. Never mind. When I am stronger, I will make a trip to the Blue Dragon Palace. The answer will be revealed then. Right now, I should check out the state of cycle and see how well I have merged with it. Xiao Chun closed his eyes and sent out a strand of his spiritual sense into the mental world within the throne with a thought. Around him, 7 rays of light of different colors revolved around him. Massacre, destruction, ruin, pain, grief, despair, and death. This was the first time Xiao Chun grasped all 7 states. This feeling was great. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and made a grasping motion, grabbing all 7 beams of light. Immediately, the 7 emotions continuously assaulted his mind. Xiao Chen's will was firm, his heart like a boulder as he coldly watched the changes in the emotions. The 7 lights continuously changed, but they could not truly merge. After Xiao Chun figured out the feeling, he let go, and the 7 states immediately scattered. Cycle arts. Xiao Chun still needed the cycle arts before he could cultivate the true state of cycle. Historically, the evil king had reached this step as well. However, he fell at the final step and did not succeed. The Mirage Immortal Palace required Xiao Chun to find the cycle arts in this great forbidden land. The cyclic astral lord once said that he had seen the cycle arts on a wall of the Mirage Immortal Palace. Back then, The cyclic astral lord even promised to accompany Shao Chun into this great forbidden land and help him obtain the cycle arts. However, this person could not be trusted or befriended. Shao Chun had already seen through the cyclic astral lord's true colors long ago. In the end, the cyclic astral lord had to rely on himself. Chapter 14:13. Shao Chun set aside the matter of the Mirage Immortal Palace for now. He wanted to see how much stronger the cycle throne had become after it was mended. The cycle throne was a quasi-primordial emperor treasure. Its greatest use was that it could allow one to control 7 divine weapons as they pleased. In the Kunlun realm, even the strongest bladesmen could only control 2 sabers. However, Shao Chun could control 7 divine weapons. The most crucial thing was that these 7 divine weapons were a set. Previously, Pride had not merged with the Destruction Throne. Although the 7 divine weapons were a set, there was a shortcoming. They could not be completely unified. Now that the 7 divine weapons merged with the Destruction Throne and soaked in the saber washing pool, their might would definitely increase significantly. With a thought, the 7 divine weapons came out of their scabbards at the same time. Shao Chun gently tapped with his finger, and 7 figures appeared on the ground, quickly grasping the saber hilts. Pride, void-breaking stance. The light within 1 kilometer of the figure holding Pride vanished, turning pitch black. Everything in the surroundings returned to the saber. Then, that figure soared into the air and vanished. It was like he teleported. The next time he appeared, he burst out with a 30-kilometer-long saber light, looking as resplendent as the sun. The space in front shattered like glass, shattering into powder. If a small star were here, it would have exploded. Shao Chun nodded slightly. After merging Pride with the Destruction Throne, he executed the first move of the flawless saber technique. Its might was not much weaker than his actual body's. In fact, it might even be stronger. The state of the Destruction Throne happened to be compatible with the void-breaking stance. It was impossible for it not to be stronger. Wrath, Dragon Subduing Stance. Wrath merged with the Destruction Throne. It was the most suitable for executing the Dragon Subduing Stance. Dragons were tyrannical creatures in the first place. In ancient times, there was a son of heaven who compared himself to a true dragon. When the son of heaven raged, millions of corpses would fall. However, when a true dragon raged, it would not be as simple as millions of corpses. Even a nation or a dynasty would be destroyed. The figure holding Wrath quickly executed the second move of the flawless saber technique, Dragon Subduing Stance. With this move, 1,000 berserk dragons stood under his feet. Dragon might filled the air. Using the might of a true dragon, he turned it into saber might that could sweep through the galaxy. Greed, Falling Moon Stance. Within 3 years, Shao Chun had perfected the flawless saber technique. The third move was the Falling Moon Stance. In this life, Shao Chun had a fate with the moon. Many of his martial techniques were related to the moon. Flawless Bright Moon, Moon Bright like Fire, 1,000-Year Death, 1,000-Year Flame, and many others were related to the moon. This Falling Moon Stance combined all the martial techniques related to the moon into the flawless saber Dao. With a flash of the saber light, a bright moon fell to the ground. A human figure flew across the sky and the moon fell to the ground. Jealousy Blade Heartbreak Style. Because the heavens were unfair, everyone would have a heart full of jealousy. They would feel sorrow, pain, and unwillingness because of jealousy. Along the way, he had experienced it deeply. In the end, the pain was so great that even his heart was broken. The fourth move of the flawless saber technique was unleashed with inspiration, the Heartbreaking Stance. This saber shatters the heart, first shattering oneself, then shattering the enemy. It was extremely powerful, but it was also a double-edged sword. It could injure the enemy by 1,000, but also hurt oneself by 800. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Shao Chun could not use this move. The specialty of the flawless Dao was the most obvious in this move. There was no perfect saber Dao or a perfect person. There was only a heart that pursued perfection. Laziness Blade, Lingyun Stance. Laziness was human nature. Everyone was lazy. Without laziness, How could there be such a beautiful world with thousands of temptations? How could one restrain oneself? Only the lofty aspiration of Lingyun remained in one's heart, thinking of the scenery on the tall mountain, looking at the majesty of the clouds. The flawless saber technique's fifth move, Lingyun stance. A youth with lofty aspirations did not worry. There would always be a saber with the word Lingyun carved in one's heart. One day, when this saber was unsheathed, it would definitely soar into the sky, soaring into the clouds and soaring into the 9 heavens. Lust blade, shadowless stance. Red lanterns and wine. Indulging in a life of luxury. Indulging in sensual pleasures until death. As the saying went, lust was a saber. This saber was the most ruthless and the most venomous. This saber was formless, killing without a trace. The color domain saber was such a venomous saber. The 6th move of the flawless saber technique used one's strong mental energy. When combined with this saber, one could send out a shadowless saber, creating many illusions and thousands of temptations, indulging in sensual pleasures until death. Gluttony blade, heaven-swallowing stance. This move was the flawless saber technique's 7th move. It was also the strongest move. It represented Shao Chen's ambition to swallow the heavens. The moment this move was executed, it could swallow up any martial technique, drowning it in the flawless saber Dao, the death Dao that represented the end. The 7 figures executed the flawless saber technique one after another. Then they exchanged moves and attacked each other. Shao Chun watched coldly, doing his best to find the flaws in every move. Then he continuously modified them. After merging all 7 thrones, the flawless saber technique would officially appear. Whether Shao Chun could keep his title as the saber sovereign depended on this flawless saber technique. Shao Chun would depend on this flawless saber technique. Hence, he needed to continuously perfect it. As for the yin-yang saber formation, it was a different direction. It corresponded to his understanding of saber techniques and formations. One was his personal saber Dao, and the other was a saber technique formation. The two did not conflict with each other. Instead, they complemented each other. 3 days later, Shao Chun came out of closed-door cultivation. He immediately learned that the demons had taken the Sword Sovereign Medallion. The first thing Shao Chun thought of was Chu Chaoyun. Although there were many outstanding talents in the demonic world, and the 18 Crown Scions were all ridiculously strong and talented, none of them could defeat a Sword Sovereign in terms of swords. However, none of them could defeat the Sword Sovereign in terms of swords. Only Chu Chaoyun could. However, even if it was Chu Chaoyun, Shao Chun did not have much of a relationship with him for now. However, the second piece of news made him frown. 7 days ago, 3 Crown Scions of the Blood Demon Royal Hall, the Winged Demon Royal Hall, and the Fire Demon Royal Hall worked together to set up a trap for the Water Moon Alliance in the Savage Battlefield. The Alliance suffered heavy casualties. For the sake of protecting the other members, the Alliance chief by Wuxia took the initiative to fall back, blocking the 3 Crown Scions and sustaining severe injuries. Now his whereabouts were unknown, his fate unknown. This battle was a disastrous loss for the Tianwu domain. Originally, after the 3 holy masters defected to the deity Dao Union, the Tianwu domain experienced the sorrow of not having a leader. The demons slaughtered them horribly. After much difficulty, Bai Wuxia appeared and stopped everyone, establishing the Water Moon Alliance. This instantly reversed the situation between the humans and the demons in the Tianwu domain. Not only did he stop the arrogance of the demons, but he also hunted down many demons. However, after this battle, the Water Moon Alliance fell apart. Bai Wuxia's fate was unknown, and his future became uncertain. After that, more news came. It turned out that the 3 demon royal halls were here for a forbidden land in the savage battlefield. 10,000 years ago, the Qing Emperor once killed a demon monarch and sealed his corpse in the dragon burial mound. The demon monarch had a peerless demonic sword in his hand. It was called Demonic Shadow. Now, the appearance of tens of thousands of dragon caves in the dragon burial mound at the same time was a sign of the demon sword appearing. The crown scions of the 3 demon royal halls were here for this powerful demon sword. Surrounding and killing the Water Moon Alliance was just something they did along the way. However, the dragon burial mound was very vast. Who knew how many dragon caves there were? No one knew which dragon cave the corpse of this demon monarch was sealed in. They could only search for it slowly. Rumor said that the other 18 demon royal halls would all rush over. The 3 demon royal halls were just the vanguard. Whoever obtained this powerful demon sword would become the new leader of the demonic world. In the future, when they reached the peak, they would be the strongest demon monarch. The 10 crown scions of the demonic world were all ambitious people. Without a doubt, they would rush over. As the outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm, they naturally would not let the 18 demon royal halls obtain the demon sword. Chu Yang, the leader of the heavenly starry ocean. Sima Lingxian, the leader of the dark sea. Bai, the leader of the fiend domain, and the experts of the deity Dao Union were all on their way to the savage battlefield. The dragon burial mound immediately became a place of trouble. It was like a huge whirlpool. As the wind blew and clouds churned, a startling battle would erupt. The opportunity of the demon sword's appearance would bring the probing conflict between the Kunlun realm and the deep abyss demonic world to a new peak. After that, this golden age would become even more chaotic. Only when the demonic calamity arrived and the 2 realms fought to the death would this chaotic era end. Xiao Chun wanted to stay far away from this troublesome place. However, he had promised Wu Xiaotian that he had to give the eternal ice to Bai Wuxia. Xiao Chun had to go to the savage battlefield even if he did not want to. Chapter 14:14. Each of the 7 great forbidden grounds had its own mysteries. As for which one was the most dangerous, there was no conclusion. However, if one had to ask which place had the most stories, it had to be the savage battlefield. In ancient times, during the peak of martial arts, this place was already a famous land of fortuitous encounters. There were immortal graveyards, ruins of immortal Tao sects, ancient divine mountains, and various ancient beasts and king spirit veins. This place had always been a holy land for martial artists. However, it was during the peak and most prosperous era of martial arts that a 100-clan war broke out here. In the end, the abyssal demonic world also joined in. This war eventually evolved into a catastrophe, causing the decline of martial arts to this day. Even the strongest Qing emperor 10,000 years ago had a prerequisite. He had to be the strongest person in the post-ancient times. During the peak of martial arts, when emperors were as common as clouds and saints were everywhere, the Qing emperor was not the strongest. The battle had turned this sacred land of the martial way into a desolate land. Its geography had changed completely, and today it had become one of the 7 great forbidden lands. It was filled with danger and countless forbidden areas. Regardless, this place was still filled with fortuitous encounters. Merely compared to the ancient era, this place was far more dangerous. The corpses of the various great emperors, the blood of the sovereigns, and the resentment of the demon monarchs had already changed the geography of the Holy Land, turning it into an ominous place. Now, in the golden age of the post-ancient era, this place was once again stirred up, attracting outstanding talents from all over to attack. This time, where would the Kunlun realm go? Would it be glory or decline? No one knew. When Xiao Chun was still a martial monarch, he had come to the savage battlefield with his first senior sister and the others. At that time, he had been weak. Xiao Chun could only walk at the periphery and had to be careful. There were too many places in the vast savage battlefield that he did not even dare to look at. Now that he had snuck in, it was like revisiting an old haunt. Compared to the past, the difference in power was like the difference between heaven and earth. However, he was even more careful and cautious. The higher one stood, the more reverence one had for the world. Xiao Chun was here to look for Bai Wuxia. If possible, he would not participate in the fight for the demon sword. It was going to be a huge mess. Once they got involved, it would be very difficult for them to escape. There were countless places in the vast savage battlefield, and the environment was very complicated. There were desolate plains, swamps, hills, deserts, forests, and everything else. Finding Bai Wuxia would not be easy. Without a good plan, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. However, Xiao Chun was not afraid of looking for a needle in a haystack. He was afraid that he would not even have the chance to do so. Bai Wuxia better not die. In the war chariot, Xiao Chun looked at a map. The place he wanted to go was the Dragon Burial Mound. Right now, most of the people of the Winged Demon Royal Hall, the Blood Demon Royal Hall, and the Fire Demon Royal Hall should be at the Dragon Burial Mound, wishing that they could find that demon monarch's corpse. Xiao Chun had been to the Dragon Burial Mound once before. He remembered that the place was very special. If one took the initiative to look for it, one would not be able to find a dragon cave. Only when the dragon cave appeared on its own would there be a chance to enter. At that time, he did not know the reason behind it. From the looks of it, it must have something to do with the demon emperor's corpse from 10,000 years ago. To be more precise, it might have something to do with the demon sword Evil Shadow. The appearance of more than 10,000 dragon caves was clearly abnormal. It was not hard to understand why the demons wanted to use this opportunity to obtain the demon sword. As for Xiao Chun, he wanted to force out Bai Wuxia's whereabouts from these demons. At the very least, he needed to know if Bai Wuxia was alive or dead. The Black Cycle War Chariot turned into a graceful figure as it flew. Along the way, Xiao Chun saw many war chariots, warships, and groups of cultivators of the various races of the Kunlun realm. However, these people's cultivations were not very high. Presumably, the outstanding talents of the various places had not rushed over yet. Only the cultivators of the Tianwu domain had come. Xiao Chen's war chariot did not stand out among them. He even saw several war chariots that were decorated exactly the same as the cycle war chariot, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. After a while, they arrived at the Dragon Burial Mound. When Xiao Chun peered through the curtains, he felt startled. The original Dragon Burial Mound had been hidden under endless mountain peaks. However, now all the peaks had crumbled. The boundless mountain range had vanished, turning into a boundless land of shattered rocks. Many true dragon caves were exposed in the shattered ground. There were so many that it was flabbergasting. Above every dragon cave, there was a huge dragon-shaped chi current shuttling through the clouds as if it was alive. The strangest thing was that the dragon chi was all black. Dragon chi was originally an auspicious thing. However, it seemed very strange here. When Xiao Chun looked around, he saw that the various dragon caves in the boundless shattered ground seemed to follow some sort of pattern. Together with the dragon chi in the sky, Xiao Chun vaguely felt that the scene before him resembled a certain geomancy. However, the boundless shattered ground was too vast. There were so many dragon caves that it was flabbergasting. Xiao Chun could not see them clearly, so he could not confirm his guess. After the Tianwu domain cultivators arrived at the periphery of the Dragon Burial Mound, they gathered at a mountain range, not daring to enter rashly. A stone stele stood at the periphery of the Dragon Burial Mound. The corpses of many human cultivators were stuck in sharp rocks around the stone stele. If one looked carefully, they would discover that these were all the elites of the Water-Moon Alliance. Their deaths were very miserable, a ghastly sight. For large, bloody words were written on the stone stele. All who enter will die. Looking at the many corpses, the Tianwu domain cultivators gritted their teeth in hatred. However, no one dared to charge in. Some of these people were the friends and relatives of the dead. Their eyes turned bloodshot, and they wanted to charge in without a care for their own safety. However, their companions held them back. The people of the Water-Moon Alliance died really miserably. I heard that the Water-Moon Alliance was originally surrounding the Blood Demon Royal Hall. Who could have imagined that the Winged Demon Royal Hall and the Fire Demon Royal Hall would suddenly appear and surround them instead? They got tricked badly. These demon crown scions purposely spread false news before this, planning for an entire month. They even purposely killed several Demon Emperor Wu. Otherwise, Bai Wuxia would not have fallen for it. How hateful! To think that our Tianwu domain is so large. After such a big thing happened, no one stepped forward. The sons of the three holy masters joined the deity Dao Union and followed Diwuk's lead. If Diwuk does not say anything, they will not make an appearance. Furthermore, Shui Lingling is in closed-door cultivation, and Juanxi is wandering the starry heavens. There really is no one left in the Tianwu domain. If only the Blue Dragon King were still around. How could these demons be so arrogant? Don't mention that person. This is no longer the era of the Blue Dragon King. Back then, he jumped off the Emperor's road. Who knows if he is still alive or not? Inside the war chariot, Xiao Chun listened to the discussions of the surrounding cultivators and gained a rough understanding of what happened. 4 demons stood on a rock not far from the stone stele. Their eyes showed some mockery as they looked at the Tianwu domain cultivators from afar. Of the 4 demons, 2 were from the Blood Demon Royal Hall, 1 was from the Winged Demon Royal Hall, and the last was from the Fire Demon Royal Hall. They were all royal clan disciples with purple marks on their foreheads. With these 4 people guarding this place, the hundreds of Tianwu domain cultivators did not dare to move. There were even several greater heavenly Emperor Wu among them. This was really ironic. This was the Kunlun realm, the territory of the human race. Yet, these demons became the masters. With so many cultivators charging over, no matter how powerful the 4 demons were, they would not be able to kill them all. It would be impossible to defend this place. However, this was reality. Everyone feared death. No one dared to move. Boom! On the rock, a demon from the Blood Demon Royal Hall felt bored and pointed. The corpse of a human cultivator hanging on a sharp rock immediately exploded and turned into a splatter of blood, looking extremely cruel. Haha! Qin Yun, unexpectedly you have such a hobby. People are already dead, yet you still want to dismember their corpses. However, this method of yours is not very brilliant. Watch me! The demon in flaming robes from the Fire Demon Royal Hall laughed loudly. Then he snapped his fingers, and a human corpse immediately burned to ashes. That is nothing. Watch me! The blue-clad demon from the Winged Demon Royal Hall became interested. He stretched out his hand, and countless wind blades descended, slicing a corpse into thousands of pieces. Bastards! I'll fight it out with you! A Tianwu domain cultivator in the crowd roared when he saw his friend's corpse being trampled on like that. Don't go. If you go, you will fall for it. When the experts of the other domains arrive, we will settle the score with them. Although the person beside him was furious, he was still rational and did his best to hold the other party back. The blood demon Qin Yun sat on a rock. When he saw this scene from afar, he smiled and said, "There is really no one left in the Tianwu domain. Bai Wuxia fled like a dog. You all are not even comparable to dogs." After saying that, the 4 started laughing at the same time. As they laughed, their heads flew off at the same time. The headless bodies slowly fell over, and a war chariot descended, crushing the 4 corpses to dust before flying off again. Clang! The flying war chariot happened to be in the air, catching the 4 flying divine weapons. The resonant sound of sabers lingered in the surroundings, lingering for a long time. However, the black war chariot had already vanished without a trace. The saber does not touch the hand, and the person does not leave a shadow. It is the shadowless saber sovereign. Someone cried out hoarsely only after a long time before he reacted to what happened. Chapter 14:15. Originally, Xiao Chun wanted to leave one alive and interrogate him about Bai Wuxia's whereabouts. However, these 4 people had gone overboard, so he could not be bothered with them. Since they had already been killed, so be it. He had always been decisive in killing demonic dwellers. If he could kill them in one move, he would not use a second move. After entering the Dragon Burial Mound, the unusual aura became even more obvious. The black dragon chi swimming in the sky and the invisible feng shui layout made people feel extremely uncomfortable. It seemed like the rumor was most likely correct. There was indeed the corpse of a demon emperor buried here. Furthermore, this demon emperor had a powerful background. Who are you? How dare you barge into the forbidden area? Soon, the cycle war chariot was discovered. A group of demons blocked Xiao Chen's path. This was also what Xiao Chun had done on purpose. He had slowed down. If he had advanced at full speed, it would have been impossible for this group of people to stop him. The chariot stopped on top of a pile of broken rocks. Xiao Chun looked at the group of people in front of him through the curtain. To Xiao Chen's surprise, he discovered that the leader of the group was actually quite strong, much stronger than the 4 demons guarding the entrance. This person was Wang Tian, one of the Blood Demon Royal Hall's 4 protectors. He had once appeared in the mountain manor where the Icefire monster lived. Kill him! Seeing that Xiao Chun, who was in the war chariot, Did not say anything, Wang Tian instructed coldly. The 10 martial emperors of the Blood Demon Royal Hall stood behind him. He turned into a streak of crimson light and flew into the carriage. In the blink of an eye, he had passed through the curtains and entered the carriage. Wang Tian revealed a cold smile. These days, the shadowless saber sovereign was too famous. There were many imitators who liked to stab a saber in front of their war chariot. However, Xiao Chun hoped that this was not an imitator but the real shadowless saber sovereign. Right now, the shadowless saber sovereign's head was already worth a lot in the deep abyss demonic world. The 2 demon monarchs could use his head to exchange for 1,000 primordial pills. If Xiao Chun fought with his true body, he would definitely not be a match. However, with the 4 protectors and the crown prince, even a sovereign martial emperor would have to submit. Ah! A series of screams came from within the carriage. What was going on? Wang Tian was shocked. 10 elites of the first layer of the Emperor Wu, even if they couldn't defeat one person at the same time, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Bang, bang, bang. The curtain of the carriage swayed amidst the strong gales, and corpses flew out one after another. When it fell to the ground, the mountain rocks exploded into fragments, and dust flew everywhere. The 10 Blood Demon Royal Hall elites all died. In that instant, Wang Tian's heart bled. Even in the Golden Age, there were people who succeeded in passing the tribulation from time to time, and Emperor Wu was emerging one after another. Compared to the peak of ancient times, there was not much difference. However, Emperor Wu was still an existence that stood at the peak of the martial arts world. Emperor Wu represented the strength of a faction. Furthermore, these 10 people were Emperor Wu of the Blood Demon Royal Hall. The Blood Demon Royal Hall had an extremely high threshold. Those who could enter were all elites. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, Wang Tian said through gritted teeth. Yes, it's me. You are really bold. The various outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm have not arrived yet, and you dare to barge into this dragon burial mound alone? Do you really not place our 3 demon royal halls in your eyes? Inside the war chariot, Xiao Chun said indifferently. As far as I know, your 3 demon royal halls are ranked at the bottom, right? Otherwise, the 18 demon royal halls would not have sent you to be the vanguard, to be cannon fodder. Humph! Whether I am cannon fodder or not, you will know very soon. Right after Wang Tian spoke, his aura suddenly soared. A scarlet sword appeared in his hand, burning with a dense flame. This was the result of him activating the Blood Fiend demonic technique. Xiao Chun watched coldly. He did not believe that the other party would dare to attack him. Whoosh! Indeed, it was as Xiao Chun expected. The ferocious Wang Tian looked like he wanted to fight it out with Xiao Chun. However, when Wang Tian's aura reached its peak, he swung his sword and turned to flee. Xiao Chun, who had expected this, smiled coldly. The 2 horses revealed their true forms, turning into mutated flood dragons. The cycle war chariot carrying Xiao Chun moved in an arc, dodging the other party's scarlet sword chi and blocking Wang Tian. Where are you going? This startled Wang Tian. This shadowless saber sovereign seemed to have seen through him. However, he calmed down in the blink of an eye. Wang Tian was a 5th heaven martial emperor. Even if he faced a sovereign martial emperor, he would still have a chance to survive if he got severely injured. I know that I am not a match for you. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, if you let me go, we can pretend that we did not see each other. Let's just pretend that we did not see each other. Otherwise, I will risk my severe injuries to escape and inform His Highness of your appearance. With the encirclement of the 3 demon royal halls, you will definitely die. Wang Tian threatened Xiao Chun as he stood upright while holding his sword. You are overthinking. Do you think that I snuck in? I already killed the 4 demons guarding the pass. Even if you do not say anything, the 3 demon royal halls will find out soon. Oh no! Wang Tian thought to himself. Then he instantly executed the blood shadow evasion, turning into a scarlet beam of light and fleeing far away. The blood shadow evasion was an innate skill of the blood demons. Powerful blood demon cultivators could use this evasion technique to move 5,000 kilometers in an instant. However, this blood shadow evasion drained a lot of chi and blood. Most blood demons would not use it unless they had no other choice. Ding! Amid a melodious sound, Pride shot out. The resplendent saber light made the saber look like the bright moon. A sharp, miserable shriek rang out. Pride pinned Wang Tian to the ground, and he vomited a large amount of blood. Bang! Wang Tian shouted as he grasped the saber with both hands. He revealed a pained expression as he endured the intense pain and pulled out Pride. After Wang Tian stood up, he continued running without looking back. The shadowless saber sovereign was stronger than he had imagined. He was not a match for the shadowless saber sovereign at all. Pride returned to the front of the war chariot with a clang. Then, Xiao Chun looked at Wang Tian's departing figure. Xiao Chun felt somewhat astonished. The life force of the blood demons was really strong. That earlier saber strike pierced through his heart of an emperor, yet he still had the ability to flee. However, the stronger this person was, the better. The stronger this person was, the more the blood demon royal hall would know. Knowing that it was by Wuxia would increase Xiao Chen's chances. Otherwise, if Xiao Chun had to search for them one by one, this dragon burial mound was astonishingly large. Boom! Xiao Chen's aura was like the wind, knocking aside the curtains in front of the war chariot. His vision widened, and he clearly saw Wang Tian fleeing. Come back! Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and grabbed. The 1,000 strands of primordial energy in his body spun rapidly in his palm. A strong suction immediately pulled Wang Tian back. It was like teleportation, so strong that Wang Tian could not resist at all. After Wang Tian was sucked in, the curtains in front of the war chariot were still falling down slowly, not closing completely. This showed how fast it was. I don't have time to speak nonsense with you. Tell me, where is Bai Wuxia? Xiao Chun asked expressionlessly as he sat in the middle, holding Wang Tian with one hand. This was the first time Wang Tian saw this mysterious shadowless saber sovereign in the sealed space. The shadowless saber sovereign wore a mask, had black hair, and a strong aura, putting immense pressure on others. When Wang Tian heard Xiao Chen's question, an indiscernible change flashed in his eyes. However, he quickly covered it up. After coughing a few times, Wang Tian smiled with much difficulty. So, you are here to save someone. In that case, you better behave yourself. Otherwise, it will be hard to guarantee your friend's safety. Xiao Chun looked at Wang Tian and said, Behave myself to you? Xiao Chen's gaze made Wang Tian's hair stand on end. He quickly said, There's no need. I already said it. You just have to let me live. Don't try to bargain with me. Xiao Chun exerted some force with the hand holding Wang Tian. Wang Tian immediately felt an intense bone-piercing pain, causing him to cry out. Half a minute later, Wang Tian could no longer endure. He shouted, I'll speak. After he was injured by the 3 Crown Science Tao protectors, he fled to the savage battlefield's Death Sand Dune. The 4 protectors of the Fire Demon Royal Hall are chasing after him. Not dead? That's good. I can give away the eternal ice now. Xiao Chun knew that the Death Sand Dune was a boundless desert. The corpses of the 100 races of the past were buried under the desert. Now they were already eroded by the wind. Rotting divine weapons, tattered armor, and demonified skeletons could be seen everywhere. The environment of that place was complicated, with sandstorms everywhere. It was indeed suitable for fleeing. Bai Wuxia should be able to hold out there for some time. I already said it. Can you let me go now? Wang Tian asked, unwilling to give up, even though he knew that there was not much hope. Xiao Chun did not answer. He still had to consider whether the other party was lying to him or not. Xiao Chun did not say anything under the mask, giving off an unfathomable and unfathomable feeling. The sealed space was scarily quiet. Wang Tian, who was hoisted in the air, felt very uneasy. You are lying to me, Xiao Chun said suddenly as he narrowed his eyes amid the oppressive atmosphere. His killing qi burst forth. Wang Tian's expression changed dramatically. How did he know? Just as he was about to say something, he understood. Xiao Chun was tricking him. Indeed, you are lying to me. You are really bold. Bang! Wang Tian's body flew out of the war chariot. When he landed, he gave off an intense explosion. The war chariot moved slowly and arrived beside Wang Tian. Then Xiao Chen's cold voice came from it. I'll give you one last chance. Tell me the truth. Otherwise, I won't kill you. I'll hand you over to the relatives of the Water Moon Alliance members. With just this sentence, Wang Tian, who was struggling to get up, paled in horror. Wang Tian was very clear on how badly they killed the Water Moon Alliance members and how angry their relatives were. Falling into their hands was no different from falling into hell. Chapter 14:16. In the depths of the Dragon Burial Mound, 3 demons with extraordinary appearances stood together and chatted casually. There were many similarities between the 3 of them. They all had impeccable looks and noble temperaments. There was a purple mark between their eyebrows, and their clothes were all inlaid with a faint layer of gold. The only difference was the emblem on their clothes. The emblem was exquisite and small, representing the Blood Demon Royal Hall, the Winged Demon Royal Hall, and the Fire Demon Royal Hall. That's right, these 3 people were the rumored 3 princes. However, it was strange that besides an old man standing beside each of them and a chariot parked beside them, there was no one else. The Fire Demon Royal Hall's crown scion was called Xian Yan. After sizing up the place, he looked at the Winged Demon Royal Hall's crown scion and said, Yi Xian, which royal hall do you think has the highest chance of obtaining the demonic sword Evil Shadow this time? The ones with the greatest chance are naturally the first demon hall's Heavenly Demon Hall, the second demon hall's Earth Demon Hall, and the third demon hall's Shadow Demon Hall. The other demon halls also have a chance, but they cannot compare to these 3 halls. The Winged Demon Hall's Yi Xian analyzed calmly after thinking for a while. However, the Blood Demon Royal Hall's Wang Feng shook his head. I don't think so. How so? Hearing that Wang Feng seemed to have other opinions, the 2 crown scions looked over. Have you ever thought that if that person from the Succubus Palace comes along as well? TSK, that would be a huge variable. After hearing this, Xian Yan and Xian Yan's handsome faces changed slightly as they fell into deep thought. Indeed, if that person came, the variables would be huge. That's impossible. Although this person is incredible, he is very smart. He knows that there are some things that he cannot touch. This is the Evil Shadow Sword. It's hard to say. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just then, 2 strong gusts of wind blew over. As the wind gathered, 2 demonic beings from the Winged Demon Palace walked out and knelt on one knee. Greetings, your highnesses. Qin Yun and company have been killed. The trio's expressions did not change when they heard the news. Qin Yun and company were not considered to be the strongest. Asking him to guard the pass was just to stall for time before the leaders of the various factions arrived, so that no one would disturb them. However, he did not expect the leaders of the other domains to arrive so quickly. It was a little unexpected. Who did it? The Heavenly Starry Ocean's Chu Yang, the Dark Seas Sima Lingxian, the Fiend Domain's Kong Yuan, or the Ghost Race or the Corpse Race? Your Highness, none of them. What? Upon hearing this, the 3 princes' expressions changed slightly. Yi Xian said in a low voice, Speak. Who did it? Shadowless Saber Sovereign. The place remained silent for a while. Then, the Blood Demon Royal Hall's crown scion smiled coldly and said, You came at a good time. My royal father wants his head, and second imperial uncle is currently searching for him throughout the Kunlun realm. To think that he dares to appear. I'll inform my second imperial uncle right away. Once he's killed, it'll count as my contribution. After saying that, the Blood Demon Royal Hall's crown scion Wang Feng closed his eyes. The purple mark on his forehead flickered continuously. The others knew that this was a secret method exclusive to the royal family of the blood race. Similar methods were available to all races. After a while, the Blood Demon Royal Hall's crown scion smiled and said, My royal uncle is in the Tianwu domain. He will rush over soon. Since that is the case, then the 2 of us will not interfere in this matter. The 2 knew that the Shadowless Saber Sovereign had snatched something that the Blood Demon Monarch wanted and already incurred a grudge. Thus, they tactfully sold Wang Feng a favor. Yi Xian said to the demons still kneeling on the ground, You 2 can withdraw first. Continue searching the dragon cave. There is no need to care about the shadowless saber sovereign's matter. The two demons stood up, and their figures became increasingly faint. Then they turned into a gust of wind and blew into the distance. Boom! However, the demons had only flown 1 kilometer when 2 even more intense winds blew in the distance. Furthermore, these were not ordinary winds but saber winds. These were not sabers hidden in the wind but wind formed by boundless saber intent. The strong winds were accompanied by thunder and lightning, tearing through the air. 2 miserable shrieks rang out. The 2-winged demon Royal Hall's demons, who were originally drifting away, fell to the feet of the 3 crowned scions covered in wounds. Electricity even flickered in those saber wounds. The 2 demons howled in pain. Their bodies trembled endlessly, no longer able to stand up. Bang! A figure landed heavily, kicking up a lot of dust. The blood demon Royal Hall's crowned scion raised his eyebrows and said, "Wang Tian, Your Highness, it is the shadowless saber sovereign. He is here to save by Wuxia," Wang Tian said with much difficulty. The sound of wind chimes rang out. 2 mutated flood dragons pulling a war chariot slowly descended. The old men beside the 3 crowned scions silently moved away, inadvertently protecting the 3 crowned scions where they could most easily protect them. These 3 unremarkable-looking old men were the mysterious Tao protectors of their respective demon royal halls. Inside the war chariot, when Shao Chun saw the 3 demon-crowned scions, he felt somewhat surprised. To think that there was only 1 old man beside the 3. Where did the other people of the demon royal halls go? Very good. You have performed a meritorious deed by luring the shadowless saber sovereign here. After you die, I will get Imperial Father to confer a posthumous title on you, the blood demon Royal Hall's crowned scion said indifferently. Then, he threw a palm strike and extinguished Wang Tian's final life force. Before Wang Tian died, he did his best to say something, to tell the 3 crowned scions not to underestimate the enemy. However, Wang Feng did not give him the chance. In the end, Wang Tian did not say what he wanted to say. Who gave you such great courage? To dare to come and seek the 3 of us alone? Yi Xian, the winged demon Royal Hall's crowned scion, said with a faint smile as he sized up the cycle war chariot with interest. Xian Yan smiled and said, "This war chariot is pretty good. I want it." Wang Feng, it is not that we do not want to give you a chance. He delivered himself to us. You cannot blame us for this. I know, Wang Feng said indifferently. Shao Chun did not understand what the 3 were talking about. The reason he came here was because Wang Tian said something else. Bai Wuxia had not managed to get far before he was captured. However, the 3 crowned scions did not kill him. Instead, they locked him up with the other Water Moon Alliance elites. According to Wang Tian, the crowned scions wanted to use these people as hostages. After the crowned scions obtained the evil shadow sword, the major characters of the Kunlun realm might make a move to stop them. At such a time, there would be some benefits to having hostages. I don't understand what you are talking about. Just one question. Is Bai Wuxia in your hands? Shao Chun asked from the war chariot. The blood demon Royal Hall's crowned scions clapped their hands, and some demons immediately walked out of the warship in the air. They pressed down on the restrained Bai Wuxia, Ling Feng, and the others, making them kneel on the ground. When Shao Chun saw this, he relaxed. Release them, and I'll leave this place immediately. I will not participate in the fight for the demon sword. The 3 crowned scions laughed at the same time. Wang Feng said coldly, "Shadowless saber sovereign, do you still not understand the situation? Release them. Soon you will be kneeling there as well. To think that you still dare to boast shamelessly." The 2 crowned scions of the Winged Demon Royal Hall and the Fire Demon Royal Hall revealed mocking expressions as they clapped their hands. Whoosh! Immediately, strong winds blew, flames howled, and scarlet light shot out from the various dragon caves. The flames filling the sky descended like meteors. After they landed, they squirmed and took human form. Many demons walked out from the gale with cold expressions. As the scarlet light shot out, the many blood demons revealed themselves. Densely packed demons immediately filled the empty ground. They surrounded the cycle war chariot both inside and out. With a casual glance, these 3 demon royal hall's demons numbered at least 3,000. 1/3 of them were Emperor Wu's cultivators. The overwhelming demonic might gathered. Immediately, winds blew and clouds churned. This demonic might pushed away the black dragon chi swimming in the sky, making it seem like it would scatter. The air immediately thinned. The atmosphere was suppressive and tense, and a cold, somber intent spread out. Kill! 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 All the demons shouted coldly 3 times. Then, they drew their weapons at the same time and pointed them at the cycle war chariot. The 3,000 strands of killing chi turned solid. Before this pressure, the war chariot seemed to be unable to withstand it, giving off creaking sounds. The 7 divine weapons trembled endlessly, buzzing. Bullying with numbers? Xiao Chun seemed to be muttering to himself in the war chariot. Wang Feng smiled coldly and said, "You fool! You can't be thinking that we will personally make a move against you, right?" Xian Yan said indifferently, "As demon crown scions, we have noble statuses. How can we not cherish ourselves? Don't get angry. Today we are bullying with numbers, surrounding and killing you." Yi Xian's voice was cold, containing a trace of mockery. This shadowless saber sovereign foolishly came looking for him, yet he still blamed them for fighting with numbers. This shadowless saber sovereign was only SOSO. Angry? Not at all. It is just that I do not like bullying with numbers, so I rarely use these methods. It looks like I can use them today. Many thanks. Inside the war chariot, Xiao Chun showed a calm expression. There was no panic in his tone at all. What does he mean? For some reason, the 3 demon crown scions felt that something was wrong. Clang! The 7 divine weapons drew at the same time, and 7 figures appeared around the war chariot. They stretched out their hands and grasped the divine weapons. Then, they each took a position and protected the war chariot. It was not over yet. Inside the war chariot, a brilliant light suddenly flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes, and his aura suddenly soared. Many sabers flew out of the war chariot, turning into thousands of saber lights. Each saber light was as piercing as the blazing sun. The light was too dazzling. The 3 demon crown scions could not see clearly, so they squinted slightly. When the light vanished, the 3 demon crown scions gaped in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. For bladesmen surrounded each of the demons of the 3 demon royal halls. When one looked around, the 3,000 demons were surrounded so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Chapter 14:17. The 3 demon crown scions showed stunned expressions. The situation had changed too quickly. Don't worry. This is just a doppelganger technique. The more doppelgangers he has, the weaker he will be. He's definitely just putting on an act. I nearly startled him. Tak, shadowless saber sovereign. Let's see how long you can remain arrogant. The blood demon royal halls, Wang Feng said with a surging killing chi, his face sinking. That's right, this was indeed a doppelganger technique. However, this doppelganger technique was a little different from what they had imagined. It was created by Xiao Chun using the life bestowal spell. The doppelganger's battle prowess was not worth mentioning. The doppelganger was not important. What was important was the saber in the doppelganger's hand. With the cycle war chariot as the center, a vast taiji diagram appeared on the ground. 7 figures protecting the war chariot held divine weapons and danced about. Hua! The 10,000 clones moved at the same time, brandishing the sabers in their hands and sending out saber lights. Saber lights filled the air, flickering endlessly. Boundless saber chi shook the surroundings, creating a majestic scene. The scene of the clones crumbling upon contact did not happen, as Wang Feng and the other 2 had imagined. Instead, the 3 trapped demons held back. The moment the battle started, many wounds appeared on their bodies. The taiji diagram on the ground slowly spun, and the formless taiji saber domain spread out. Every demon was separated. All that could be seen were saber lights, saber sounds, and unfathomable saber chi everywhere. Amid the flickering lights, the 3,000 demons did not face clones. Instead, they faced the yin-yang saber formation formed by the clones holding sabers. In the beginning, the devil dwellers could still deal with them. Although they were panicking, they could guarantee that they would only suffer some light injuries. However, slowly, the yin-yang saber formation started to rotate completely. There was no longer a single clone. Only two huge dragons made of saber lights soared up and down, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. It was either a dragon's head roaring, a divine dragon swinging its tail, or a pair of dragons playing with a pearl. Amidst the endless saber light, screams rose and fell without end. Blood splattered everywhere, and the saber light began to glow with a blood-red light. What's going on? The expressions of Wang Feng and the other two changed drastically. They grew anxious. They had not expected things to turn out like this. Get them to retreat. Hurry up and retreat. That's a formation. This won't do. I can't retreat. There are saber lights everywhere. Up in the sky, down on the ground, in all directions. They completely interfere with my six senses. The winged demon Royal Hall's Yi Xian's expression turned scarily sullen. Unexpectedly, it seemed like the shadowless saber sovereign was going to destroy the three demon Royal Halls. On the warship, Ling Feng said joyfully, "Big brother Bai, it's the shadowless saber sovereign. He is here to save us." Bai Wuxia felt it was strange. He did not have any dealings with the shadowless saber sovereign. Why did the other party come to save him? However, although the shadowless saber sovereign used the saber formation to gain an advantage, the three demon Royal Hall's Dao protectors had not made a move yet. "Make your move," the fire demon Royal Hall's Xian Yan said. The three Dao protectors exchanged glances, then bowed slightly and stepped forward, emitting powerful auras. Boom! The sovereign emperor might condensed into a beam and soared into the sky. In an instant, all the clouds in the sky were swept away. All that could be seen in the sky was the wandering black dragon Qi, as well as the universe's starry sky, the sun, moon, and stars. The three Dao protectors were actually all seventh heaven sovereign martial emperors. Their auras continued to soar. Rumble! The ground for 5,000 kilometers around started trembling. Countless rocks soared into the air and floated there. With the Dao protectors making a move, let's see how you survive. The blood demon Royal Hall's Wang Feng said hatefully. The current situation was one person killing thousands of elites of three demon Royal Halls. Just thinking about it made one feel sullen. Whoosh! 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 The three Dao protectors finally moved. Their figures flashed, wanting to charge in and suppress the shadowless saber sovereign's main body. However, something strange happened. The moment the three Dao protectors came into contact with the yin-yang saber formation, they felt an incredibly surging aura force the three out. It won't do. There is a strange force field below that saber formation. It blends yin and yang, reversing the universe. Unless we find the strange circulation pattern, we will not be able to force our way in. The moment Wang Feng said that, the three crown scions were completely dumbfounded. Even their final trump card was useless. Could they really not stop the shadowless saber sovereign? Just at this moment, the saber lights filling the air suddenly vanished. The dust scattered with the wind. At a glance, many sabers flickering with cold light were stabbed into the ground where the demons originally stood. There were also many demons lying on the ground, their fates unknown. Xiao Chun, who was in the war chariot, felt slightly fatigued. This formation should have been executed by many people at the same time. When Xiao Chun executed it alone, the drain on his magic energy was too horrifying. He could not maintain it for too long. However, this was not bad. Half of the 3,000 demons had died. The remaining half basically did not have much combat prowess. The yin-yang saber formation made its debut, and its performance was rather satisfactory. This is a good opportunity. It was not easy for him to execute that saber formation either. The eyes of the fire demon Royal Hall's Dao protector lit up. His entire body burned with flames, and his sovereign emperor's might soared into the sky, stirring up the winds and clouds. Then, he leaped into the air and flew towards the cycle war chariot. The other two Dao protectors reacted slightly slower. However, they felt that this opportunity could not be missed, so they quickly followed. When the three seventh heaven sovereign martial emperors attacked, their emperors might merge together and kicked up a boundless strong wind. The sabers stabbed into the ground clanged endlessly in the strong wind. The war chariot could not endure the immense pressure, causing it to sink into the ground. However, Shao Chun, who was seated in the war chariot, did not show any fear. After collecting the 7 thrones, he had perfected the flawless saber technique. He was no longer the same as before. Void-breaking stance. Shao Chun called out softly, and pride, which had merged with the destruction throne, vanished with a whoosh. When it reappeared, it was shining with a bright light as it chopped down at the Fire Demon Royal Hall's Tao Protector. The Fire Demon Royal Hall's Tao Protector, who was rushing towards the Cycle War Chariot, could not dodge at all. He could only raise his palm to receive the attack. Dang! An intense clash resounded like thunder. The Fire Demon Royal Hall's Tao Protector vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back 1 kilometer. I'll kill you! After suffering such a great loss, the Fire Demon Royal Hall's Tao Protector became somewhat enraged. He stood firmly and prepared to charge over. However, clearly, the Fire Demon Royal Hall's Tao Protector no longer had this opportunity. The second divine weapon, Wrath, executed the dragon's subduing stance and chopped down. Dang! After vomiting 3 mouthfuls of blood, the Fire Demon Royal Hall's Tao Protector moved back another 1 kilometer. This time he was severely injured. His hair was disheveled, and wounds covered his entire body. However, it was not over yet. Before the Fire Demon Royal Hall's Tao Protector landed on the ground, Sloth charged over. He wanted to see the scenery at the peak of the mountain, to stand at the top of the clouds and look down on the world. He was young and full of ambition. There was always a saber with the word Lingyun carved in his heart. One day, when this saber was unsheathed, he would definitely soar into the sky, soaring through the clouds and into the 9 heavens. Flawless saber technique. 5th move, Lingyun. 3 sabers flew over one after another, not giving the Tao Protector any chance to catch his breath. Boom! This time, the Fire Demon Royal Hall's Tao Protector retreated quickly and landed at the feet of the 3 crown scions. Old Xian, the Fire Demon Royal Hall's crown scion, Xian Yan, was greatly startled. He quickly went over to help the Fire Demon Royal Hall's Tao Protector up. Be careful! The Winged Demon Royal Hall's crown scion Yixian reacted quickly. He immediately pulled the Fire Demon Royal Hall's Tao Protector and Wang Feng back. Boom! There was a loud sound, and the Fire Demon Royal Hall's Tao Protector exploded, sending out resplendent saber lights. The life essence of a sovereign martial emperor was as dazzling as a meteor as it filled the air, lighting up the entire place and stunning everyone. The shock waves of the explosion left Wang Feng and the others covered in dust. When they looked up at the Cycle War Chariot, their faces paled slightly, and their lips trembled continuously. How can this be? How can this be? 3 sabers. The Shadowless Saber Sovereign used only 3 sabers to kill a 7th Heaven Sovereign Martial Emperor. The other 2 crown scions, who had been charging over with the Fire Demon Royal Hall's Tao Protector, saw that the situation was bad and immediately retreated in fright. Their speed was even faster than lightning. Breaking space, dragon subduing stance, Lingyun, killing a sovereign with 3 sabers. Chapter 14:18. Killing a 7th Heaven Emperor Wu with 3 saber strikes stunned the 3 demon crown scions. The strength of the Shadowless Saber Sovereign completely surpassed their expectations. So, pride, wrath, and sloth returned to their scabbards. Inside the war chariot, Shao Chun felt somewhat surprised at the might of the flawless saber technique after it merged with the 7 states. Logically speaking, it should not be possible for the other party to be so ridiculously strong. No matter how he thought about it, it was the other party who had underestimated him first. This gave Shao Chun an opportunity. All 3 strikes landed. His physical body could not endure the swelling saber chi in his body, causing him to explode and die. If he had used all his strength to block the first slash, he might have ended up in such a miserable state. After calmly analyzing the situation, Shao Chun gained a more intuitive understanding of his flawless saber technique. In a one-on-one fight with the flawless saber technique, defeating a 7th Heaven Martial Emperor would not be a problem. However, it would not be ridiculously strong either. After all, his cultivation was still a little lacking. Xiao Chen had always been like this. He would never underestimate himself, nor would he overestimate himself. The death of the Fire Demon Royal Hall's Dao Protector was too shocking. Resplendent sparks filled the sky, attracting the many cultivators of the Tianwu domain to rush over. When the countless Tianwu domain cultivators saw this scene, they all revealed expressions of incredulity. Of the 3,000 demons of the 3 demon royal halls, half were dead or injured. The other half lay half dead on the ground, moaning in pain. Sabers stabbed into their bodies. There was also a king-level Dao Protector who exploded and died. This was equivalent to 3 demon royal halls being crippled by a single person. It really is the shadowless Saber Sovereign. He alone crippled 3 demon royal halls. No wonder Wu Xiaotian took the initiative to hand the Saber Sovereign medallion to him. The shadowless Saber Sovereign is indeed already as strong as a sovereign martial emperor. The title of Saber Sovereign is truly well-deserved. The 3 demon royal halls were arrogant and despotic, looking down on the cultivators of my Tianwu domain. Let's see how arrogant they are now. Look, the highnesses of the 3 great demon halls are all dumbfounded. Many martial artists felt extremely delighted, but they did not dare to step forward because there were still 2 Dao protectors here. Clang, clang, clang. All the sabers stabbed into the ground turned into saber lights and returned to the war chariot. Only at this moment did the demons who were still alive feel the pressure on them lessen. They all stood up and went behind their respective highnesses. Now, everyone understood that these demons were intimidated by the saber intent on the saber. That was why they could not get up. Immediately, they felt that the shadowless Saber Sovereign's strength was even more unfathomable. In the war chariot, Xiao Chen said indifferently, "Release him." The crown scions of the Blood Demon Royal Hall, the Winged Demon Royal Hall, and the Fire Demon Royal Hall felt fear in their hearts. The 3 princes were all very powerful, and together with the 2 Dao protectors, they would definitely be able to put up a fight. However, Xiao Chen's act of killing a 7th Heaven Great Emperor with 3 slashes was too shocking. The 3 of them were not confident and lost their drive. Sometimes it was just like that. Once the courage and drive were gone, even if the strength was still there, it wouldn't be able to be used. Let him go. With his strength, I think only the top 3 princes can fight him. Yeah, we're just the vanguard. We shouldn't have to deal with such an opponent. That's right. Right now, we are weakened. We cannot suffer any more losses. The 3 princes quickly sent voice projections and quickly came to a consensus. On the warship by Wuxia, Lingfeng, and the other Water Moon Alliance cultivators had their restrictions removed and were tossed down. The Blood Demon Royal Hall's Wang Feng said through gritted teeth, "Shadowless Saber Sovereign, we already did what you wanted us to do. You can leave now, right?" Right now, Wang Feng's heart was filled with regret. If he had agreed to the Shadowless Saber Sovereign at the start, things would not have turned out like this. If he had known that this would happen, why did he do it in the first place? Xiao Chen ignored Wang Feng, which upset him even more. However, he could not do anything about it. The war chariot flew quickly and arrived before by Wuxia, Lingfeng, and the others. "Senior, we meet again. Many thanks for saving us." Lingfeng was rather excited. Once again, he saw the shadowless Saber Sovereign's strong strength. This made him worship Xiao Chen even more. Xiao Chen had some impression of this person. He was a pretty good bladesman of the younger generation. Then he casually answered and looked at Bai Wuxia. After parting for more than 10 years, Xiao Chen had not expected that the 2 would meet under such circumstances. When he thought about the past conflicts between him and this person, Xiao Chen could not help but sigh. The past slowly unfolded like a painting, appearing in Xiao Chen's mind and bringing the timeline to the period when he first came to the Kunlun realm. That was the most glorious period of Bai Wuxia's life. He was young and arrogant. Now that so many years had passed, he seemed to have changed a lot. "Shadowless Saber Sovereign, may I ask who asked you to come and save us?" Bai Wuxia was not a hothead like Lingfeng. With just a little thought, he knew that the Shadowless Saber Sovereign's arrival was definitely not simple. "Get in. This is not the place to speak." After hesitating for a moment, Bai Wuxia gave some instructions to the companions behind him and boarded Xiao Chen's cycle war chariot. After about 7 minutes, Bai Wuxia, who was in the war chariot, held the eternal ice, feeling somewhat excited. No matter how he guessed, he could not have imagined that Xiao Chen had come to save him for this reason. It did not take much effort to speak to a smart person. After Bai Wuxia got in the war chariot, Xiao Chen explained everything in a few words. After refining this eternal ice, I am confident of breaking through to Sovereign Martial Emperor. Bai Wuxia said with great certainty as a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Xiao Chen did not doubt this. Given Bai Wuxia's talent in the Ice Dao, breaking through to Sovereign Martial Emperor would not be difficult for him if he obtained a wondrous item like the Eternal Ice. The problem was how long would he need to refine the Eternal Ice? Perhaps half a year, perhaps even longer. Changing the topic, Bai Wuxia said, based on your tone, you do not want to get involved in the conflict over the evil shadow sword. Why? The Blood Demon Royal Hall, the Winged Demon Royal Hall, and the Fire Demon Royal Hall are ranked at the bottom of the 18 Demon Royal Halls. The true battle has just begun. Furthermore, I received news that the top 3 Crown Scions are not much weaker than you are now. In fact, they might be even stronger. Xiao Chen retorted indifferently. What does that have to do with me? The outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm will naturally step forward. I just need to do my part. Are you talking about the deity Dao Union led by Diwuk? His strength is indeed unfathomable. Rumor has it that he already broke through to Sovereign Martial Emperor. There is also the heavenly starry oceans Chuyang, the fiend domains Kong Yuan, and the others. They are all peak outstanding talents who can fight with the Demon Crown Scions. However, our Tianwu domain has no such people. Bai Wuxia said somewhat agitatedly. In the earlier battle, he fought against 3 Crown Scions of the demon race and did not end up at a disadvantage. However, he was alone and did not manage to last until the end. The appearance of the shadowless Saber Sovereign gave Bai Wuxia new hope. As long as the other party was willing to join, the Water-Moon Alliance would definitely gain new life. You probably do not know how broad the implications of this fight for the Demon Sword are. This battle is the first major test of the outstanding talents of the various races in the Golden Age. It concerns many benefits in the future. Bai Wuxia said further, urgently wanting to obtain the Shadowless Saber Sovereign's support. Furthermore, Bai Wuxia felt that the other party's eyes were somewhat familiar. Perhaps he was an old friend. Using emotion and reason to move the other party might be able to move the other party. Under the mask, Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and ferociously looked at Bai Wuxia, putting pressure on the other party, who did not know how to deal with this. The sealed war chariot fell silent. Bai Wuxia did not know how to continue the original topic, so he could only change the topic. If I may be so bold as to ask, may I know your real name? Bai Wuxia asked as he looked at the half-masked Xiao Chen. I should have seen you before. If I guessed right, we should have some interactions. Xiao Chen's expression did not change at all. Perhaps Bai Wuxia could find some familiarity in Xiao Chen's eyes. However, it was impossible for him to guess who Xiao Chen was. Just call me Shadowless. One day, when I walk out of this war chariot, you will know who I am. You can get off now. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, before Bai Wuxia could reply, a force knocked him off. It was not that Xiao Chen was not willing to help Bai Wuxia. It was just that this fight for the demon sword would attract too many people. Furthermore, there were many people that Xiao Chen did not know how to face. There were also some people that he feared he would not be able to control his rage after seeing them.